Alright, radio check, loud and clear. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will be getting underway for the testing day 2 very, very soon. Um, yeah, look forward to it. 30 minutes till we have a green light at the end of the pit lane, and yeah, I've just forgotten to update the news ticker at the bottom, so that's got yesterday's driver allocations. I'll put them through. I'll put today's driver allocations through shortly. Um, yeah. What do you guys What do you guys think of testing day 1? Do you think that um, well things have got better, or are they which teams do you think have got better? Which teams do you think have got worse? Um, we'll just have to wait and see. But by the looks of it, Ferrari still do have some porpoising issues. They have switched suspension types from a push rod to a pull rod on the front suspension this year, which is a little bit bold, but they made that choice, and well, they're having some issues, but I'm sure they'll resolve them by the end of testing. A lot of the teams have experience dealing with porpoising now, so I'm not surprised if they'll figure it out in a day or two. Yeah, and we do have Max Verstappen will not be taking part today. Liam Lawson will be driving the entire day. I would have thought, as a rookie, would have given him a bit of time off to rest his neck, but that is not the case, and he is going to be driving the entire day today, right after driving part of the day yesterday. So, um, yeah, no relaxation there from Red Bull on Liam Lawson's part, but I'm sure he would have done sufficient training, and his neck will be able to cope just fine. We're having a couple of drivers swap around on who did the morning session, who did the afternoon session. But apart from that, Red Bull is the only team that is running their driver for the whole day. All of the other teams are swapping their drivers. Um, so that's how it's going. Yeah. All right. According to last year's testing, the only assumption is if you have the 1-2 fastest laps time during preseason testing, you'll be the second best in the constructors. Even when Ferrari's 1-2, Sainz will be holding the fastest lap. Yeah, you don't need to really look too much into the lap times. At least not as of now. We'll wait and see what happens in the next couple of days. Thank you everyone for tuning in, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel, especially at the start of the streams. And yeah, I'll run through the driver list shortly. I'm just updating the list at the bottom of the screen right now, and then we'll have yeah. Oh no, Science is also driving for the entire day today. It's not just Red Bull. Science will be driving for the entire day for Williams today, and then Albon will be driving for the entire day tomorrow. Okay, so the only change I've got left to make is swapping Sonoda. Oh no, Sonoda's driving in the morning today, and Hadjar's driving in the afternoon. Okay, brilliant. So the names are in the correct position for today, but in the morning session we're going to have Piastri, Hamilton, Lawson, Russell, Alonso, Gasly, Ocon, Sonoda, Sainz, and Hulkenberg for the first 4 hours, and then we're going to have the remaining we're going to have the remaining 8 drivers swapping around, but no Verstappen and no Albon today. They'll be taking part in tomorrow's test day. Yeah. The Ferrari camp stated that most of that was caused by trying different ride heights to test the floor vacuum. Yeah, maybe it was like the teams do have to test all the different ride heights, and they know, for example, like they will test to find out, oh, this is as low as we can go before we start getting porpoising. So that's probably why they were doing it. It just looks a little bad from the outside where you see that car bouncing around so much. And yeah, it's not ideal, obviously. All right. Hello everyone. Nice to see that you are back here, nice and early for testing. We have quite a lot of takeaways to take away from the first day of testing, so I'll run through them very shortly. And yeah, all right. Let me just get a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. Right. So we can listen to what Max Verstappen, what Lewis Hamilton had to say about testing. Max Verstappen said only good surprises, so he was surprised, but obviously in a good way. The car performance was a lot better than last year, and in fact, a lot of teams have gone and copied Ferrari not Ferrari, Red Bull in their side pod concept design. Ferrari have very much copied the style of the Red Bull front side pod, like last year. And I think Haas already have a pretty similar stuff, a pretty similar side pod because they take parts from Ferrari, and yeah, Williams have got some new changes to their car. They've got one of the newer gearboxes from Mercedes. And well, that's going to help them with the aerodynamics at the rear of the car, compacting everything down and changing the suspension layout to maximize downforce and reduce drag. Yeah. All right. Here's more of an interesting question. What is the more interesting push rod versus pull rod? What is the base level difference between the two? Well, if you look at it in terms of chassis performance, there is pretty much no difference whatsoever between the pull rod and the push rod suspension. The teams have basically figured out that they can do either one, and they'll get the exact same car performance or very similar characteristics. The main thing is the aerodynamics. The push rod suspension will have the suspension arms going downwards. The push rod will have the suspension arms going downwards, I'm pretty sure, and the pull rod will have the suspension arms going upwards, and or maybe it's the other way around. But either way, the pull rod has a more optimal aerodynamic ability, and the other thing that it does is it brings all of the parts of the car, it brings them all close to the ground, brings them lower and closer to the ground, which lowers the car center of gravity, which obviously helps with performance. And the other thing that happens, the one trade-off that you get by having a pull rod suspension is that all of the suspension components are jam-packed right at the bottom of the nose cone. So that means repairing anything, taking stuff apart, takes a very long time, and that's why we saw yesterday when the drivers had to switch at lunchtime. The seats and the steering wheel and the pedals had to be changed for each of the drivers. That took absolutely forever because a lot of the teams have opted for a pull rod suspension because it's more aerodynamically efficient. However, the repair times and the changing of parts times is about 3 times as long. So it's a trade-off that they chose, and of course, how often are you really going to be changing the pedals for a driver? And the answer is, apart from testing, basically never. So that's why they've made that trade-off, and they have a more aerodynamically superior car. Yeah. And let's look at the reactions from the rest of the drivers when they go into when they're talking about their test days. So we firstly got Hamilton. He says it's an incredible feeling to be testing with Ferrari, and he very much enjoyed it. The car, they were just testing a wide range of setups. Nothing was particularly standing out as bad to him. Nothing particular, and he was quite happy with the car's performance. So that is good news from Lewis Hamilton. Reliability was fantastic from everyone. Nobody had any sort of technical issues. There were the 2 spins yesterday, but apart from that, everything was looking good. No sort of no drama with the amount of understeer, oversteer, things like that. Everyone has a fairly stable car, and with these regulations sort of converging, everyone's performance is getting more and more similar, and everyone sort of understands how these cars work, how their regulations work. So it should not be too much of an issue going into this season. All right. And then Hamilton, had a smooth start to the season, and that's it was great for him. He clocked up 70 miles, not 70 miles, 70 laps of the circuit by the end of the first half of the day. A little bit more than a race distance, and he's done a big, fantastic job of lapping that car. He did 11 laps on the C2, 57 laps on the C3, which was the most used tyre last year. So they're getting a lot of information on the C3s because it's used in the majority of races, and they were looking good. Of course, we don't know what fuel they were using and how that affected their lap times, but that can be considered at a later point. All right. Does testing mean qualifying? No. Testing is pre-season testing. The drivers are just testing out the cars for 3 days straight, basically. Oscar Piastri came out of the car and said the McLaren's feeling pretty good, and he did also say that there are a couple of other teams that are looking pretty good as well. So obviously there's no guarantee that McLaren are going to be the fastest team, but he is happy with how preseason testing is going. Norris did end up not nearly a full second quicker than Oscar Piastri, but it's quite clear, more than a full second quicker than Oscar Piastri. But it doesn't really matter. Piastri wasn't pushing, especially in the morning when the circuit was dirty, a lot of dust. I mean, there's going to be dust that's been blown over overnight. Bahrain, after all, is in the middle of a desert, so you can expect dust and sand to be blown onto the circuit all of the time. Is there any chance of rain today? Yeah, there is a little bit of chance of rain. I mean, the highest chance of rain actually was overnight, so the circuit might be slightly wet in the morning, which will be interesting because normally the teams just wait for someone else to go out and clear up the circuit for them, and that's definitely not going to happen today. If it's wet, then someone is going to have to bite the bullet, send their drivers out on some wet tires, and get some experience. I mean, it would be great for the rookies to go out in wet conditions, get a bit of experience on these, on how the cars handle, because they are a totally different beast in the wet, and very, very different compared to the Formula 2 cars as well. So it should be that would be a good idea to send the rookies out on full wet tires, even though it might be intermediate conditions. Just send them out on the full wets. No aquaplaning is going to happen. And we'll just see how it goes. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel, and it would very much be appreciated. Just boost the channel for the entire season long, really, especially if you do like the stream right at the start, which, we've only been streaming for 15 minutes, and I'm going to be streaming for 9.5 hours, so, that'd really help out. Okay, how detrimental are crashes in preseason testing? Quite detrimental, really, because you lose a lot of running time. The drivers only have 3 days of running time, and they only have 3 days of running time. You have a crash, you lose at least half a day, and then if you lose half a day, then that's pretty terrible. All right, let me get rid of this. There we go. We've got the updated data. And we've only got 18 drivers today because we know for a fact Verstappen and Albon will not be taking part. Risk of rain for the morning session is 90%, folks. 90% risk of rain. Let's go. It is raining. Fantastic. Okay. Let me just adjust the size of everything on the screen, and I'll be back in just a sec. Right. Well, there we go. Risk of rain is 90%. I'm pretty sure the circuit is wet. Don't worry about the fact that it says Hulkenberg's on hard tyres. That just won't have updated. As you can see, their drivers aren't even on the track map as of right now. But yeah, brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. Let me even stick that in the stream title. Heavy, wet. Yeah, raining. I'll stick raining in the title because why not? Brilliant, brilliant. Well, I look forward to all of this rain then. I definitely do hope it's fairly wet and it stays wet for a little bit longer. I checked the weather in Sakir. It's probably rained overnight. I don't think it'll be raining anymore. The forecast dropped the chance of rain down to about 10 or 15%. So not hugely high. Um, but of course, if the circuit is wet from overnight, then it's going to stay wet because that rain will not have time to evaporate, and most likely it is going to be cloudy. If it looks like it's going to rain, then the chance of clouds are much, much higher. So, yeah, it's very interesting. We're going to have cold conditions like we had yesterday. We're going to have wet conditions today, and then we're going to have hot and sunny conditions tomorrow. Um, yeah, all right. Maybe hop on the Inters in the first hour. Yeah, that'd be brilliant. How many millimeters is it? Probably not a lot, really. It'll probably be 1 mil, 2 mil. After all, it is still in a desert. Can you give a real quick review on what you thought of day one and what you expect from day two, please? Yeah, sure. So what I expect, what I saw in day one. A lot of solid running from everyone. Nobody seemed to have standout huge issues like the car just being absolutely undrivable. It's spinning everywhere. We did see porpoising from the Ferraris. However, Ferrari claim, or the Ferrari fans at least claim, that that was just because they were testing setups and they were finding the limit that they could push the car to without getting porpoising. Um, and then quite a few lockups here and there, but that's just for the drivers getting back into the habit of driving Formula One cars at breakneck speeds. And what else is there? What are the key takeaways? All of the top teams look pretty good. Hamilton looked in good shape. So did Verstappen. Verstappen was quite pleased coming out of the day yesterday. So was Piastri. Norris, of course, topped the timings, but that's not too much to read into. Um, and the rookies came off doing quite well as well. I think Isaac Hadjar had a spin, and Jack Doohan had a spin, and that was it. So yeah. Apart from that, everything has been going pretty smoothly in yesterday. Oh well, of course we had that power cut as well. We had a power cut um, in yesterday's test session, which was interesting to say the least. I had never experienced, never had to commentate a power cut, to be honest. But here we are. I did, and we ended up getting through it, and an extra hour of testing got added on to the end. All right. Yeah. So soon enough, we will be underway for some racing action, folks. Um. All right. Also, if you guys do want to get full access to all of the data, everything, all of the team radios, all of the onboards, all the live footage, then F1 TV Pro is the place to be. There is a link in the description for F1 TV Pro, so go ahead and check that out. Yeah, it really does help out the channel. And of course, then you also get all of the footage for Formula One. Yeah, if you get the yearly subscription, there's a discount and it's cheaper compared to getting all of the monthly ones. So I would recommend getting that. Yeah. So if you guys remember the end of testing yesterday, what happened was McLaren had a whole bunch of Flovis all over their car, and all of the pit floor is still covered in Flovis outside their garage, which they're not going to be particularly happy about. I mean, they did it to themselves. Um, but Flovis is essentially oil, and they definitely do not want oil touching any of those wheels because that reduces your grip by about 10 times. And yeah, I'm sure the Flovis would have been useful. They would have looked at all of the flow structures over the car and been able to figure out what's where the flow's doing what they want it to do, and then not doing what they want it to do. But yeah, still not ideal really from McLaren. All right. Um, yeah. Okie dokes. If you aren't haven't hit the like button, folks, please be sure to do so. Really does help out the channel. Are there radios today? Well, I hope so. There are radios today, but of course, I cannot be certain until we get the first team radio message coming through. And yeah. Max and Albon aren't driving because they'll be driving for the full day tomorrow. Sainz is going to be driving for the full day today. Lawson is going to be driving for the full day today. Max and Albon will be driving for the full day tomorrow. So that's what they're doing. That's the team just don't want to lose too much time. The mechanics ideally want to have a full hour for their lunch rather than finishing their lunch in about 10 minutes and then going to change the pedals and the seat of the cars. So that's what's going to happen. Good morning, F1 Gamer. How's your throat? Second day of non-stop commentating. Yeah, my throat's actually not too bad. I did have a fair amount of green tea and honey and stuff like that. To make sure it was fine, and it is. Actually, the worst part is after I finished commentating and I went to go have my lunch, I accidentally bit my tongue, and my tongue's actually hurting more than my throat because I accidentally bit it. So yeah, my throat's pretty much fine. Yeah. So no issues from there, but we'll see. We'll see how another 9.5 hours affects my throat today. It should be okay though. Do you want to get into F1 someday? Yeah, I mean, it'd be fantastic to be a Formula One commentator. That would be absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Well, the FIA team boss threatened to remove team radios. Yeah, he did threaten to remove them, but after all, he didn't remove them. So I think we should still get the team radio message coming through. It's probably much more likely that they just haven't set up the system. We saw yesterday they hadn't set up the colours for the drivers, and then only about half an hour into the session were the colours set up. So yeah, after the colours finally did get it set up, then we got that. And then yeah, so maybe today we'll have the team radios being set up as well. Yeah. Good morning, grab a tea, stay hydrated. We'll want to see you all tomorrow as well. Yeah, we'll be commentating tomorrow for the for day 3 of preseason testing. It'll be nice and exciting. It's like you are on preseason testing as well, prepping for the whole season ahead. Yeah, I mean, I never really have to do 9.5 hours in a row. Probably over the course of an entire race weekend, I'll add up in total to about 9 hours or 10 hours. So yeah, I'm really going about 3 times beyond what I would normally do in a day in preseason testing, and that's exactly what the drivers are doing as well. Liam Lawson today is most likely going to hit 150 laps, which he will never do in a race distance because a race distance around Bahrain is 300 kilometers, and he's going to do 150 laps. That's going to be 3 times as much driving in a singular day. About endurance racing, is it confirmed that Max is pairing up with Alonso? I have not seen anything about that. I will, I'll have a look, but I personally am not too sure. Okie dokes. All right, 4 minutes till we get underway for preseason testing, folks. Let me know what you think is going to happen. We have got air temperature at 13.1 degrees, track temperature at 14.4. So, yeah, significantly lower track temperatures than we had yesterday. The wind is now coming from the easterly direction rather than from the north as it was yesterday. So that's also going to change the grip levels that the drivers have as they go through turn number 4 particularly. And turn number 9 and 10, they're going to have a bit of a tailwind, which isn't going to help them out whatsoever. So we shall see. Who was the flop and the star of testing? For me, Norris and Behrman, respectively. Yeah, Norris did a good job. I don't think he was, and Behrman was the star. I think you mean the other way around, but yeah. Oh, DRS disabled in zone 1. We've got double yellows. I'm sure that's just yeah, I'll just get fixed. There we go. They're just testing out the systems in place. Any comment on the team tyre selections? Only Haas and Aston have inters and wets. Well, if only Haas and Aston have the inters and wets, then that will really benefit them out. However, I don't think it is. They have said the track surface is slippery at a couple pits of the track. However, I don't know how wet the circuit really is. They've predicted a 90% chance of rain. However, I don't really know if that is going to be the case. Yeah, the circuit will be getting faster, of course. The tyres will have rubbered in the circuit, and that will help out with the whole, going faster and faster and getting more grip. But with such low track temperatures and with potential for rain, who knows what will happen. It was raining apparently earlier in the day, so the circuit might still be wet. Yeah. Nothing ever. Cheers, mate. Appreciate what you're doing. If not all, but most of us have learnt how to read the data from your screen. My friends prefer to watch live on F1 TV Pro, but I prefer to watch your data. Well, fair enough. Yeah, if you, well, I will let all of you know if there is a big discount on F1 TV Pro, then maybe you guys can go and go ahead and get that. But yeah, if you can watch it from the data, then why not? But yeah, we're only a minute and a half away from testing. We're going to just be looking out for the same kind of things, like which car looks a little bit more stable, which car is looking good on what tires, and it's just going to be long run testing really. The teams have done so many stints on those medium tires yesterday, the C3s, which were the most used tires in Formula 1 last year. And all they were doing were tweaking the setup ever so slightly, seeing how that affects tyre wear, seeing how that affects their pace, seeing what the driver says about that as well. And then after doing all of that, they will, and then they'll go back to the engineers and they'll be like, right, have a look at this data. What can we figure out from that? And then they'll call it a day, really. Yeah. What's your favorite road car? I don't know. I think the Ferrari SF90 looks pretty cool. But if we're talking about something realistic that I could probably actually get in my lifetime, I'd say one of the getting a Subaru would be pretty cool. Like one of those blue WRXs. Is it raining now? Not by the looks of it, no. But the circuit might be a little slippery, so I might actually take raining out of my title. But there we go. We've got a green light at the end of the pit lane. Lewis Hamilton and George Russell are making their way out. Did I just say Lewis Hamilton and George Russell? No, George Russell and Nico Hülkenberg. Once again, I've messed up Lewis Hamilton being in Mercedes. All right. But Russell and Hulkenberg make their way out. They're on a set of medium tyres, so even though it looked like it was raining this morning, clearly it hasn't affected the circuit too much, and the driver is still out on the mediums. All right. Yeah, we've got 700 people tuned into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, folks, be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel. And I look forward to commentating to you guys for the rest of the day. Yeah, it says a 90% chance of rain. I'm only gonna check. I'm gonna see it when I believe it. I'm gonna believe it when I see it. Sorry, because We did have a chance of rain yesterday. They were like, "Oh, rain arriving in 20 minutes," and I saw a total of 5 raindrops. So we'll we'll wait and see. Let's put that like target to 1,000. If we can hit 1,000 likes, that would be fantastic, folks. We've got Alpine coming out with an aero rake. I would have expected most of the aero rake testing to be done yesterday, but still, here we are. And Alpine are testing away with an aero rake on the back of hanging off the back of the rear of their car. And yeah. Is Alonso doing a full day or Lance? No, Alonso's. So Alonso's taking part in the driving in the morning, and Stroll taking part in the afternoon, just like it was yesterday. Yeah, Oscar Piastri's also got a pretty big aero rake. This one is not. This one's around the side pod area. Actually, it's not. Oh, he's got two. Actually, he's got one around the side pod area, one around the rear of the car as well. So they'll be comparing. They'll see. Oh, our data for the side pod might be accurate, but does that translate well to our to the rear of the car also being accurate? And they'll have two sets of data to analyze and then compare against each other, and then they'll be able to fine tune their simulations to make sure that it matches up with real life. Okay. Yeah. Once again, it looks like no team radios. I'm going to restart them, and maybe we'll get some messages coming through, but I don't think so. No, unfortunately, it looks like no team radios. Let me see. Yeah, no team radios coming through. Unfortunately, um, not much that we can do about that. Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, we've got a lot more drivers out on the track right out at the outset of the session. And it would be funny if the teams are boycotting the FIA by team radios. They're definitely not doing that. We know for a fact that the engineers are coming over the radio saying, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this, you need to do that. So yeah, there's no need to worry about that. But as you can see, Nico Hulkenberg top of the time. So we basically oh no, never mind. George Russell has just gone 2 seconds faster than him. And yeah, Piastri is doing some aero rake runs as well to get a look at the flow structure of the air around his car. Piastri has said rain on his visor. They say that they don't think the level of rain is going to increase. So Piastri has got rain on his visor, but apparently the level of rain is not going to increase any further. So it should be fine. There's only 18 drivers because what was I going to say? Oh yeah, because Albon and Verstappen will not be taking part today. They'll be driving tomorrow. Yeah. Nico Hulkenberg has got a wobbling DRS flap. When you open the DRS flap, it goes wide open. But Nico Hulkenberg's, instead of going wide open, is wobbling along as he drives along at 200, 300 kilometers an hour. And it looks like they are going to have to figure that one out. They have to stiffen up the suspension not the suspension actuator, the DRS actuator. Otherwise, that DRS flap is going to shake itself to pieces. And it's not a one-off thing. It's happened a couple of times now. And Nico Hulkenberg has been instructed to stop using DRS as he goes down the main straight, because otherwise, yeah, that rear wing is just going to tear itself apart. Not ideal. Is the evening going to go up in temperatures like for today? Oh, more raindrops on the cameras here. Piastri said he's got raindrops on his visor. We've got raindrops on the cameras. Is that a fire coming out of no, okay, it's not a fire. I just saw a little bit of orange on the back of Nico Hulkenberg's car. Oh no, there is. Wait, is there a brake fire on the back of Hulkenberg's car, or am I just seeing things? Wait, what? Is that the light or is that a brake fire? It looks like only one of the lights is working, or it's a brake fire. I genuinely cannot tell. Um, I mean, they would have brought him into the pits if he had a brake fire. Um, it's a little strange, but here we are. Um, Hello, Kiers. Nice to see you here. Um, and yeah, all right. Um, Okie doke, Nico Hulkenberg still lapping around though, and so is George Russell, and more raindrops on the cameras, folks. So yeah, that 90% chance of rain seems fairly accurate. However, the intensity of the rain was not written, and it seems like the rain is fairly unintense. Let's see what we can see from a couple of other camera angles. Is there much spray? Is there actually a significant amount of water on the track, or are the weather radars lying to us? We've got quite a few cars out on track though, and I guess if it was getting too heavy, they very quickly would have come back into the pits. So it seems to be all right for now, and the drivers are just continuing onwards with no sort of issues. Okie dokes. Yeah, folks. Right. What else is going on today? Yeah, a lot of drivers still just doing their install laps, checking everything is working as expected, and they'll be going out soon enough. JD, am I on chat? Yep, you are. People can see you. We're 8 minutes into testing. We've got 4 lap times on the leaderboard. Russell at top, Hulkenberg second, Lawson third, and Ocon in fourth place. Here we go. We're getting a bit of racing here. Lawson and Hamilton racing away. We're going to see quite a bit of that this season between the Red Bull and the Ferrari. I think they're going to be fairly equally matched for pace. And Hamilton now just following Liam Lawson, trying to get a bit of a gauge on how the performance is following another car. We saw a lot of this in 2022, where drivers would follow each other around and work out if the dirty air is actually helping, is actually reducing. Sorry, when the new regulations came in, were they actually helping the grip behind other cars, or was it just the same of the more dirty air issues? And very clearly, that helped out in 2022, and Hamilton can follow quite a bit closer than they previously could in years prior. Yeah, all right. What was I going to say? Haas and Inters have. Haas and Aston have Inters and wets. They're running hard to mediums. Yeah, it's not that wet. There were a couple of raindrops. Piastri was told over the radio that you're not. It's not going to rain any heavier than this, so don't worry about it. And that is how it works. No more rain, or not intense rain either. All right. Yeah, Ferrari's side pod is very very similar to Red Bull's side pod from last year. They have took a lot of inspiration, and maybe a bit of copying work has been done as well. But yeah, Ferrari's side pod, not the most innovative design, but definitely a quick design. If you looked at the Red Bull from last year, you'd know that for certain. Is the temperature going to go up in the evening? Most likely it will. If the sun comes out, then the temperature will go up. Currently, track temperature only 14.5 degrees. The sun is definitely not coming out. It looks very, very grey. But later in the day, who knows what's going to happen and what the weather radar is saying. We've got the V carb out in the hands of Yuki Tsunoda. Quite a few error rakes there. Them doing some more data analysis, checking everything is working out as well for them. They've got a lot of similarities now with the Red Bull team. They're in fact moving their factory from Bicester, which is where it currently is, to to Milton Keynes, which is where the Red Bull factory is, and they're going to be working a lot more closely with them, which will be interesting to say the least. We'll see how close and how quick that RB can be, because it's always been Red Bull the fast team, RB as always in the midfield, nowhere near competing for like the second fastest, third fastest, fourth fastest. But if they are closely working with Red Bull, then maybe maybe it turns out that their car will get faster and faster, and they could be competing for podiums as well. Yeah. All right. Hamilton is 2 purple sectors, green final sector, and puts himself up into second place, half a second back from George Russell. But look at that, he's on 21 lap old tyres, so clearly, still still a lot of lap time left on paper for Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, I am sponsored by F1 TV. So if you guys want to check out F1 TV, then go ahead and click the link in the description or in the pinned comment in the chat. F1 TV Pro will give you access to all of the team radios, all of the onboards, all of the live footage, and everything that you could possibly want for F1. You get everything behind the scenes, extra content, stuff from the archives, all of the races from the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. You get access to watch all of them, so go ahead and check that out. Okay. Yeah. So we've got Lewis Hamilton still lapping away, Esteban Ocon on a set of hard tyres, doing some more running, and Hamilton in fact goes top of the timings there. He has in fact slower than his personal best in the first and the second sectors, but he didn't mess up the last sector, went 8/10 quicker, and quicker than George Russell overall. Very nice. What is ST speed? ST speed is the speed through the speed trap. So the speed that the drivers will have as they approach turn number 1, that's where the speed trap is. Essentially just a speed camera saying how fast they're going, except of course they don't get a fine if they're going too fast. In fact, they get a round of applause from the fans for making a car that can go that quickly. All right. We got a lot of aero rakes. Haas have also got some aero rakes around their front, just behind their front wing and suspension arms, and a lot of these. You can tell how much effort, and how much money these teams have just by looking at their aero rakes. McLaren and Ferrari have such complicated aero rakes with such interesting geometries. Haas's just look more like a grid. Of course, they still perform the exact same function, but Ferrari can pick and choose exactly where they want to gather data, whereas Haas's just is in a grid, and they just take the data that they can get, and they match it up with the simulations as best as possible. Yeah. All right. 1,400 people. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. And we've got a lot of testing left for the rest of the day. Verstappen and Albon will not be taking part in today's session. They're just not going to be driving. So that's what's going on there. They'll be driving for tomorrow's session. We've just got Lawson driving for the entire day today, and Carlos Sainz driving for the entire day today as well. Everyone Gamer, who is your favourite driver this season? Once again, my favourite driver, Seb Vettel, but since he's no longer driving in Formula 1, I'm going to have to go with maybe Oscar Piastri or Fernando Alonso. Yeah. All right. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel. Hopefully we can get a couple more viewers tuning in and get our way closer to 1,000 likes. We got 3,000, not 3,000, we got 3 hours and 44 minutes left of the session. We're 15 minutes into testing, 6 lap times on the board, and Hamilton currently top of the times, but still not much to read into there. He's done that on an old set of medium tires, and they're in the 133s. Yesterday they were in the 131, so still 2 seconds off yesterday's fastest laps. All right. How do you feel about Stroll coming back for another year? I mean, it is what it is. Stroll was inevitably going to stay at the team because his dad owns the team, and there's not much you can really do about that. So, yeah. Does the FIA swearing rule even apply when they're driving? The FIA is listening to team radios. I'm not actually sure. I think it applies. I'm not 100% certain. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Once we get around to Australia and the team radios are actually working, what the FIA has to say about it and how they're gonna hand out fines. Because apparently it's like, it's so stupid. It's like if you swear 3 times, you get a race ban, or something like that. You get a race ban for like one race. And if you do the equivalent in terms of crashes, to get a race ban in terms of crashes, you literally have to drive into someone with like 100% intent of trying to take them out. Like we've seen prior, like Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hulkenberg, not Max Verstappen, loads of drivers be super aggressive with their defensive driving and stuff like that, and they will get maybe one, maybe two penalty points at max. So you've basically got to drive straight into another driver with no intent of stopping, and then you'll get a full race ban, or you can swear 3 times over the radio, and then you'll get a race ban. So the rules are so stupid, so inconsistent, like it makes no sense whatsoever. Like it makes sense, don't swear in the press conference. Even then, it doesn't really matter all that much if they are or if they're not swearing in the press conference. But that I think the press conference is fair enough. While they're driving the car, that rule should absolutely not be enforced because, there's absolutely no point to enforcing it. Yeah. Like, it makes no sense. The drivers swear 3 times and they get a race ban. The drivers attempt to literally kill another driver by driving into them, and then they get a race ban. And if they do anything short of attempting to kill another driver while driving, then they're not going to get a race ban. But if they swear, then they will. Like, it makes no sense. And the FIA is as stupid as they always are. Yeah. Okay, whereas Max is not taking part today. Max will be taking part for all of tomorrow. However, today he's going to be sat in the garage, just waiting, or probably he'll be doing some sim racing. Let's be honest, part-time sim racer, part-time Formula One world champion, and Max will probably be doing some sim racing or something, and he might actually be fine-tuning his setup for the drive tomorrow. He might get in the simulator, and then get in the simulator, fine tune his setup, change everything that he wants to change, and then go and get all of the test data that he wants tomorrow, and then be able to set some quali laps as well. That will be nice and exciting. You want to commentate? You will commentate on the first race. Yeah, I'll be commentating for the first practice sessions, first qualifying sessions, the race. I'll be doing everything. Why isn't he driving? Just Liam today, and tomorrow just Max. Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. When a driver goes into the gravel and gets stuck on a local racetrack, it's always referred to as Lance Stroll by now. Yeah. It is quite funny how Lance Stroll managed to crash on the formation lap and then managed to get stuck in the gravel and delay the entire start of the race. That was very, very funny. Right, what does sandbagging mean? Sandbagging means just purposely slowing down to not reveal how fast you are to the rest of the grid. Yeah. All right. Mechanics just strapping Fernando Alonso into the car now. They'll be putting the steering wheel on and putting in the hands device and everything, and then he'll be get ready to go racing very, 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 very shortly. He's currently sat in the pit lane, not done too many laps whatsoever. Not done any laps. Oh no, he's done 2 laps. But yeah. No, I like your channel. The other channel, the guy is funny with his French accent. Fair enough. Well, thanks very much. each team is allowed one car on testing, and so they only get one car per session. Yeah, that's exactly why we don't have 20 cars testing. We only have 10. 10 teams, 10 cars, and the drivers have to swap between sessions. Is the front wing flexing on some cars illegal? Yes. So what the FAO are doing is the rules are a little bit relaxed right now. However, there will be a rule change, and that'll be brought in at the Spanish Grand Prix. So a couple of races into the season, the rules will change, and the FIA will test. So essentially, what they do right now, they put a 50 kilogram force on the front wings, and then they say the front wing is allowed to like move by 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters, something like that. And then after the Spanish Grand Prix, what they're going to do is they're going to put a 100 kilogram force on the front wing, and they're going to say, oh, it can only deflect 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters. So they basically double the force and keep the deflection amount the same, or increase that very, very slightly. But they double the force requirement, and that's essentially saying the front wings have to be stiffer. And if they're stiffer, they're not going to be flexible. And if they're not flexible, then they're not going to be flexy wings, and the drivers and the teams aren't going to get the benefit of them moving about. All right. Have you spoke to any of the drivers on the phone or in person? No. I've got 100,000 subscribers, but I'm really not that famous. To be able to get on the phone with drivers and stuff like that. Yeah. How do you have so much free time? Well, I am currently skipping university. Skipping my university classes. Well, I mean, it's too early for university classes to start, but I am skipping them all day today, and that is why I can commentate all day. Yeah. And we do also have a break in lectures this week, so yeah. Okay. Why change the weight used in testing for the flex? Because if they increase the weight, and they say the wing has to only deflect 2 millimeters instead on a 100 kilogram force rather than a 50 kilogram force, then it just makes the wings stiffer. And if they're stiffer, then they're not going to flex and deflect while they're driving around as much as they currently are. Yeah, they changed the regulations of McLaren's Mini DRS at Singapore, but then they've also going to change the regulations even further for the front wings and the rear wings again at the Spanish Grand Prix this year. Yeah, it's going to take a while to get used to seeing Lewis in the Ferrari. In fact, I said it today. I said George Russell. Normally, there's two cars coming out the front, so I said, oh, George Russell and Lewis Hamilton coming out onto the circuit. When it wasn't George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, it was George Russell and Nico Hulkenberg. So, yeah, I saw two cars. The front car being George Russell. I just assumed the second car would be Lewis Hamilton behind him, but no. F1 gamer have to leave the live, but I've got French class now. Well, enjoy your French class. I hope to see you back here. Yeah. Oh, we've got some more Flovies on the Williams car here, and Liam Lawson just making his way out of the pit lane, and I don't think one of the Williams was looking when they were launching off. Sainz wasn't particularly paying attention to his mirrors, and Liam Lawson was steaming down the pit lane, while Sainz was making his way out of a practice start. So a little bit of a close call there, but the drivers are more than fine to just avoid that. All right. Who replaced Perez? Liam Lawson did. Liam Lawson is currently driving at Red Bull. He's currently driving all day today for Red Bull, and we'll see how that works out for him. Who do you want to get? Who do you want to see get a few podiums? I definitely want to see Antonelli and Lawson get some podiums. They're the rookies. For a fact that they're not going to be right on the pace from the start of the season. However, I do have some hope and some confidence that they'll be able to improve, and they'll be able to score some solid points going into the second part of the season. Right. Let's see. Who do you think will be the biggest rookie flop? I'm not actually sure. Um, I think all of the rookies have done well in their junior careers. It's not like anyone's standing out to be really bad. Like there was Nikita Mazepin. Like clearly he was never going to do well, but no, I think all of the rookies are fast drivers. The question is now how well can they adapt to Formula One, and that is a totally different set of challenges. There's one thing being a fast driver, and there's another thing adapting to being a very fast Formula One driver. Yuki Tsunoda came from Super Formula in Japan and was very very fast. But he had to change his whole approach to being in Formula One, and his whole approach to driving, and just his whole lifestyle, really, once he got to Formula One. Because I'm sure through a lot of these drivers, for their junior career, they didn't really have to put too much effort in. They sort of just coasted through because they just had the raw talent and the raw speed. And and then once you get to Formula One, suddenly you're not the best driver in the world on the grid, and you have to put in so much more effort to be able to get close to some of the other drivers. It really, you have to have that ability to change your mindset and not be the best person in the room, and you have to be able to put that effort in and consistently deliver. So if those drivers can do that, if Bortoleto, if Hadjar have the ability to continue working hard and change their mindset, work with the team, and I'm sure they'll be able to do well. All right, George Russell goes top of the times. He goes 1.7 seconds faster than Liam Lawson. Um, he's out on some fresh mediums. We've seen a lot of drivers do this. They come out on some fresh medium tyres. They do one lap to warm them up into temperature, one hot lap, and then they'll settle into their long run pace. Okay, let's see what else is going on? Yeah, just five drivers out on track, all lapping away. Alonso's out on some hard tyres as well. He's on the C2s. Hamilton on the C3s. Still 21 laps on those tyres. Um, done a particularly slow lap on the last lap. I think he's just cooling his tyres down. Might be coming into the pit soon enough. And yeah, Max is not driving today. He's going to be driving all day tomorrow. Liam Lawson is driving for all day today. And that is also why Alex Albon is not on the screen. Science is driving for all day today. Alex Albon is driving for all day tomorrow. Okie dokes. Yo, it's great to see you back streaming. Hello, Mr. Redmond. Nice to see you here as well. And yeah, I'll see you around. I'll be good for. I'm commentating for preseason testing tomorrow as well, and then I'll be doing the Australian Grand Prix as standard. Yeah. Hoping that this is not a glory run for George, but no, I don't think it's not really a glory run. He's just doing his he's just coming to the pits now, so he might have just got a front wing change on the front wing angle and stuff like that. But we've seen a lot of drivers do this. They go out, set a quick lap, and then they'll go out on their long runs. In fact, yeah, look at that. He's changed his. Has he changed his tires, or is he coming out on the same ones? It might be the same medium tires that are 2 laps old. Or 3 laps old now, and he's just doing changed his front wing angle and now going out for a long run. Yeah, Hamilton improves on his lap time. So does Alonso. So does Ocon. Everyone improving on their laps. Clearly, Ocon is running a heavy fuel run. Still, yeah, we saw Haas right at the bottom in the timings yesterday. Haas and Kick Sauber right at the bottom, but there's not too much to read into that, especially Haas. They were like 4 or 5 seconds off the pace. That's just because they were doing heavy fuel runs at the start, and we will see them do lighter and lighter fuel runs when we get to the end of towards the end of testing. Yeah, they're doing pit stop training for the teams as well. Fernando Alonso, he's just gets a bit of a snap as he comes out of turn number one, just getting a little bit early on the throttle, and getting on the throttle a little bit too much while he was steering as well, and the rear just stepped out a little bit. Of course, he's on those hard tires with a little bit of less grip compared to the mediums, so. And track temperature at 15 degrees, it must be a little bit difficult to keep up that rear keep up tire temperature in these tires, in the hard tire specifically. So that will be that might be a contributing factor as well. Okay. Other general things we can glean from preseason testing, so that we so it might be useful for fantasy F1. For fantasy F1, not really. You can have a look. Today is not going to be particularly useful. What is going to be useful for Fantasy F1? Look at the final 4 hours of testing tomorrow, and that will give you. That's when everyone will be doing their quali simulations, and that will give you some useful data on who's going to be reasonably quick in qualifying. And even for F1 Fantasy, I reckon a lot of F1 Fantasy. You obviously want Verstappen, you want Piastri, probably. Actually, yeah, we could actually have an F1 Fantasy League for the channel. That would be pretty cool. I don't know if any of you guys would be interested, but yeah. Hamilton is probably complaining about porpoising or something. I don't think so. He had porpoising issues yesterday, but he's just doing a hot lap and then a slow lap, a hot lap and then a slow lap. The same thing that Lawson and Russell are doing, except that Hamilton's doing it on very, very old tyres. Yeah. Good morning, MCG. Nice to see that you are here. What is F1 Fantasy? F1 Fantasy is well, I don't know if you guys know what fantasy football is. I'm guessing don't know, but you basically just pick 5 drivers for your team and a constructor, and based off that, you'll score points depending on how well your fantasy team does, and yeah, depending on how well your fantasy team does, you'll score points, and hopefully you score the most points out of anyone. So yeah, if you guys are interested in having a fantasy league set up, well, I can definitely set one up for the channel, and that'd be fantastic. Actually, it'll be good fun. So do let me know. All right, we're on board with Fernando Alonso. Oh, Fernando Alonso is not even on the C2s. Fernando Alonso is on the C1s, the hardest of Pirelli's range. They don't even use this tyre in the race here in Bahrain. They use the C2, C3, C4. So this tyre isn't even designed for the Bahrain circuit. It's not high energy enough. This tyre is much more used in Silverstone or in other high-speed circuits, probably like Suzuka as well. Oh no, there's no betting involved. You don't have to put any money down. It's just there's no money involved in F1 Fantasy. It's just you picking your own teams and just for the fun of my team happened to do the best this weekend. And that's about it. Yeah, so watching on board here with Fernando Alonso, he's 3 seconds off the pace compared to Russell, but his tyres are much, much worse compared to what Russell was driving with. You can see a little bit of understeer from the car, but that is to be expected when you are on such hard compound tyres. Alonso, they're managing to deal with it quite nicely and driving the car reasonably close to the limit, at least. And then, there he goes across the line, 3.7 seconds back from Russell's lap time. Hello, Stephen. Thank you for joining the channel member. Very much is appreciated. And helping out the channel. That's very nice of you. Hello, Kumud Kumar. Nice to see that you're here. Last year you got in one race last year you got minus 68 points. Yeah, I mean if all of the drivers that you have in your team DNF and stuff like that, and then they lose positions after qualifying, then you will lose a lot of points on the fantasy team. So we'll get that figured out, and we'll have a fantasy team going before the start of the Australian Grand Prix. Okay. Um, yeah. Fernando Alonso lapping around quite nicely. Seems fairly motivated still, driving around in Formula One. He's approaching, I think he's past 40. I don't actually know how old Fernando Alonso is, but definitely the oldest driver on the grid. And still motivated as ever. I'm sure he's going to looking forward to the fact that Adrian Newey will be designing his car for next year, and that will be very, very exciting for him to see. If he can get a car that is slightly faster than, well, not slightly faster, probably one of the fastest cars on the grid. That is what he's waiting for. Adrian Newey just to come in, tell the Aston Martin mechanics how it's done, and then go and win the rest of the season. That's the aim for Fernando Alonso. Yeah. Alright, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It definitely does help out the channel an enormous amount. And yeah, and I'll be commentating for the rest of the day. We'll have the remaining drivers that haven't set a lap time yet. There'll be or the drivers that don't have a tyre next to them on screen right now. They'll be driving in the afternoon session. No Max Verstappen, he'll be driving tomorrow, and no Alex Albon, he will also be driving tomorrow. F1 Gamer, did you stay up late or get up really early? I got up really early. I got up at 5:30 in the UK, and currently it is just past 7:30. So I've been up for 2 hours, but I've had a big coffee, so yeah, should be fine. Hello, F1 Gamer. What do you think about Ferrari not focusing on the future? They're going full-fledged for this year. They also changed pull push rod suspension while the other teams are balancing the car. No, I think Ferrari have made some changes over the winter break. But the thing is, you're not allowed to start development on the 2026 car until the season starts here. And if the season hasn't started here, then until this season starts, you're not allowed to start the development on next year's car. I'm pretty sure, or something along those lines. So, Ferrari will still be focusing quite heavily on next year's car. It's just that they have changed a little bit of this year's car, a little bit more radically than some of the teams. They're taking a bit of a gamble, and they hope to be the fastest team this season. And last year they did have the push rod suspension, which is aerodynamically worse. So now with the pull rod suspension, hopefully that helps them out. With a couple more changes, they changed their side pod more like Red Bull style, and that might also help them out. And so just a combination of things, really, helping trying to get them a combination of 2-3 factors that they're changing aerodynamically, hopefully to become the fastest team on the grid. And then once they're the fastest teams on the grid, they'll obviously be trying to win the championship. Alonso's 43 years old. Yeah, 43 years old. Wow. Okay. Hi man, love from India. Nice to see that you're here. All right. Look at the second set for Aston Martin. Better with a Red Bull with hard tyres. Looks nice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's Fernando Alonso driving. So when you're comparing Fernando Alonso to Liam Lawson, there's a lot more experience behind the wheel, and he makes it look easy. But I can assure you, driving that Aston Martin on those super hard C1 tyres is no easy feat. Okay. If the teams aren't aiming for the fastest times right now, what stats are most helpful to look at? Well, the most helpful stats to look at is the last lap time, and you just got to keep remembering. So whichever driver that is your favorite driver, you just keep looking at their last lap times and see how much fluctuation there is, how much worse they are getting. And from that, you can basically work out what their tyre wear is like, what sort of setup that they have, and that's about it, really. There's not really any stats that are particularly useful. It's a lot more like looking at the car and seeing how it's behaving, what the steering input from the drivers like. If they're doing a lot of stabbing at the wheel, if they have to do a lot of corrections, then you know that the car isn't stable as they would like. Yeah, there's not really stats that can tell you that. It's a lot more just looking at the cars. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much for tuning in, by the way. Very much do appreciate all of the support. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 likes. And also F1 TV Pro, if you guys are interested in getting that, then the full The link is in the description, or it's pinned message in the chat as well. Um, it is yeah, it's very nice to have. You get all of the footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios. Well, once the team radios start working, you'll get all of them, and very nice to have. So I'd recommend getting that. Okay. How many US dollars for the whole race? I think it is. I don't know how much it is per month, but I think it's 90 for the entire year. $90 for the entire year. So I guess you could divide that, work it out for how much it is for the entire month. But yeah, $90 for 24 races, so it works out to around I don't know how many dollars that is. Around 3 or 4. Yeah, around about three and a half, $4 per race. But if you watch pay per view, then we won't hear you. Well, a lot of people do have pay per view. They mute the pay per view and then watch me. They sync it up, and then they start watching. So you could do that if you would like. Okay. $378 per race. So it's not too bad really, and that's per race. If you include the qualifying and the practice sessions as well, then per session the price is pretty slim. So yeah, I would recommend getting it. I'd rather pay to watch you live than fair enough. I'm still not commentating, with all of the fancy stuff going on. Just doing it on YouTube. It'd be quite nice though, to commentate professionally. All right. Okie dokes. Yeah, track temperature slightly going up now. It doesn't look as grey as it did before, but the sun still has not come out, and we will. We won't be seeing much sun by the looks of it today. Track temperature is going to be hovering around 16 degrees. Once the sun sets, it will get much darker, and temperatures will drop even further. But air temperature 13 degrees, so 2 degrees colder than it was yesterday. Track temperature 16 degrees, which is about 8 or 9 degrees colder than it was yesterday. Yeah. Why are the ages messed up? The age is not how old the drivers are. The age is how old their tires are. Yeah. Um. Okie dokes. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton 0 years old. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. He was born to race, so clearly he can race at 0 years old. Yeah, $3.75 per race. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal whatsoever. So yeah, if you're interested, then go ahead and click the link, and I'd say it's well worth it. Yeah. Of course, I am sponsored by them, so I do have to tell you that. But I would still, I still use F1 TV, so yeah. All right. What else is going on today? Not much. Hamilton's still lapping away. He's on a fresh set of medium tyres now. Maybe we're going to see a hot lap from him here. He's got DRS wide open, so let's follow him down towards turn number 1. Very hard on the brakes as he makes his way through turn number 1 and rotates the car quite nicely through 2 and 3. Up the hill now towards turn number 4. He's got DRS wide open, 315 kilometers per hour through the speed traps. That's the fastest we've seen today, I think. And now he makes his way through turn number 4. Once again, the wind is coming from the north direction, so the drivers are going to struggle a little bit with the change of wind direction through turn number 4, but Hamilton seems to have dealt with it fine. Now through turn number 8, a bit of a downhill braking zone, and now turn number 9, the most difficult braking zone of the circuit. Rotates the car very nicely, does Hamilton, no locking up whatsoever, and the car looks fairly light on fuel as well, so Nice quick run here from Hamilton. DRS as he goes down the main straight. Sorry, not the main straight, the back straight. And now up towards turn number 11 and 12. The car looks as stable as ever. He's not going anywhere near the track limits edges, so he's not pushing all that hard, but he is purple in the middle sector, and is a tenth down on George Russell's time as of now. So if he nails this final sector, he will come across the line probably quicker than George Russell. He's on the C3s, and some fresh C3s. Did he make a little mistake going on the exit? I think a small little mistake, but it was still more than enough to get ahead of George Russell by 1/10 of a second. Is that 40% chance of rain still accurate? It was raining right at the start of the session, but it was only a couple of raindrops, and past that, the rain has gone away. So it did actually rain. So I guess it was accurate, except that it rained it rained a minuscule amount. Nobody even considered going out on intermediate tyres. Piastri did come over the radio to say, I can see raindrops on my visor. But past that, there was no further escalation onto intermediate tyres. What are those grills on the cars? Those grills are called aero rakes, and essentially what they do is there are a bunch of sensors that work out the air pressure at that specific point, and from that the teams can work out what the air is doing, which direction it's going, how quickly it's moving, and things like that. And then they check that with their CFD simulations, because in CFD they know the pressure and the velocity and everything about the air, like while the simulation is running. So then they check that with the CFD, and they're like, the CFD predicts just behind the side pod the air is going to be moving at 100 miles an hour, and it's going to have this air pressure. And then they have the sensor right behind the side pod, and then they check, how quickly is the air moving, what direction is it moving. And what they're hoping for is that their CFD and their real life and their real life car matches quite accurately. No more rain is coming, unfortunately. Yeah. Do you get a discount on F1 TV or for free for getting sponsored? No, I mean I couldn't even take advantage of a discount if I wanted to, because I already had the membership when they reached out to me. But I couldn't even get a discount code for you guys. I asked them for a discount code, to give to you guys, so you guys can get like 5 or 10% off. But they said we're not allowed to give away discount codes. So a little bit annoying, really. But if something can be done, then I'll definitely let you guys know. Okay. Yeah. Piastri and Sainz still yet to set some laps here. They've just been doing their install laps, coming back into the pits, install lap back into the pits. But it's not too big of an issue. Sainz will be driving all day, so the team's not going to waste about half an hour at the start of the afternoon session changing the seats, changing the pedals. They're just going to continue on. F1 game, any plans for a face reveal? Probably not. Unless I can get like a proper F1 driver, an ex F1 driver on my channel streaming with me. It's going to be quite unlikely that I do a face reveal. How are you? It's been a long time. Yeah, it has been a long time. Doing well. Yeah, my throat is fine. My tongue not so much, but we're coping along. Got through 50 minutes of testing so far, and we've been live for an hour and 20 minutes. Awesome. Did you invite Seb? Unfortunately, no. I couldn't get my hand on an email for Seb Vettel yet. Yeah. Could you explain why Piastri and Sainz don't have anything under a best lap? Yeah, it's because Piastri and Sainz, what they've done is they've gone out for an out lap, and then they've immediately just done an in lap and not actually crossed the start-finish line twice. Hamilton's purple in the middle sector. He's a tenth and a half up on his own time, and this is again another lap on those medium tyres. Gasly comes across the line up into third, and Hamilton, what can he do now? Out of the final corner, across the line he goes, and he's purple and he improves once again. Very nice. So 130.080. And he's going to be now trying to get into the 129s. But yeah, essentially what they've done is you a best lap for anything to come up on on the system as a best lap, you have to cross the start finish line on the main straight twice. Piastri and Sainz. In fact, Sainz has just done that now, but Piastri has crossed the start finish line in the pit lane, and then he's crossed it on the main straight one time, and then he crosses it on the main straight, and then crosses it in the pit lane again. So he hasn't actually done two times where he crosses it on the main straight in a row, and because of that, he is not yet got a best lap time. But yeah, very close to sub 130s, and I think he was really pushing. He lost a bit of the rear, I think, as he went through turn number 4, and once again kicked up a little bit of the gravel. I mean, that corner of gravel always get kicked up. Um, and yeah, the Ferrari tires looking slightly odd. I mean, they were bouncing around quite a bit still. A bit of porpoising, and we'll just have to wait and see how that goes for them. Are they allowed to use softs in these sessions, or are they just not bothered? Because no, they are allowed to use the softs, but they will be saving that for the end of day 3, mainly for the circuit being faster at the end of day 3. The drivers being much more, like used to the circuit, used to the car, so they can push all the way to the limit without risking crashing. Temperatures will be lower, so that means overheating issues are going to be a lot less. And also, just because they don't want to reveal their hand. Like, for example, let's say Aston Martin or have like some crazy new aerodynamic device that will get them 2/10 faster than everyone else. If they go out and set some soft laps right now and destroy the competition, like they set a 128 or something, then everyone's gonna be like, "What is Aston Martin doing?" Then they look at every single photo that they can get their hands on of the new Aston Martin car, and then they figure it out. Then the teams have much more time to develop and find out a replacement or a copy of the Aston Martin device, this hypothetical Aston Martin device that would bring them to the top of the pack. And yeah, essentially that's what's going to happen. So that's why they're going to wait right to the end of preseason testing, or they're just not even going to do it in preseason testing. They're just going to go straight to Australia and not show who is the quickest driver or who is the quickest team. Doesn't the Williams look promising and faster than last year? Yes, that is true. Williams have gone with the same chassis last year, so they haven't taken a different chassis. Of course, Williams did have a lot of chassis last year because they built so many up and then crashed so many of them. But yeah, so they have got a hugely modified chassis from last year. The same base, but pretty much everything around it has been modified. The gearbox from Mercedes is a different one. They've got totally different aerodynamic surfaces, a new cooling design, and yeah, that is what's gone on at Williams for the for over the winter break. So they are looking a lot better, and of course they do have Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz at the hands of the Williams. So they're much better drivers, really. I mean, Albon, of course, was there last year, but Sainz is definitely a lot more experienced than Colapinto and are definitely a lot more experienced than Logan Sargent. All right. Um, and that's the other thing. The teams don't have that many sets of soft tires. Like the track temperature is quite low, so right now would be a good time to go on the softs. But they just don't have as many soft tires as they would like, and because they don't have the soft tires, they aren't going to go out and do soft runs today. They're just going to wait till tomorrow, when they can get the most optimal soft runs. Yeah, Carlos Sainz across the line, second place for him, nicely done, and he's on a set of hard tires as well. So looking good for him. 4-lap old hard tyres, improves his middle sector, goes up into second place. Nicely done. What are your thoughts on Lawson being able to survive as Max Verstappen's teammate? Will he survive the pressure? Well, that's a tough question. If you look at the history, Max Verstappen sort of dethroned Daniel Ricciardo as the lead driver at Red Bull, then totally destroyed Gasly and Albon's career as soon as they joined the team. Sergio Perez didn't have much good luck either, and yeah, so all of Max Verstappen's teammates have not fared that well. I mean, it's a very similar story for Fernando Alonso. Alonso, when he, unless you were actually competing very well with Fernando Alonso, you were basically a number two driver. Like Hamilton and Alonso, a good pairing. And then apart from that, if you remember 2018 season, Alonso versus Stoffel Van Dorn, he came into Formula One, fantastic junior career, got out qualified by Alonso every single race weekend, and then never. Yeah, I got out qualified by Alonso every single race weekend, and then left Formula One and moved to Formula E. So Alonso has been a career destroyer in his time. Verstappen has been doing a very similar thing. So we'll just have to wait and see. Will Lawson have that raw championship pace and that capability to deliver under pressure, or will he not? And maybe he could, in the future, but he'll need at least 2 or 3 years to mature. So I think it wasn't the best idea to throw Lawson into Red Bull. But of course, the team politics at Red Bull and between Red Bull and Honda ended up and caused that to happen rather than Tsunoda. Tsunoda could have gone in there. And maybe he would have done better. I mean, on paper, he was quicker than Lawson. Of course, it looked like Lawson had a little bit more potential than Tsunoda, but you can't base everything off potential. You do also have to look at reality. Yeah. Is Lawson going to be driving both sessions? Yes, he is. Lawson is driving all day today, and Carlos Sainz is also driving all day, and that's why we've only got 18 drivers on the screen, not 20. Albon and Verstappen just don't even show up because they're not going to be driving. Any idea when the McLarens are going to come out? No idea really. Piastri seems to have been sat in the pits for quite a while. I mean, McLaren did this yesterday as well. Piastri was sat in the pits for ages, and so was Norris. And then they finally came out towards the end of the session. So, yeah, I don't know. They might be a while before the McLarens make their way out onto the track. Yeah, his neck will be sore tomorrow, but I guess what they're just doing is, because he drove yesterday morning, I think. Yeah, he drove yesterday morning. He had a bit of time to rest, and then he's just going to do the entire day today, which will probably come out to at least 2 race distances, more like 2.5 or 3. So they're just training his neck up fully, essentially. This one day, it's going to get very, very sore, and then after that, I guess he'll be much better off. I think that's Red Bull's thought process. You're gonna feel some pain today, and for the next 2 or 3 days with your neck being and feeling absolutely terrible. But then after that, you are going to you're gonna have a much stronger neck, and hopefully you'll be a better Formula One driver overall. Yeah. Oh, Ferrari! The Ferrari mechanics just putting some aerodynamic tape over the near Lewis's number, where the number 44 is. There's a bit of I don't know, like a panel, a bodywork panel that attaches to the car, so they can access the nose cone and the suspension arms and stuff like that. And well, that's got a little bit of it's not totally perfectly sealed to the rest of the bodywork panel, so they're just putting some aerodynamic tape to seal that up, reduce drag, hopefully just make the car that tiny little bit more efficient. What's the benefits of staying in the pit so long? Well, the other thing is they don't have that many tires. If they had unlimited tires, I'm sure you'd see a lot more running. But they only do have a limited set of tires, so they can't. They have to be very careful and careful with their run plans and say, oh, we're going to go out on these tires for this long, these tires for this long, and that's it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. Definitely does help out the channel. Hopefully, we can carry on getting a couple more viewers, and we can make our way towards 1,000 likes. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. All right. Track conditions are better this year compared to last year. Track temperatures are a lot lower, but the lap times are a 1:30.1, which is Lewis Hamilton has set the best lap time that we had last year. Charles Leclerc set a lap time just like that, except that I think he must have set it on soft tires, and he also did it in Yeah, he did it in similar sort of track conditions. But yeah, Hamilton's done that on a set of C3s, and he's not even pushing that hard today. So the cars have definitely got a significant chunk quicker than they were last year. I mean, that is the point, of course, of Formula One, to be constantly improving. So it's good that the tires have done that. Not the tires, the cars. What do you think about Williams? Well, Williams are on an upward trajectory. I think they're going to do well this season with two experienced drivers like Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon. I think they will develop the car properly and end up doing quite well. I just think McLaren's waiting for the fastest times just to beat them at the end. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Piastri will go out and set his own lap times, and he can just set a super fast lap time, and nobody's going to really beat that. And Norris will do the same. Like, they can drive around all session and then just come in for the last 10 minutes, put on a fresh set of mediums, and go out and set a quick lap if they like. But I don't think that is their aim. Um, Will Max Verstappen win the championship for the drivers, make him a five-time world champion? Well, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing for certain: that is going to be a lot harder to win the championship this year for Max than it was last year. Winning the first 8 out of the 10 races, um, was a huge bonus for Max, and that is partly the reason why. Not partly, that is definitely the reason why he won the championship last year. Of course, he did have fantastic driving in the second half of the season as well, but you do have to take that into account. He had a very dominant car at the start of the season, and I don't think that is going to be the case this season. So if he's going to win the championship, it's just going to have to be through absolute determination at every single race weekend, pulling out the absolute maximum from that Red Bull, and then hopefully managing to be quicker than the Ferraris, the Mercs, and the McLarens. 4 teams for the competition. It'll be very exciting. Albon's not taking part today. Albon will be racing tomorrow. Sainz is driving for all day today, and so is Liam Lawson, and Verstappen and Albon will be driving for all day tomorrow. Um, yeah, Max has to work harder this year and sweat more to win the races. Yeah, he's got to try a lot harder than he had to do, at least for the final couple of in the first couple of races he did last year. He didn't have to try all that hard and still managed to score a whole load of points. This year, though, it's going to be a big uphill battle if he wants to win every single race like he did last year. I don't even think that'll be possible. Really, there'll be McLaren, Mercedes, and Ferrari hot on his heels, or they'll just be ahead of him. So we will have to wait and see. McLaren always send Oscar out dead last. Yeah, I mean, if you watch yesterday's stream as well, McLaren were just sat in the pits for absolutely ages before they sent Oscar Piastri out. So not too much to worry about there. They will send him out eventually. I don't know why Russell says that he's stopped, but yeah, he's carrying on the circuit. Very nice. Okay. What time is it in Bahrain? It is 11 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. F1 racer, how do you think Charles will do this year? Well, I think Charles will definitely beat Hamilton in the first couple of races of the season. I'm not sure about the remaining races of the season, but for the first couple, he'll definitely be beating Hamilton. And then if the Ferrari's good, then he'll be competing for the championship. So, and it'll be his first serious championship contention in a very long time. Well, not in a very long time, his first one. And the first one for Ferrari in a very long time as well. So they are going to have to get ready for a very tight championship battle. They're all saving fuels on tyres and having Pepsi and Cola in the pits. Yeah, well, they're saving tires mainly. They have so much fuel. There's no limit on fuel. They can just fly more out into the circuit. But yeah, the main issue is tires, and they are saving a lot of tires by just sitting in the pits. Have you seen the clips of the McLaren garage crew hiding the car with the bodies and pushing the cameramen away? That could explain why they barely went on the track yesterday. No, they did. They did go on the track yesterday. I think they did. I think 60 or so laps with Oscar Piastri and 70 or so laps with Lando Norris. Yeah, they were hiding away because they may have something special that they want the camera that they don't want the cameramen to see. That you can't really see from a distance. You can only really see from close in. So maybe that's what it is. But the teams always have the level of secrecy. They always, whenever there's any sort of crash or they're taking parts off their engine covers or anything like that, they block they block everything up. Charles Leclerc. Piastri is finally making his way out of the garage. He just leaves the pit lane now, and he'll be on his way. On his way towards the pit lane exit, and we'll see a couple of laps from him soon enough. There's only 18 drivers because Verstappen and Albon will be driving tomorrow. Yeah. All right, we've got 2,000 people tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you guys would like to let me know where you are from in the world, that'd be fantastic. I think yesterday we had people from all over the world, but maybe we'll have a pretty similar distribution. But it is quite early, so it might depend on time zones. You know, like if it is 4 a.m. in LA or something. It's probably 4 a.m. in New York, so we're probably not going to have that many people from. It's midnight in LA. 2 a.m. in Austin, 4 a.m. in New York. So yeah, we're not going to have that many people from America, I don't think. Any particular reason why they're not driving today? No, it's just the teams want to do a full day split rather than a half day split. So normally all of the other teams are doing half days. The drivers will swap at the afternoon session. But Sainz and Albon, both full-time Formula One drivers, they've been driving for quite a while. So their necks will be able to take driving 150 laps in a day, whereas a lot of the teams with the rookies, their necks won't be able to drive 100. They won't be able to cope with driving 150 laps in a day. So that's why they're doing the half-day splits. Apart from Lawson, Red Bull are just like, right, we're going to throw you right into the deep end. You're going to do 150 laps a day, and your neck is going to be super sore tomorrow. A lot of people from Australia. I think the time zones line up quite nicely. And then, of course, Singapore, Malaysia, New Zealand, Cape Town. Sacrificing the sleep schedule on this one, I've definitely been sacrificing the sleep schedule. When you're on your phone and you set an alarm for the next day, and it tells you like, oh yeah, the alarm is set in however hours and however many minutes from now. Like I set my alarm yesterday, and it was like, oh yeah, your alarm is set for 6 hours from now. I'm like, brilliant, 6 hours of sleep, fantastic. 6 hours isn't that bad, but it could definitely be worse. Still not ideal if you've had 6 hours sleep, probably about 3 or 4 days in a row. So, Oh, we've got people from Slovakia, Guyana. Nice to see. Finland, Midnight in California. Procrastinating studying for this. I would agree with that. You should always procrastinate studying. I do a lot of that in my in university. All right. Sainz purple in the first sector, and then clearly had backed out gone on a different lap. But Sainz only a tenth back from Lewis Hamilton, and Sainz is on hard tyres. Hamilton did his lap on mediums, so looking good there, Carlos Sainz in the Williams. I'm telling you, Sainz can put the Williams in P4. Well, maybe he can. Maybe Williams has been designing a good car all along, and Logan Sargent, Colapinto, and Albon were the limiting factor. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see till we get to Q1 in Australia. All right. Very nice. A lot of people from Finland as well. California, you have faith in the smooth operator. I would say definitely do. Definitely. I would also have faith in the smooth operator. No, Colapinto did do very well. But if he did well compared to Alex Albon, and if we hypothetically imagine, I'm not saying this is true, but if we hypothetically imagine Alex Albon is very slow, and we couldn't tell because he never had a quick teammate, then Colapinto might also be very slow, but we never know. We'll find out. We'll get a true comparison for Alex Albon. For quite a while now, after he left Red Bull, he hasn't really had a good comparison for his teammate. So we know Carlos Sainz is a quick driver, one of the best, in fact. Piastri has quite a big moment going into turn number 11. He turns in while braking over the curbs. I think that's just a slight mistake there. He was over the white line. And Albon did, and Carlos Sainz did the same actually. Carlos Sainz and Piastri making the exact same mistake. That makes me think there's a little bit of oil or something all over the curb that's caused them to lose grip, because both drivers did the exact same thing once they were going into turn number 11. Very strange. Finland is a motorsport country, a lot of flying Finns, and also in rallying. Yeah, rallying is quite big in Finland, isn't it? And of course, we have Kimi Räikkönen and Valtteri Bottas from Finland. Yeah. For the midfield teams, who do you think will try for a great performance this year, and who will focus on 2026? I think Williams are going to focus a lot on 2026. Actually, in all of the midfield teams, they don't really have that much to lose. Now, the thing is, in the championship, in the Constructors' Championship, between getting fourth place, no, between getting say sixth place and seventh place, there's quite a big difference in prize money, and there's not that big of a difference in points. So some teams will opt to continue their upgrades for 2025 in later on into the season, but most of the teams will just switch all development focus to 2026, because that's when you could get a huge step up theoretically. Like on paper, Haas or Sauber or Alpine could make a huge leap, and they could be the fastest team in 2026. So it's much better sort of thinking the long term rather than making sure that you score, an extra 10 points this season and get sixth place instead of seventh place in the constructors, and that'll get you maybe an extra 2 or 3 or 4 million euros. But then the downside of that would be that you are potentially one of the slowest teams in 2026, which would not be ideal whatsoever. All right, Sonoda's apparently starting a push lap. I don't think so. He's not using DRS coming down the main straight. So he's probably just doing a long fuel run. What is the Audi project team called this year? It's still called Kick Sauber. Audi are going to take over at the end of this season. So yeah, Audi still yet to take over the team, and as of now, it's still called Stake F1 or Stake Sauber F1 team or something along those lines. Yeah. Okay. I think Williams might try really hard this year not to lose Sainz. Yeah, I mean, if Williams can show that they're on an upwards trajectory, I think Sainz will have no issue staying at the team. But Sainz also knows that he is one of the quickest drivers on the grid, and there will be other teams that are looking for him. So yeah, Williams will have to do his best, give him a lot of promises, and show that they can actually deliver on those promises as well, because a lot of drivers get told promises. When Daniel Ricciardo went to Renault, he was told, "Oh yes, this team is going to become a top team, and we've got a 5-year plan, and after 5 years, we're going to be one of the fastest teams on the grid." That never worked out. Alonso was told that Alpine was going to be one of the best teams on the grid. Never worked out. Vettel was told Aston Martin was going to be right there at the top, and they were at a certain point. When they were the racing points that were basically the pink Mercedes, they were there right at the top, or very close to it. And then you had Fernando Alonso, who was told Aston Martin was going to be one of the fastest teams. They're going to have so many engineers, so much money. Alonso, now, he does still have hope. Of course, Adrian Newey has now joined the team, so I think that's a big boost in morale and hope for 2026. But a lot of drivers get told promises like, "Oh yes, we're going to be the fastest team on the grid. Don't you worry." Except that everyone up and down the grid is saying that, and they've all been saying that since the start of Formula One. The question is, who do you believe? Yeah. What is your? How much money do they get for the race today and win for number one testing? They don't get any money. The money is only distributed right at the end of the season, in the prize money fund. The prize money fund at the end of the season for the constructors and the drivers championship. There's no money given per race or anything like that from the FIA. We've got no team radio, unfortunately. I just don't think they've set the systems up for the team radio. Normally they are set up. I remember last year's preseason testing; it was set up, but for whatever reason, it is not today. It's not been It's not been set up yesterday or today. Did Ferrari solve yesterday's unstable air problem? Yeah, they have. They have got close to solving it. It's not totally fixed just yet, but they will have it fixed soon enough. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, we got 500 likes. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. We've got one of the Ferraris making their way back out. Sonoda's coming out onto the circuit as well. So go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't already, folks. We've got 2,300 people watching the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much is appreciated. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage as well. I'll be commentating for all of tomorrow, and of course the whole Australian Grand Prix as well. So hope to see you guys there. Alrighty. Lewis Hamilton making his way out onto the circuit, and Yuki Tsunoda as well. Very nice. Did you know Nelson Piquet is F1 driver? His daughter is going out with Max. Yeah, I knew that. And in fact, I told this to the people that were watching yesterday. That Max and his girlfriend or his wife are having a baby. And in the baby announcement photo, Max Verstappen was still wearing a Red Bull T-shirt. So yeah, Max Verstappen will you'll never see Max not in a Red Bull T-shirt. He's either in a Red Bull T-shirt, a Red Bull cap, a race suit, or an actual suit to collect his championship at the FIA prize giving event. Yeah. Preseason testing, how many days? There is 3 days of preseason testing. Today, of course, is the second day, as it says in the title of the stream. All right. Oh, I'm just gonna have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, why is there still so much water on this camera? I don't think it is raining, but obviously this camera has not been cleaned because no one else is reporting on rain. But this one camera has got loads of raindrops all over it. Yeah. Something else to take into account with a lot of these drivers switching teams. For example, Carlos Sainz switching from Ferrari to Williams, Hamilton switching from Mercedes to Ferrari. These drivers will have totally new power units that they'll have to learn all of the engine maps for. They'll have to learn all the settings on how to start up the car. A lot of this stuff will get transferred over. Of course, Hamilton will ask Ferrari to modify the software on his steering wheel. So the start procedure is very similar to what the start procedure on the Mercedes is. And all of the buttons on the steering wheel are in the same place and things like that, to make sure that he can just focus on the driving really. Because if he is sort of, if he has to think, oh, I need to change this setting, so how do I remember what to do? How do I modify this setting? And then how do I confirm all of the options? It's a mental load that he really requires to actually focus on driving, not focus on whatever else is going on in. So yeah, if he can focus better on driving, then that will help him out. So the team goes to quite a long lengths to make the transition from another team quite easy, and they modify a lot of the system software on the steering wheel to make turning off some sensors, changing the engine mapping, changing the brake balance as similar as possible to as it was in the Mercedes. And Williams will have done the same. They will have accommodated Carlos Sainz having being used to the Ferrari engine in the Ferrari car, of course, and the Ferrari's way of dealing with stuff on the steering wheel, and they would have modified some stuff to allow him to fit into the car nicely and not have to think too much about, oh, how do I change this setting, how do I change that setting. Piastri has just come out of the circuit and then come right back in, and still has not come out for a full lap yet, and we are 1 hour and 30 minutes into testing. All right. Okie dokes. Yeah, what else is going on? Not too much, really. Not too much. Which car on average is the fastest? Well, if you look at the lap times, Hamilton looks to be the fastest, but we don't really know what fuel loads are on, what setup they were using. So, yeah, for now, we'll just have to wait till testing tomorrow. All right. Also, folks, if you are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, link is in the description. You get all of the footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios, and also all of the historic races. So anything that you could want as a Formula 1 fan, it's all available there. So yeah, go ahead and check that out if you would like. The Ferrari does look a lot better in natural light compared to the F175 show in the renders. Yeah, it does look better, but still the HP logo needs to go. HP have two different logos, one with the whole blue thing going on, and just one with a simple sort of black logo. So if they just use that one instead, rather than the horrible blue one, then that would be fantastic. But yeah, I don't think they are going to do that. Okay, yeah, March 15th can't come any sooner. I can't wait. Yeah, exactly. 2 weeks away is the first race of the season. And then we'll have, we'll have practice, we'll have quali, and then we'll have the race. It will be very, very exciting indeed. What is the difference between tomorrow's testing and today's testing? Most likely tomorrow the teams will do their soft tyre runs. I think today we'll see some soft tyre runs from Lawson and from Sainz, since they won't be driving tomorrow. But apart from that, everyone else will probably just continue on with the standard, oh, let's go out on some medium tyres for a little bit and do about 15 laps and then come in and change the setup and repeat and rinse and repeat and rinse and repeat. But yeah, Lawson and Sainz might do some soft tyre runs, give us a glimpse of the pace of the Williams and the Red Bull, and then everyone tomorrow will do the soft tyre runs either in the morning or in the afternoon, and that will be a lot more exciting to watch. All right. Yeah, yesterday the session was stopped because of a major power outage. It was there was a power cut in just around the circuit, and all the pit lane lights were off, all of the floodlights were off, the transmission systems between all of the transmission systems between all of the the FIA and the race control and all of the boards around the screen, like the yellow flag boards, the blue flag boards, the red flag boards, all of those, those all stopped working. So they had to red flag the entire session. They told the marshals over, as I presume radio or something, to red flag the session, and then all the cars came in. We had about an hour's delay till they managed to get the electricity working again, and then they sent, and then we had an extra hour at the end of testing that day, just to make up for lost time. What happens when the drivers do laps and then go back into the pits? Do they leave the car? Sometimes they sit in the car, they analyse the data. Most of the time, they do get out the car though, and they are talking to their engineers and explaining what the car is doing exactly, before they make their way back out again. Yeah. Yeah, yes, there was a blackout today. We're getting a bit of rain. Very strange indeed, to be honest. Very, very strange. Wasn't typically expecting rain in Bahrain, but rain in Bahrain. Um, that well, I mean, Bahrain has got the word rain in it. But yeah, um, not the most expected thing in the world, to be honest. Okay, yeah. Fernando Alonso's car is up on stilts. They're modifying some stuff on the front suspension by the looks of it, and changing some stuff under the car as well. They'll be sending him out probably in about 15, 20 minutes. It's going to take a while to get everything put back together. Um, and then they're going to have to take off the nose cone and change the steering wheel not the steering wheel, the brake and the accelerator pedals for Lance Stroll as well, after the afternoon session, after the lunch break, sorry. Bahrain is in Saudi, isn't it? No, Bahrain is its own country. And inside Bahrain there is Sakir, where um, they are racing. So yeah, that is. But I'm sure Bahrain also has quite a bit of oil as well. Um, yeah, that's what I made a comment yesterday. I mean, like, they have all the oil in the world. How have they managed to get a power cut? But of course, that those things aren't particularly related. I think the energy grid is a quite complicated system. Um, Yeah. Oh, no one out on track. Pretty standard stuff really for an F1 test session. Everyone's sat in the pit lane just waiting for the time to tick down. They should probably compress it down. They should probably just do 2 days of testing, because given the amount of time the drivers just sit in the garage, they might as well just do 2 days of testing. I'd say maybe after a big regulation change, you can give them 3 days, 4 days. But for most of the time, they're just sat in the garage not doing anything. So you could probably just give them two and they'll be fine. So they can make changes to the suspension, etc. In the pits. Do they all have to um, apply more FOVs and stuff? Yeah, they'll just come into the pits and do whatever changes they are that they want to do. Um, oh, have they stopped because it's raining? Because there's more raindrops on the camera. Um, I mean, I just think there's this one camera that hasn't been cleaned, to clean the raindrops off from earlier in the day. I don't think it actually is raining. Um, but if it is raining, then that makes sense why everyone's sat in the pits. Oh no, the another camera has got rain all over it, and someone's wearing a hood as well. No way, it's actually raining. Yeah, two people with hoods on now, but still can't really see the raindrops. Like, they will be very, very small. Um, I think some of the mechanics are just stood outside, just analysing the level of rain. Ocon's out, also outside the pit box, outside the garage, just seeing what's going on. Interesting. It would be brilliant to bring out the intermediates. I don't think everyone has intermediates, but yeah. Oh, it is raining. It is raining in Bahrain, folks. Um, Rain in Bahrain, and that's why everyone is sat in the pits. Ooh, Bahrain, yeah, for sure. Interesting one. Um, yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can get at least the Astons or the Hasses. Those drivers, those teams do have some intermediate tires and some wet tires, so it would be it'd be quite nice to see them go out on those. But who knows? Mm. Yeah, everyone now is just waiting for the rain to go away. Except the problem is the rain will fall. It will sit on the circuit until it evaporates, and it's not going to evaporate particularly quickly, given that it's not sunny and there isn't that much wind either. The wind has died down a little bit, 4.7 kilometers per hour, um, and yeah, it is indeed raining. Um, Wow, so even less testing than normal. Normally they're just sat in the garage. At least one of the teams is out on the track. But since it's raining, and most of the teams don't even have wet tires, they're just like, oh, well, I guess we'll just have to sit in the pits. How long before this testing wraps up today? Well, there's 2.5 hours left of this test session. Then there's a 1 hour lunch, and then there's 4 hours of testing after that. So 7.5 hours left. Yeah. All right. Um. Yeah. Everyone all just sat in the garage now. We can run through a little bit of the news and what the drivers said yesterday, what they thought was good, what they thought was bad. Um, all right. Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll get all the news up. All right. So Hamilton says that he has an incredible feeling driving the Ferrari in pre-season testing. Of course, Hamilton, we know a little. He is very, very PR trained, so he's going to say all the good stuff. And if there even is any bad stuff, he's not particularly going to say it until he hits qualifying at Melbourne. But he says feel good to be back on track. It's always so. This is a direct quote from Hamilton here. It's always positive to have a smooth session without anything unexpected happening in terms of your run plan. Although of course it's still too early to come to any conclusions about our performance. We're going to analyze our data from today, make use of what we can learn tonight, and we will start work again tomorrow. So yeah, just very meticulous preparation from Ferrari and from Hamilton, and he's going to be planning away. And soon enough, the team will have some good. We'll have some news, and they'll figure out whether they're going to be the fastest or not. Verstappen describes only good surprises from Red Bull. As he reflects on day one of testing. So that's good news for Max Verstappen. He said, from the driving I did today, everything felt good and only good surprises, which was good. We don't know the pace, but everything is working well and the car is doing what I want it to do. It's all in control, and that's what we can hope for to start off testing. So how much is it raining? Is it looking like inter conditions or wet or none? No, they could probably still just go out on the slicks. They'll have to drive around a little slower. But it is just tiny little raindrops, which will mess up all of their data because the grip levels will be totally different. And that's probably why they're not going to go out, just because it's not part of their run plan. But I would quite like to see what is it? Aston and Haas are the two teams that apparently have inters and wets. and it'll be quite nice to see them go out. Yeah, Verstappen's not on the name list. Yeah, Verstappen is not driving today. He's going to be driving all of tomorrow. Liam Lawson is driving for all of today, and that's why Verstappen is not on the name list. Yeah. Okie dokes. All of the rookies had quite a nice day out yesterday. All got to drive the car. And we had Anthony said it's a good first morning in the car, good session, and he enjoyed getting behind the wheel of the W16, and sticking to the program, getting everything done, which is quite nice. And there's still a lot of work left to do for all of the teams. Really, one day of testing is definitely not enough. Yeah, thanks for the team. Just was good to be here. Time for bed. Yeah, see you around. See you around. And yeah, 2 hours 24 minutes left of the session. Jack Doohan was quite happy as well. He completed 68 laps in yesterday's morning session. Had a bunch of different setups to try, a bunch of different compounds, and he was quite enjoying the test. And he'll be driving the afternoon session today. Hadjar had some good fun. So did Bortoletto. All of the drivers did enjoy what they were doing. So I think that's fantastic. What's happening? Are they taking a break? No, it's currently raining, so they have paused all of their run plans because of the rain. Yeah. They're not going to. I don't think they'll add on an extra hour of testing just because of the rain. Because the teams are more than willing. They could go out and do some testing in the rain. They just don't want to. I mean, they should really. They should send out Ocon and Alonso in wet conditions. If I was an F1 driver, I'd be like, bro, send me out on some inters. I want to go see what this is like. But of course, I'm not an F1 driver. And even if Alonso wants to, the whole team sort of has to agree to it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. What are your guys' predictions? What do you think is going to happen? Will we see any cars coming out in wet conditions or not? Yeah, it is a little bit too risky if we're being honest. They've only got one car. If they do crash, they're going to have to repair everything. But also, in the hands of Fernando Alonso, it's not going to be that risky, surely. Sending out Alonso on some wets, I doubt he's gonna bin the car. I'm sure he'll be very careful about the whole situation. Any chance the rain will mess up the sensors or something like that? That's why they're avoiding going out, even if they have into the wets. No, the sensors aren't particularly affected by the rain. Yeah, a lot of the sensors. I mean, some of the temperature sensors, of course, if you have a drop of water fall on the temperature sensor and it's obviously rainwater, it's gonna give a wrong temperature reading. But it doesn't mess any of the sensors up in the long term. As soon as the rain is gone, the sensors will be back to normal again. All right. If it's raining, the driver should do a sprint or a race on foot to see who gets first, second, and third. Well, I don't think first, second, and third really matters in testing. One of the drivers. Ocon sat in the garage. Not Sackett sat in the garage. Ocon sat in the car. And it looks like they're about to send him out. The car's not up on stilts or anything. They just have to take the tyre warmers off. They're waiting for the green signal. And then Esteban Ocon might be on his way out. We might actually see some running here. Ocon does have intermediate tyres, and they're getting ready now. They're going to take his car, put it onto the ground, and soon enough they're going to. Oh, here we go. What is it? Is it Inters? Or is it? It is intermediate tyres by the looks of it. Yeah, they've got intermediate tyres on Esteban Ocon's car. Let's go, and we'll have a look. We'll see what this looks like. Very nice. Thumbs up, and tyre warmers off. Engine is revving, and Esteban Ocon makes his way out onto the circuit. Woohoo! Hopefully, he just doesn't do like a lap out and then a lap back in. It would actually be quite nice to see him, do around 10 or so laps. That would be brilliant. Right, so he's sat there on the pit lane entry, building up the revs, and he gets it in the correct window, turns on another clutch setting, releases the clutch slowly, tries to minimize his wheel spin, does so very nicely, and now heads towards turn number 1. We're watching with him on board very, very slowly on the brakes, very, very careful. He's turned it onto mode push, so it looks like he will actually be driving fairly quickly, probably on the next lap. But for now, he's just going to drive around, get a feel for the conditions, see what the grip levels are like, because he does not want to crash that car. Especially, he's going to stay very far away from the white lines. Normally, the drivers are driving all around the white line and all over it, but not in these conditions. The grip levels on the white lines are terrible in wet conditions, and the curbs as well. They are very, very dangerous. So Ocon firmly staying within the middle of the track on the tarmac, and he'll just be driving around, getting some information. All right, now heading towards turn number 10, but at a very, very casual pace, no locking up whatsoever, and he is once again back onto the traction. He can use DRS. Technically, the rules, of course, when it's wet, you're not allowed to use DRS, but because it's testing, you can do whatever you want, and the FIA isn't going to say a word. And Esteban Ocon is lapping around. He didn't use DRS, obviously. Just as a safety precaution, he's not going to really use DRS. But now, as he's heading towards turn number 14, please don't come into the pits. Come on, give us a push lap, Esteban Ocon. Otherwise, what's the point of doing? Not even one full lap. You exit the pit lane and you only do you do 3/4 of a lap, or 90% of a lap. But it's not good enough. Don't pull into the pit lane, Ocon. Don't. Oh man, he's just pulled into the pit lane. Well, I guess one lap is better than no laps, but I think the main thing that they were looking for was the start of slightly wet conditions. What they wanted to do was just analyse what the clutch performance was like in these slightly wet conditions, and that was it. Oh no, Ocon has just driven straight through the pit lane. He's going to leave again. I've just been totally sent. Ocon has driven to the end of the pit lane and is now doing another practice start. The whole purpose was to just do practice starts. I think they want to dial in those clutch settings. So because of that, Ocon is he's gone to the end of the pit lane, set up the race start procedure again, and then he's done another practice start. Because obviously you're not allowed to stop on the side of the circuit to do a practice start. Even though there's nobody on the circuit, it's still not allowed. So he's just driven through the pit lane, done another practice start, and he's just going to be driving around a bit. There's really not too much spray. The circuit is not all that wet. I'm sure if it was an actual race, the drivers would still be dancing around on slick tyres, hoping that the rain would stop. It's like you can see absolutely no spray coming off the back of Esteban Ocon's car. What would be the penalty if he stopped on the grid? 5-second penalty for Ocon. No. I don't know. I think the FIA would have. I don't know what the rule book would say actually. Given that it's testing, I'm not sure the normal rules would apply, but obviously it's not safe to just stop on the side of the track unless you actually have an issue. So who knows? Who knows what the FIA will do? And as we know, the FIA is always inconsistent, so they'll just do whatever they want. So he's mainly just practicing starts and testing out wet conditions. Yeah, he's just testing out the wet conditions. It's not really even that wet, but he's on the intermediate tyres. And he's testing out damp conditions, really. Because it's one of those where he might even come in and put on some slick tyres and then compare what his start was like on slicks to the wets and see, do I lose traction? Do I gain traction? Am I quicker? Am I slower? And from that, the team can figure out some stuff. And for example, you get to say Austria, and it's just been raining ever so slightly before the start of the race. You know that the rain's going to stop. So do you want to start the race on the slicks? Do you want to start the race on the inters? Can you afford to start the race on the inters? Yeah, let's wait and see. So Esteban Ocon, once again, he enters the pit lane. Is he now going to pull into the garage, or is he just going to go and do another practice start? It doesn't look like any of the Haas mechanics are waiting for him. So yeah, he just continues on, and he lines up at the side again, and he's doing once another practice start. Very nice. Yeah. Track temperature 16.4 degrees. It's in fact gone up a little bit. Yeah. Ocon once again, just another practice start. A little bit more spray now, but yeah, he's not driving particularly hard, because if he does, his intermediate tyres will wear out quite a bit, given that it isn't all that wet. It'll be nice to see Alonso to also come out. Alonso has got some inters, so yeah, it'll be good if he could come out. But apart from that, our only source of entertainment is Esteban Ocon driving around on some inters. Okie dokes. All right. Yeah, we're on 616 likes, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It definitely does help out the channel. And if you are enjoying the coverage, and I will be commentating for the rest of the season. I'll be doing pre-season testing. I'll be doing all of the qualifyings, all of the race sessions, everything that is everything Formula One related. I'll be streaming it. So yeah, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you around. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Okie dokes. Let's see. Ocon once again back into the pit lane. Is he now going to pull into the pits finally, or is he going to continue on? Yeah, the Haas mechanics are there waiting for him, and he is back into the garage. He's done 3 or 4 practice starts now, and that was sufficient for the mechanics. So he's going to be ready to yeah, and they're going to take him back in, and they've got enough data. So once again, I don't know how long they're going to sit in the garage, just wait for the rain to go, because sooner or later the rain is going to have to be driven off by the cars driving around. 20 Formula One cars are pretty good vacuum cleaners. They'll dry everything up with all the hot air from their exhaust. They'll spray all the water up into the air, which can be blown away by evaporation. But yeah, if they're all just sat in their garage waiting for the rain to go, then I don't think much is going to happen. And Piastri's only done 7 laps. I mean, not nobody's really done that many laps. Russell's done the most of anyone. He's done 28, and Ocon has done 28, including a couple of his wet laps. Yeah. Okie dokes. Don't the teams need the data in the rain, like how the water affects the aero? Yeah, they need a little bit of data, but the thing is that's fairly consistent. Like them applying an upgrade is not going to really change how water affects the aero. It'll just be sort of a factor, like, oh, the aerodynamics is maybe 5% worse in wet conditions. And then even if they do bring an upgrade package, it will still be 5% worse. It's not going to be that big of a difference. And also, the main issue is a lot of the teams don't have wet tyres, because you have to ask Pirelli for the tyres. So they, they will have said, "Oh, we want just a bunch of medium tyres, a bunch of softs, and we should be good to go." But yeah, they didn't really expect rain. I don't think anyone really expected rain in Bahrain, but here we are. It is wet, and the only teams that do have tyres are the Hasses and the Aston Martins. But it doesn't look like the steering wheel's even attached to Fernando Alonso's car, and there's no tyres attached either. Everyone's just waiting around, so it doesn't look like the Aston Martins are going out anytime soon. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let me know what you think is going to happen. But I think we might have to start playing some more F1 related quizzes to keep us entertained, rather than actually looking at what's going on track. Given that there is nothing going on track. How is the Williams car performing? Williams car is performing pretty well. I mean, look at that. Sainz up in second place. He was on a set of hard tyres as well. So pretty good. Pretty good. Can't believe they won't trust the best rookie with just a little bit of rain on the track. Yeah, Alonso's steering wheel is sat firmly on top of his car, not inside of it. And Alonso is nowhere to be seen. All right. I'm just going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, no action on track. We've got 2 hours, 8 minutes left to go. Hamilton, Sainz, Russell are the top 3 drivers of testing so far. Okie dokes. So what should we play? What F1 quiz should we play? We could play. We could play F1 GeoGuessr maybe. I don't know if I've actually got that set up ready. Obviously, I don't know where I'd also put it up on the screen. I could probably get it set up on the on where the team radios are meant to be. I could set that up there, and then we could play F1 GeoGuessr while we wait for any cars to go up on the track. But I have not got an account set up, so that might be a little bit of an issue. Maybe I can set one up while we've got not much action up on the screen. Right, GeoGuessr. Right. That'll be an interesting one, to say the least. But I think we should. F1 GeoGuessr, or we could just play a quiz of who's won the most Formula One races and stuff like that. Isn't it paid or something? No, I think you can play a couple of free games, once in a while. So, yeah. All right. Pretty sure you can play some free games. But let's see. How do I search maps? F1 F1 tracks. Oh yeah, there's one called F1 tracks. It was updated quite a while ago actually. Apparently it's very easy, so we could play this one. Um, oh no, you do have to pay. Oh well, I guess we can't play that then. Rip. Actually, I could just set it up. I could just go on Google Maps. Um, I could go on Google Maps, and then you guys could try and guess where it is in the world, which F1 circuit it is, because well, um, that'll be basically the same thing because that is what GeoGuessr is. You just go on Google Maps and yeah, I've just got to make sure not to leak my location, because that would be a little bit tragic if I did that. Just give me a second. All right, but yeah, it's still raining in Bahrain, and we've got 2 hours and 2 minutes left of the session, and no cars coming out onto the circuit, which is quite frankly very annoying. Um, yeah. Okay. Yeah. What else is going on? Yeah, no one else going out onto the track. Rain in Bahrain is pretty crazy. Indeed, it is. Um, yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh no, I can't actually do that because it will just say on the side of Google Maps like where the actual location is. So we'll just play who won which race. Um, who won the 2018? Who won the 2018 Australian Grand Prix? Yeah. Who won the 2018 Australian Grand Prix? Which is the best lap in F1 in history? I think it's Hamilton's lap in Singapore. It could have been Max Verstappen's lap in Jeddah in 2021, but he was not able to finish the lap. What's your opinion? Um, yeah, I think that lap in Jeddah was mind blowing. Like it was so close to being the perfect lap. Um, but no, unfortunately, it just didn't happen. Yeah, it was Vettel. of course, a lot of these questions I end up just saying the answer is always Vettel because he's my favorite driver, so I remember the races that he's won. Who got pole in the Italian Grand Prix in 2018? In Monza. It was definitely not Bottas. Bottas did not get pole in 2018. Yeah, all right. We have dipped down now under 2 hours. Wind is at 4.3 kilometers per hour. Temperature 17.2. Air temperature 13.9. And a rain is most certain. Yeah, Kimi Raikkonen got pole actually. It wasn't Vettel. It wasn't Hamilton. It was Kimi Raikkonen got pole. Yeah. Ocon into intermediate tyres. It is raining. Yeah, it is. And that's why we've got no one out on the track. Let's see who else. Who won the 2020 Monza Grand Prix? Monza Italian Grand Prix. In 2020. Oh yeah, that was straightforward. Pretty straightforward. Gasly. Who got pole in the 2020 Turkish Grand Prix? 2020 Turkish Grand Prix. Yeah, we raced in Turkey in 2020. In 2020, no, or was it 2021? Yeah, it was Stroll that got pole, but I don't remember if it was 2020 or 2021. I'm pretty sure it was 2021 that when Stroll got pole. Not 2020. I didn't think we actually raced there in 2020, or maybe we did. My memory has started to fade. It's not good. Yeah, some of you are getting your answers from Google. I mean, that's not the point. Like the point is that you remember. 2020 it was because it was this pink Mercedes. Oh yeah, 2021 it was correct. 2021 it was turned into Aston Martin. And 2020 was the pink Mercedes, and that's when Stroll got it. Yeah. Recap of the day. There isn't much to recap. No one's done that many laps. Ocon went out in the wet conditions for a little bit, and Hamilton, Sainz. Everyone just doing long runs really. Hamilton did have some early pace on those medium tires, but apart from that, nothing too special. George Russell is sat in the car. Are they taking him out? They're not taking him out of the car. They're putting him in. Are they going to set him out on inters or what? They've got no wheels on the car either, but they're putting the wheels on now. I don't know if Mercedes have intermediate tyres, but George Russell's in the car. It looks like he's getting ready to go. Nico Hulkenberg is also getting his putting his earbuds in and probably going to put his balaclava and helmet on very soon. So it seems like the teams are going out a little quickly. Not a little quickly, soon enough. Right. Who else? What other races do we have to talk about? What happened in 2019 in the 2019 Suzuka in the Japanese Grand Prix? There was something that was particularly special that happened in the 2019 Japanese Grand Prix. So not something that happens particularly often in Formula One. It's not just about the race, just about the entire Grand Prix weekend. What happened that Grand Prix weekend? Yeah. All right, yeah, but it looks like Nico Hulkenberg's getting ready to jump back into the car. George Russell's already in the car, and yeah. It might be dry enough to go out on slicks. I mean, it really wasn't that wet in the first place, so it is definitely dry enough to go out on slicks. It's just a little bit of experience, you know. I guess they trust George Russell enough to go out and not damage the car too much. No, no, it was nothing like that. Nobody has got it just yet. Nobody in the chat has found out what happened in the 2019 Japanese Grand Prix that was unusual. All right. Yeah. So George Russell might be coming out very soon. They're not showing us any shots of his car anymore, but yeah, Aston Martin should go out. Well, we're gonna go for at least another couple minutes. A couple minutes for people to rack their brains. Hopefully not find the answer on Wikipedia. Um, and then I'll reveal what happened if nobody's got it. The race isn't starting. There's no race. It's preseason testing, and it will start in a couple of minutes when George Russell leaves the pits. Um, yeah. All right. We're just getting drone shots now of the Bahrain Grand Prix circuit. They're flying around with a drone, um, showing us what the circuit looks like, as if we haven't seen it about a million times before. Um, No, okay, nobody's got it. I did say we'll wait another 5 minutes, but I might as well just reveal it to you guys. There was a super typhoon on Saturday, so qualifying got delayed outright, and it actually happened on Sunday morning. That is um, that is what happened on the 2019 Japanese Grand Prix. Big old typhoon, and qualifying got delayed. Well, they basically just cancelled qualifying because they knew it was going to rain so much. And then qualifying happened on the Sunday morning, and then the race happened just a few short hours after. Oh yeah, Ghost Marius, you got that. You got that. I just missed your message. Um, very similar to what happened in Brazil last year. Yeah. All I remember was Max and Charles colliding at the start. No, it was Vettel and Charles colliding 2019 Suzuka, not Max and Charles. Um, no, it was Vettel and Max. Sorry, Vettel and Max colliding, not Vettel and Charles. I said that wrong. Ooh, Russell is moving. Here we go. Russell is coming out onto the circuit. Yeah, finally, some action. Oh no, was it Charles? Uh, because I remember there was one Grand Prix. Vettel sent a dive bomb down the inside on Max and then spun around at Suzuka, but that might have been 2018. Um, he sent this dive bomb at Spoon Curve, so maybe that was 2018 and 2019. I'm remembering incorrectly. Um, Vettel was in the lead in 2019. Oh yeah, but Vettel I think jumped the start or something. Um, yeah, Vettel might have jumped the start of the at Suzuka in 2019. I'm not 100% certain. Um, but yeah, interesting one. All right, Russell is out on a set of medium tires. It's really not all that wet, and they're just talking over the radio. And he'll be well. We'll see how many more laps he does. He might just do. He might just go out and come back in again. Um, First lap car 16 sends Max off the track. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Um, yeah. No, I must have forgot that then. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that. I remember that. Max was quite angry over the radio after that happened. Um, yeah. Okie dokes. No, Seb Vettel did send a dive bomb in China 2018, but he also did do it in Suzuka 2018 as well. Because I remember he was going for the championship battle and then collided with, was it he collided with Hamilton at Monza, had a spin, had that crash in Hockenheim in 2018, which also wasn't great. And then he also did have a spin in Suzuka 2018 as well, just as a last-ditch attempt, because that was basically the point. It was make or break at that race, and he had to get ahead of Max, and he sent one down the inside, and yeah. But also in China 2018, he sent one down the inside of Max, and he ended up spinning. Yeah, George Russell in the lead here. Well, not in the lead. He's just driving around. Seems to be doing a couple of laps. The car looks fairly good. And soon enough, the other cars will have to make their way out. Otherwise, they are just going to lose a bunch of time, because their run plans are fairly fixed, and yeah, they can't just be sitting around doing nothing. Dive bomb also in Austin, Texas. Said Vettel was reckless. What did he do in Austin? Yeah, I think there was something that happened in Austin as well. Oh well. Only 18 drivers. Yeah, Verstappen and Albon aren't driving today. That's why there's only 18 drivers on the screen. Verstappen and Albon will be driving tomorrow. I'll give you a question. Who won the 2021 Monza Sprint? Ooh, Monza Sprint. I'm not going to remember that one, but it's probably just going to be either Max or Hamilton. It was 2021, so they basically won everything. So why not? I'll hedge my bets on. Verstappen. Why not? All right. Oh, Hulkenberg comes out as well. Hulkenberg's out on medium tires. Very nice. All right. Oh, it was Bottas. Oh, never mind then, I guess. Whoops. Um, yeah, Daniel Ricciardo, of course, won the race in 2021 after Max and Hamilton took each other out going into turn number one. That was a good one. You can always count on those two drivers to produce some action for us. Russell still continuing onwards. Seems like he's got a decent amount of grip. Still, obviously, can't push all the way to the limits and has to stay reasonably far away from the paint, from the white lines and the curbs. But yeah, 8 seconds off the pace. Really, he's being very, very cautious. That's the race. That's the iconic race where they tried to show Max and Lewis's crash. Oh yeah, and then there was Bottas's face after he looked at Max and Lewis crashing into each other. Oh yeah, I do remember that. All right. We got 1,800 people tuned in, folks. If you have any other like button, please be sure to do so. It definitely does help out the channel, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage. Unfortunately, there's not too much stuff actually going on the circuit, but maybe we'll get a couple more drivers coming out on the track as the rain, I think, has stopped. Yeah, the rain has stopped. The circuit will still obviously be damp, but yeah. Nico Hulkenberg on the C4s here. Still on yeah, he's on the C4s, but no one yet has ventured out on the soft C5, where we're gonna see the real lap time gain. Hulkenberg 3.3 seconds down in the first sector. Yeah, he really is not pushing that hard. It looks like he's got quite a bit of fuel in that car as well. Okie dokes. What else are you guys up to? What drivers are involved in multi-map 2-1? Well, let me have a remember. I think that was Seb Vettel and Mark Webber. Yeah. Or unless that was multi 2-1, and then I multi-map 2-1 was someone else. But yeah. All right. Yeah, lap time's significantly slower. They're about 8 seconds slower than they were before the rain, and everyone is just waddling around a little bit as a snail's pace. Ooh, Hulkenberg, the rear steps out a little bit as he tries to get onto the power on the exit of turn number 1, but car looking good in his hands, and yeah, he's managing it. Oscar Piastri's getting into the car as well. Very nice. Ocon is out of the car, but Piastri's in the car. He's got his helmet and everything on, and the mechanics are just putting his seatbelts on for him. So we'll have some driving from Piastri as well. We'll have 3 cars out on the track. Very nice. Thinking about taking a drink every time you say okie dokes, but you get alcohol poisoning. Yeah, well, I do have a habit of saying that. It is very much my trademark phrase, okie dokie. But yeah. All right, Nico Hulkenberg is still struggling quite a bit with rear grip around this circuit, given all of the wet conditions. But he's marching onwards, and seems to have potentially improving lap times as well. But soon enough, we'll also get Oscar Piastri leaving the pits. Oh, Hulkenberg's just dived into the pit lane actually. Where can we get the visuals for testing? If you check out the link to F1 TV Pro, that's where you get all the visuals. So that will really help you. That'll give you all the visuals. That'll give you all of them live. If you get F1 TV Pro, the other one won't give it you live. So yeah, I'd recommend getting the Pro one, so you can actually watch everything as it happens. We used to have a but yeah counter. Oh yeah, it definitely got to 4 digits for certain. I've now stopped saying but yeah, I just say yeah instead. And that's just how things are going really. But I think in when I'm sort of more in the flow of commentary, and when there's actually stuff going on the track, I don't really say but yeah that often, because I'm always just moving on from one thing to the next, one thing to the next. And I think the team radios would have also helped out quite a bit. Like actually have something to talk about. One, like each time a team radio would come across, there'd always be a different thing that the driver's talking about, a different sensor, a different bit of understeer, more engine settings and brake maps and ECU maps. And that'll always be something new to talk about. But with no team radios, no cars out on track, there is fairly limited stuff to talk about, especially once you've got 9.5 hours of commentary to do. You run out of topics fairly quickly. Considering I'm just one person, if because normally, especially for testing, they normally have like 3 or 4 people, and they also switch at the lunch halfway point as well, which definitely helps. And all of these people are in the F1 paddock as well, so they have their own stories about what the team principals are saying, what the drivers are saying, what the drivers' best friends are saying. Whereas I'm sat here reading the news, so a little bit different, but I think things have definitely got better compared to what they were, back in 2021 or 2020, when I could for certain say my commentary was not that good. Piastri is about to make his way out. Oh, Alonso's getting into the car as well. They are just connecting everything up to his radio, and then he's putting his gloves on, and Alonso will be coming out onto the circuit very shortly as well. Sonoda's made his way out, and Hulkenberg is back out onto the track as well. What were the 3 sprint locations in 2021? It was Brazil, Monza, and was it Spa? Was it Spa? I don't think it was Spa. Let me have a think. I know for a fact it was Monza. Oh, it was Silverstone. Silverstone, Spa. No, Silverstone, Monza, and Brazil. I think those were the 3. Um, exactly. Yeah. No sprint in Spa. Okay. Because I remember setting up the thumbnails for that, and I in fact remember for the Silverstone sprint, because that was the first ever sprint race that happened in Formula One. I remember setting up the title to be first ever sprint race in Formula One, rather than just the usual live F1 sprint race. But yeah, fun fact, guys. All of my thumbnails. I mean, a lot of you that have stuck around for the channel for a while, you will know this. But all of my thumbnails are actually made in PowerPoint. I have no idea. Well, I know how to do a bit of graphic design, but every one of my PowerPoints, apart from a couple at the start of 2022, were all made in PowerPoints. And then before that, if you go back to halfway through the season in 2021, then you get the ones that I made in Canva, and then if you go back even further, they're just absolutely terrible. Like if you go on my channel page, press live, and then sort by oldest, you'll see like the worst thumbnails possible, known to man, really. Yeah. Is it raining now? No, it is not raining. The rain has stopped, and yeah. What's going on with Oscar? He's just sat in the garage. Oh no, he's just come out onto the track now. Oh, and we've got a new top speed for the day. Yuki Tsunoda 317 kilometers per hour through the speed traps. Bet site should I include who would get the first swearing punishment? I think that's not a difficult one to bet on, really. I think it would be Max Verstappen, wouldn't it? Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda is a contender for first swearing, for the driver that's going to get fined for swearing first. Yeah, F1 game, a quick question. Which was the race where Max won his 10th Grand Prix in a row? 10th Grand Prix in a row? No, I'm going to have no idea of that because I've blanked out the whole of 2023 when Max was just so, it was all just so boring, essentially. I've forgotten all of it. The 2023 Italian Grand Prix. Fair enough. If he won Singapore, it would have been 19 races in a row. Yeah, that would have been wild. 19 races in a row. That's an entire season, basically. An entire season a couple of years ago. 19 races. And he won that in a row. Wild levels of domination. Okay. Yeah, Piastri, Hulkenberg, Russell, Tsunoda, and Lawson out on the track. Tsunoda goes even quicker, 318 kilometers per hour through the speed traps. Very nice. Where exactly is the speed trap located on the track? It's just before turn number 1. So it's you build up all your speed down the main straight, and then just before turn number 1, before you hit the braking point, just about where Russell is right now. That is where the speed trap is, or just earlier than that. Has anyone ever won all the races in the season? No, that's definitely not happened. But Schumacher podium every weekend, yeah. So what exactly was Piastri doing for like 3 hours? Piastri they've all just been sat in the pits, really. Lawson's just coming to the pits now. Piastri, he'll have a lot of work left to do. His run plans, most of the run plans for the teams will be aiming between 60 and 70 laps for the first session. Given they have an hour and a half left, they can get around about 50 laps done now. and that'll all bring them up to their total. So they're just going to be consistently lapping for the next hour or so. An hour and a half is about a race distance, race length in Bahrain. So yeah, just they're about to do a race distance now if they want to keep up with their run plans. Piastri's gone a little bit deep at turn number 1 there, outbraked himself, and well, I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, not ideal there for the McLaren driver, but he's just testing the limits. We've only got 2 absent drivers. Albon and Verstappen. They aren't driving today. They'll be driving for the whole day tomorrow. Lawson and Sainz are driving for the whole day today. We must never let F1 return to that level of domination again. It was a complete disaster for the sport. Yeah, because you've got to think, right, after 2021, so many people get introduced into the sport, and then they're all like, oh, this is the most amazing thing we've ever seen. And then at the start of 2022, there's a new regulations, and things are going pretty well. Like, there is a close fight between Max and Leclerc for the first couple of races of 2022, so people are happy about that. Except that then they're happy about that, and then Max just starts winning the more and more things, and the domination just gets bigger and bigger. And then in the 2023, like the change from 2022 to 2023, huge big advantage to Red Bull, and then they win everything by 20-30 seconds, and it just gets more and more boring. And the fans that just joined after 2021 and through Drive to Survive, they're like, what am I doing here? This is so boring. I'm not going to watch anymore. So yeah, there was a lot of that, but here we are back in 2024 with loads of different action, and all the fan favourite drivers are winning races, and all competing against each other, which makes it very, very fun indeed. Imagine having Prost and Senna in the same team, 2 of the best drivers of all time. Yeah, that would be. McLaren had Prost and Senna at the same time, and it was a bit of a nightmare, really. In a very similar way to how Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton were an absolute nightmare to manage at Mercedes. Yeah, very, very similar story. Oh, we've got basically everyone out onto the track apart from Carlos Sainz. Very nice. All right. I think the people genuinely heard the Dutch national anthem far more times than they heard their own countries. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how often people actually hear the national anthem of their own country. At least not here in the UK. It doesn't really get played very often. So, yeah. Is it raining in Bahrain? Not anymore. It was raining. Oh, I should probably take that out of my title. I've currently got raining, which isn't the most full, which isn't particularly accurate, is it? All right. Yeah. Okie dokie. Let's just make sure everything is still working as intended. Oh yeah, my stream's still going. Nice. I just thought the stream went down for a sec, but that was actually my laptop having some issues. And yeah, very nice. We've got Sonoda using DRS, still going fairly quickly. A couple of drivers out on mediums, a couple of drivers out on the actually Ocon's the only driver that's out on the hards. Everyone else is fine. Senna and Prost would even say good morning to each other. Yeah. Such is rivalry, and to get to Formula One, you have to be so competitive. I'm not surprised they didn't say hello to each other, because why would you? This person, you're competing against them for victories and stuff like that, and yeah. You just people do odd things when they're being very, very competitive. Are they going to test the soft tomorrow or today? They'll definitely test the softs tomorrow. Today we'll probably see Sainz and Lawson do some soft tyre running as well, just towards the end of the day. But as of now, they're going to be just continuing on with the C3 and the C4 stuff. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It definitely helps out the channel and would very much be appreciated. Yeah. The reason Sainz and Lawson are going to test out the softs is because they're not driving tomorrow, and normally tomorrow is the day where all the softs get tested out. But since they're not driving, they'll do their soft tyre testing today. Yeah. All right. Not much else going on really. An hour and a half till we get to the end of this session, and then we'll have the F1 Gamer podcast back, talking about whatever we like for an hour till we get back for the second half of testing. Okie dokes. Yeah. Only Russell in the pits now. Oh, Ocon's also just dived into the pits as well, in fact. But we should have the rest of the drivers running pretty much continuously all the way till the end of the session, because they do need to rack up their laps, and they are a little bit behind given that they were delayed by the rain. What is the significance of the colours in the sector times? Yellow means slower than the personal best, green means it is the driver's personal best, and purple means it's the fastest out of all of the drivers. So, yeah, if they're all yellow, they're all just doing a long run, and it's not much to look into. If you see a couple greens, they're pushing, and if you see purples, then they are going full send. All right. Oh, we got a replay here of Oscar Piastri. He is on the C2s by the looks of it. A little bit of a snatch of the rear there as he goes towards the rear, just sliding out ever so slightly, locking up under engine braking, because that's the thing. When you engine brake, when I say engine brake, what happens is you downshift, and you just lose a little bit of traction on the rears, because suddenly it shifts for RPM, and the power going to the rear suddenly jumps from a certain power to another power, and because of that, you get a little bit of rear locking, and the car just ever so slightly nudges out of line, and we saw that happen with Piastri, and he just corrected it, totally under control. But of course, that will cost you time in the race, and it will also wear out your tires quite a bit if you do that every single lap. Do you think running the outer layout of Sakir would make for a better race rather than the inner layout? No. I think for certain having the outer layout is just a little bit too short. Like, the laps would be around about 50 or 1 minute something, or nearly even 50 like they would be approaching 1 minute, and that is a little bit too short. Also, there aren't that many corners, and it's much better this way. Drivers can have battles throughout turn number 11, turn number 12, and of course through 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. Okie dokes. Alrighty. They're just modifying some stuff here on Esteban Ocon's wings, having a look to see what they can change. But is Ocon in the car? I think Ocon is in the car. So he'll be coming out soon enough. And yeah, very nice. On board here with Fernando Alonso, Sainz gets out of the way nicely as they approach turn number 4. Alonso's on the C3s. He's on on 11 lap old C3s, and just going on board with him, dealing with the traffic very nicely, and that Aston Martin looks pretty stable this year. the question is, it looks stable. The question is it going to be consistent? We see ever so often, so often, that the Aston Martin is quick at the start of the season and then they drop off more and more. And sometimes they're good again and sometimes they're bad again. And they're probably one of the most inconsistent cars on the grid. Alongside the Mercedes as well. Sometimes Mercedes are championship, like race-winning contentions, and sometimes they're not even anywhere near close to the podium. So if they can sort out those consistency issues, then that'd be fantastic. Normally at the start of the season, Aston hit the ground running and they're doing quite well. So I expect them to be close to podiums, at least at the start of the season, and maybe they'll drop off. And they probably will drop off, given that they're going to focus so much resources towards 2026, given that Adrian Newey will be working on the 2026 car. Might as well focus every bit of resource that you have on 2026 and potentially be the fastest team out of the blocks. Hi, good to see you again for this 2025 season. I wasn't here yesterday. Well, nice to see you here, buddy. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be commentating all of the 2025 season, so I hope to see you around a little bit more. All right. How are we feeling this year? Well, it was so close between the top four last year. It's too early to tell which one of the top four is going to be the fastest. I think we actually won't even know, even after the quali sims. We won't know because the fuel loads will all be different. We'll only find out at the end of Q3 in Australia. That is the best time to find out which team is going to be the fastest and which team is going to be the slowest. Apart from that, it's just way too early. Okie dokie. Oh, we've got an onboard here with Lewis Hamilton as he's going into turn number one. Just absolutely misses his braking point there. He doesn't lock up, but he just knows that if he brakes any harder, he will lock up. So, you got to be careful with these slightly damp conditions that you do want to brake a little bit early. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess we can talk about the cooling packs that are new for this year. The drivers have once the temperature goes over a certain amount, the drivers will have these new cooling packs that the FIA have brought in that will allow the teams to essentially just the teams to install this cooling device that's used already in other motorsports. It's used in WEC and it's used, I think, in IndyCar as well, to allow for the drivers to stay cool and comfortable. And once the temperature goes over, I think 30 or 35 degrees, it is mandated by the FIA. Everyone has to install it on their car, and the drivers basically their core body will have this sort of cooling system attached to it, so they can stay cool and stay have the ability to stay focused and actually pay attention. Which is very good. It's good that the FIA have mandated it and it's not just left up to the teams, because if it is left up to the teams, then none of the teams are going to do it because it is extra weight. The weight limit also gets increased, so they install this device, which will probably be 1 or 2 kilograms, and then after that has been installed, they can the weight limit goes up by 2 or 3 kilograms to compensate for the extra weight. All right, so it's worn by the driver, attached to the inside of the car. It's worn by the driver, and then the cooling system is attached to the inside of the car, and they're connected by tubes. So the driver, it's sort of like the drivers wear those ice pack things when it's really hot. It's just like one of those, except that it's pumped. Except like it's continuously cooled, and yeah, it's continuously cooled essentially. Like it's a set of pipes that go around the core of the a set of pipes that connect to like this that are like sewn into this I don't know, a vest, a cooling vest, and then that will cool down the drivers, and yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. So they've mandated that once it gets a little bit too hot. So I suspect maybe in Qatar or in Hungary or something, if it is especially hot when they go racing, the teams will be forced to use that. Okie dokes. Um, yeah, not too much else really going on the circuit, to be honest. Just the usual. Go out and do a bunch of laps on the same set of tyre. Hamilton has done 31 laps on his medium tyre. Lawson has done 10 laps on his medium tyre. Tsunoda's done 18. Alonso's done 15, and Ocon has done 14. They're all coming to the end of their stints on these tyres, and then soon enough they'll switch on to the mediums or the hards. Did they swap the order? Yeah, a couple of teams have swapped the order, so there'll be slightly different drivers driving in the morning. I think, it was Antonelli driving in the morning yesterday, but for today, it's clearly Russell that's driving in the morning. So yeah, but some of them are the same as well. I think Alonso was driving in the morning yesterday. He's driving in the morning today as well. But they might switch that over tomorrow, because I'd much prefer to have Alonso in the quali sims rather than Stroll for the quali sims tomorrow evening. If I was Aston, I would also focus on the upgrades that work in 2026. Yeah, it would make sense. And it's also not like Aston are strapped for cash or anything like that. They have so much money flowing around. The extra couple million in prize money is not going to be the end of the world if they miss out on that. Because you've got to think about it. If they miss out on that and then end up being the fastest team in 2026, 2027, 2028, then they will have, loads and loads of then they'll have loads of extra prize money in the future. So yeah, just a long term thing. But of course, they only get that long term money if the car actually is the fastest. Yeah. Yeah, quali sims always in the evening. That's just the best time to do them, really. And it's similar to when they do qualifying in actual Bahrain as well. So the drivers are used to it, under the floodlights, setting their push laps, and yeah. Yeah. Um, Audi has the most aero testing for the 2026. Yeah, that's true. Because, firstly, of course, because it's Sauber, they're the slowest. Um, and also, Audi are a new team, so there might be slightly different regulations for them as well, which will be helpful, because they're not going to have as much aero testing experience as any of the other teams, especially the Audi engineers. That they will have come from other motorsports probably, and for aero testing the Audi cars. But Formula One and road cars and Formula One and GT3 cars and wet cars are totally different beasts. So yeah, they're going to take a while to get used to all of that stuff, and it'll be interesting to see how Audi will do. I think they're trying to manufacture their own engines as well. So another engine manufacturer in the sport is always a good thing, and in 2026 we'll have totally new engines as well. So like in 2014, they're obviously the change in 2014 was much bigger. Now we're getting rid of some components. We're getting rid of the MGUH and we're also going to have they're getting rid of the MGU-H, and they're also going to have slightly bigger batteries, slightly bigger electric motors. So a fairly decent change, and that could mix things up in terms of engine power as well. You know, we saw what was it? McLaren that were previously using Renault power, then they made the switch to Mercedes engines. That helped, of course, in their rise up the grid, because Alpine are still 15 horsepower down compared to everyone else. Still not the biggest deal, given that, you know, there are still thousands. It's 1,000 horsepower compared to 985 horsepower. But still, you know, you need every horsepower that you can get, and it's much better for McLaren that they're using Mercedes engines. So, for example, if Audi come in and they're like, "Oh, we've actually got the best engine," then maybe some teams will get on the phone and be like, "It'll be quite nice if we could get your engines. We'll pay you loads of money." Which tire is the quickest bracket one without the bracket one? All of the extra lines on the tire. So, for example, on all of the mediums, there's these slashes down the middle. That just means they're used tires. And if they're not, so like Pierre Gasly has just come out of the pits now, those are fresh sets of tires. So all that means is either when the drivers came out of the pits, they were either fresh tires or used tires, and Gasly has just come out of the pits now on a fresh set. Everyone else came out on a used set. And Sainz also is out on a fresh set as well. Mercedes engines will be the best in 2026. Well, you can't say that for certain, can you? Surely. Yeah. You never know. You never know who will be the best in 2026. You know, Mercedes had the best engine in 2014, but that does not mean that they're going to be. That absolutely does not mean that they'll be the best in 2026. The removal of the MGU-H will make the production much cheaper. Yeah, the MGU-H is a little bit pointless. Like the MGU-H, I think, is related to the turbo stuff, turbo and exhaust, and the MGU-K is much more relevant to actual road cars. So yeah, that's why that's why the FIA are getting rid of it, because the MGU-H is never going to be used in a road car anyway, because most road cars don't have turbos. And yeah, Sainz is on a purple lap here on C2 tires. He's on the hard compounded tires, but he's still managing to pull out purple laps. So it's looking good here for Carlos Sainz, actually. Let's see what he can do. He's now making his way towards turn number 10. No locking up. Perfectly hits that apex. Straightens up the car onto the power. Upshifts towards 8th gear. Does he open DRS? I think he does as well, yeah. And now he heads up the hill towards turn number 13. Downshifts to 4th. Gets that car rotated very nicely. Stays off the curb on the exit as well. And manages to well, now let's see what he can do. He's yellow though in the middle sector. Of course, the middle sector, that's when you need the most grip, and if you're doing that on hard tires, you're not going to get that. But he improves. He's 10 milliseconds behind Hamilton. Hamilton, though, he did his lap on medium, so very good going from Sainz. And Hamilton's out on a fresh set of mediums now, so that should be very good. And we'll see what he can do. Hopefully he sets a fast lap. Hulkenberg using DRS as well. Hulkenberg's on a fresh set of softs. Let's see what Nico Hulkenberg can do. Lawson's making his way out of onto the circuit very soon as well now. Very nice. Here we go then. Gasly's using DRS. He's out on a fresh set. Yeah, a lot of drivers now coming out on a fresh set, so let's see. Hulkenberg green in the first sector. He's 0.3 slower than Sainz in the first sector alone. But, you know, we'll see what he can do. They are using the same engine, of course. Oh, no, not Sainz. I said Sainz and Hulkenberg using the same engine, because I still thought Sainz was at Ferrari. But yeah, Sauber, of course, using the Ferrari engine. But Williams also is typically a lot better in a straight line compared to the Sauber, and that's probably helping a lot in Sector 1. And through the middle sector goes Nico Hulkenberg. He's got Esteban Ocon ahead of him. Through they go through turn 13. And once again, no improvement through the middle sector for Nico Hulkenberg. Hamilton is not setting a particularly fast... Oh, no. Hamilton's on his flying lap now, I think. He's used a bit of DRS. Let's see what his first sector's like. Russell's gone purple in the first sector. What can Hamilton do in the first sector? Hamilton goes purple in the first sector. Oh, this is just like a qualifying session here. Hamilton goes a tenth quicker than Russell, or half a tenth quicker than Russell in the first sector. Let's see what Russell can do, though. He's now heads up towards turns 12, hugs that apex as much as he possibly can, and then breaks in a straight line for turn number 30 and rotates the car. He wants to stay away from the curb, but the oversteer is lets him do that, actually. He just drives over the curb ever so slightly. And then turn number 14, he's got just the final corners now. Across the line, here he comes. What's it going to be for George Russell? He's green in the middle sector, and he goes up into first place, 2/10 quicker than his former teammate Lewis Hamilton. And we'll see what Lewis Hamilton can do. Yeah. The data's just frozen there for a sec. It'll be back in probably 1, 2, 3 or 5. Yeah, 5 seconds there. And here comes Lewis Hamilton now across the start-finish line. What's it going to be? He goes 2/10 quicker than his former teammate. Very nicely done. Purple in the final sector. And on those mediums, I mean, it's confirmed then, folks. Ferrari is faster than Mercedes. 0.2 of a second quicker. No, I'm just joking. We have no idea what fuel loads they were running. So I guess we'll wait. I'll have to wait and see. Ocon, though, he's on 2 green sectors for his lap. He's currently in 10th place, last out of everyone. Haas were not really showing off their pace yesterday. It looks like Ocon, though, is going significantly quicker than he was earlier. And he comes across the line and still in last place, actually. Did he back out of his... I think Ocon might have backed out just before he came across the line. I'm not sure. But his middle sector wasn't great either. I'm not sure if he backed out or he was just slow in general. But they might have a lot more fuel in the car compared to everyone else. Okay. Hey, can I ask, what can we learn from this pre-season testing? Does the track time represent how all the teams are? No. The main thing, you can't really look at the data and learn stuff from pre-season testing. You just have to look at how the car is driving, how the drivers are handling the cars. Can they be super smooth with the steering wheel? Are they going to have to make corrections all of the time? Those sort of things. And all of the time-based stopwatch stuff, you can either look at the last afternoon of pre-season testing, so tomorrow afternoon, or you can just wait till Q3 in Australia. That's the main one. Yeah, the soft tyre runs, we're definitely going to get soft tyres from Sainz and Lawson today at the end. And we'll see if we get some soft tyre runs from everyone else today. But most likely, I think it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Alonso is still lapping away on his hards. It doesn't look like he's particularly bothered about doing much else. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It definitely does help out the channel. Hopefully, we can get to 1,000 likes. And if you haven't looked at F1 TV and you are thinking about getting it, you can watch all of the onboard footage, all of the live commentary, all of the live actual stuff that's going on, rather than just looking at the data. So yeah, if you're interested in that, then F1 TV, the link is in the description or it's in the chat. And yeah. F1 Game, I was just informed RB didn't bring any softs today. Okay, well, I guess they will not be doing any soft tyre runs. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because Lawson can just do his quali sims in FP3 before the quali session. But, oh well, it's fine. Would you give predictions based on testing by now and the power levels the car currently have? Yeah, you probably could. But
it would require some deep analysis of the data rather than just looking at the testing times at the end of the day and being like, oh, Mercedes is the fastest or whoever's the fastest. You think we can get a rookie win? Yeah, I definitely think so. If there's a bit of chaos between, say, Lawson and between the top teams, then Lawson or Kimi Antonelli could definitely do it. We've got purple middle sector here from Lewis Hamilton. Let's see what he can do. Loving your work, dude. Watching on F1 TV and listening to you. Well, very much do appreciate it, Alex Moss. Yeah. Glad that you prefer my coverage rather than F1 TV's. Yeah. All right, here comes Lewis Hamilton across the line. He goes once again, improving by a very, very small margin, but improvements nonetheless. And he stays top of the timings. Shouldn't the rookies do quality sims for first-hand experience? Yeah, they probably should, but you're not at that much of a disadvantage if you just do the quali sim at FP3, like before the Q session, before the qualifying session. So at like Australia, Liam Lawson will do the quali sim, and that'll be enough. So he doesn't have to really do one in Bahrain, and yeah, and also you do run the risk of, if you put a rookie to do a quali sim, you do run the risk of them crashing, because a quali sim is still like attacking. And as much as you tell the drivers, oh, don't go full 100% attack, these are rookies. They're probably not gonna, some of them might listen, but they might not have the best judgment about what the car is going to do, when it's going to step out, when it won't step out, and things like that. So you'd rather just not take the risk and give it into the experienced hands of Max Verstappen to do the quali sims. Hello, Kate S. Yeah, nice to see you back. It's been a while. Didn't you have microsectors before? Yeah, I did. It's just that microsectors are only really useful in quali. Right now, they're not the most useful thing. Once the quali sims start happening, I'll put the microsectors back on. I can just switch between them pretty much instantly. I can just show you, for example. If I press quali here, you get all the microsectors, but since it's for testing or practice, we're just going to stick with this for now. We are so back. Indeed, we are. We are so back. Nice and fun, really. Glad to be back for the season. All right. We're finally getting some running as well, which is good. Okie dokes. So yeah, Piastri improves in his time up to 5th place, 1 minute 30. Brilliant job. And with quite a few cars on track, we're now getting drivers moving out of the way for traffic and stuff, which is a good thing. Drivers, the rookies as well. The rookies getting some experience moving out of the way for blue flags. Of course, they've done it all in F2 and F3, but it's still slightly different in Formula 1. The mirrors are probably smaller in F1. Their mirrors are in different positions. Their judgment will be different. So, yeah. F1 Gamer, if you don't mind saying what's your name. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna say my name. So yeah, we can stick with F1 Gamer. I could just come up with a fake name, really, but no, I just prefer to just be anonymous. Yeah. Yeah, Tsunoda is improving, actually. Here he comes across the start-finish line, currently in 8th position, and he goes up into 7th. Very nice. Goes ahead of Hulk by a 1/10 of a second, a 1/10 and a half. And the smooth operator is carrying out a smooth operation up in 3rd place there in the Williams. Nice job, and especially he's done that on hard tyres as well, which is fantastic. Yeah, good going from Carlos Sainz. Yeah. Oh, they're changing some things underneath the car of Carlos Sainz. I mean, I'm sure it's nothing major, but yeah, it looks like he's about to go out anyway. Um, yeah. F1 Gamer, how long have you been watching Formula One? I've been watching since F1 2018. F1 since Spa 2018. Sorry. Actually, yeah, folks. What was the first Formula One race you've watched? What was the first time? Like, what is the first Formula One race you've watched? And how long have you been watching F1? I guess, I mean, both of those questions are basically related, but it'd be really good to know, actually. Maybe we've got some very old F1 fans in the chat. Well, I don't know what you define as old, but I've 2018 to, oh my god, 2025. That's 7 years. Okay, well, I'm not going to think about that. Yeah, but we got 2024 Australian Grand Prix, 2024 Austin Grand Prix. Oh, very recent. Yeah, very recent. Spa 2019, Melbourne 2012. Yeah, Hakkinen winning the last race in 1997. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Australia 2022 would have been 1990. Yeah, very big spread. A lot of people, very recent. I mean, of course, my channel has grown very recently in 2024, so you'd expect a lot of people just watching from the last couple of last year or so. But wow, very nice. Okay, last year's pole was a 129.1. That's with pole in Bahrain. But the drivers have dipped now into the 129s already, 129.6, and this is on medium tires. This is even on, oh no, this might be on the C4s that was used for quali, but nonetheless, this is much heavier fuel loads than quali for sure. Are there limited tires for testing? Yeah, slightly limited. So you do have to tell Pirelli, oh, I want these tires in advance. Yeah. Do you know what power unit is in the Williams? Yeah, it's a Mercedes power unit in the Williams. 2022, Monaco 24. Yeah, a lot of people. Very very recent. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty recent as well. Like 7 years. It just, well, when I first watched Formula One, like it was I clearly got into it very very quickly. I remember in 2019, like I reading about like the most random Formula One news, like, oh, Ferrari. I looked at like some titanium brake pedals that Ferrari had made for their Formula One car, and it had like they were super strong brake pedals that could survive like 3 or 4 or 5 G of load on them, and they were made out of like 30 grams of titanium or something. Yeah, really interesting. But no, I definitely got into F1 like very majorly over 2019, and then of course after COVID I had nothing to do. I was just twiddling my fingers for about 8 months straight, and that's when I started the YouTube channel. First F1 race on TV 1995. Wow. Visited a track in Singapore. Ooh, yeah, the Singapore track's pretty good. Pretty good one to see actually. And I'm sure you could actually drive that in. Just you could drive around the streets of Singapore. Normally, you could drive the F1 circuit. Because one of our moderators is from Australia, and she said that they had driven the Australian Grand Prix circuit, like just 2 days before they put the barricades up and things. How would you define your experience about the changes of Formula One that came from 2018 till now? Well, I'd say there was a lot of talk. Remember, when I used to watch race commentaries, and there was so much talk about dirty air in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. That was that has definitely reduced a lot more. The racing has got closer. There's not so much issues about dirty air anymore. Yeah, and then there haven't really been that much changes. Like, of course, the regulations change. That's reduced the dirty air. But apart from that, I don't see that many things have differed that much from 2018 to now. Yeah, Max will be on track tomorrow. That's why he's not on the. That's why he's not on the circuit. What is your most memorable F1 moment since you started watching? Ooh, my most memorable F1 moment since I've started watching. That is a tough one. But surely it's got to be Abu Dhabi 2021. Like, there can't be anything else. I mean, Baku 2024. Firstly, because I hit 100k that stream. There was that great battle between Piastri and Leclerc that went on for so many laps. And the little mini DRS that Piastri had that was helping him out maintain that lead. That was a great battle. And I think that race really stands out to me because I hit 100k. The Brazilian Grand Prix last year was mind-blowing. Yeah, and then the 2021 season, I mean, it's got to be a standout season. Since 2018, probably the best season of Formula One. There's 2021, then probably 2024, and then I don't know what I'd say. 2019, 2018 probably are up there. 2020 was good as well. The ST leaderboard is speed traps. The speed traps as the driver goes down the main straight. Albon is not taking part today. He'll be driving tomorrow. He'll be driving tomorrow for the entire day. Sainz is driving for the entire day today. But here comes Sebastian Vettel. I actually missed that. My first race was Spa 2018. However, I only started watching from like lap number 12 onwards because I remember for whatever reason I wasn't at home at that point when the race actually started. So when I got back home, I watched it. Um, 2012 when seven different drivers won Grand Prix. Yeah, 2012. I mean, 2024 has the same stat. No, 7 drivers won multiple Grand Prix, not just one. So for sure. I started watching F1 in 2013 when the first race was when the Indian Grand Prix when Vettel won his 4th World Driver Championship. Yeah, that's a fantastic race to watch as your first one, surely. Another iconic quote. Oh my God, Michael Schumacher hits David Coulthard. And it's at the Belgian Grand Prix. Yeah, the 3-wheeled Michael Schumacher, and that race where he got very, very angry. Actually, from the skyscrapers, you can see the F1 cars clearly. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Actually, it would be a great place to watch a Formula One race from the rooftops of some Singapore skyscrapers. They're working away at the in the V-Carb garage, in the Toro Rosso garage on Tsunoda's car. Clearly, some things need to be changed. There's 53 minutes left of the session. Tsunoda has done 32 laps, so they're still probably expecting another 20 laps or so out of him. So they've got to get a move on with anything that they're changing. Spa 21. If Spa 21 was your first race, I feel sorry for you because there was there was just a rain delay for the entire race. I actually remember commentating that one as well because that was the first time I'd commentated for like over a red flag period that was just never ending. And that's when I first learned of the FIA's strategy. Whenever there's rain, the FIA will just indefinitely delay the session and then announce it like 2 hours later as cancelled. And then so actually Austria 2020 there was some pretty heavy rain, but they still carried on with it. I mean, a couple of drivers DNF'd because of the heavy rain, but still they did carry on. Spa 21 wasn't really even a race. The one and only Francesco Bernoulli. Oh yeah, Francesco Bernoulli. I mean, for me personally, Lightning McQueen was the reason I like cars. If it wasn't for Lightning McQueen, then who knows? I definitely would not be streaming this. I can tell you for certain. Thoughts on Williams' pace? Williams' pace is looking good. The smooth operator is carrying out a smooth operation, and he's currently out on a fresh set of hard tyres. So let's see, is he going to be setting some quick lap times? His personal best down the straight, 317 k's, just 1 km per hour slower than Tsunoda through the speed traps. He's using DRS up to turn 4, so he may be getting a bit of a hot lap here from Carlos Sainz. Let's have a look at his first sector time. His personal best, 28.9. He's currently 4/10 back from Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton set his lap time on fresh mediums. Here is Carlos Sainz on some fresh hards. Let's see what he can do. He makes his way down towards turn number 10. And now all the drivers are risking to go over the curbs. The rain stopped a while ago. The circuit's dried up a little bit, and they can drive over the white lines and the curbs without too many issues, and not lose too much grip. He makes his way up through turn number 11, gets onto the power at the exact correct moment, doesn't go too wide, doesn't undershoot the corner either. He is half a second down, actually, on Lewis Hamilton's time. Doesn't improve through the middle sector. And let's see what he can do in the final corner. Okay. If it wasn't for Lightning McQueen, I don't think if Liam Lawson would be an F1 driver as well. Yeah, Liam Lawson says that his racing hero was Lightning McQueen. I expected him to pick number 95. I mean, at some point we will get a Formula 1 driver that does pick the number 95 because of Lightning McQueen. Yeah. All right. Oh, my first race was France 2022 as Tifosi. Yeah, that was the one where Leclerc went straight into the barriers. No, yeah, he was just made a little mistake. The car snapped and into the barriers he went. Somehow, at Paul Ricard as well. Paul Ricard with the kilometers and kilometers of runoff. Somehow, Charles Leclerc found the barrier. Not ideal. Okie dokes. So that was the first lap from Carlos Sainz, and yeah, he's not going to improve any much more than that. He was just getting his tyres up to temperature, and now he's going to continue on a little bit quicker than that. He's going to continue on. With this long run. I don't think he's going to get much faster. Look at that. Lewis Hamilton slipstreaming Carlos Sainz here as they go down the main straight. Hamilton, of course, took Carlos Sainz's seat at Ferrari. I don't think Sainz is going to block him or anything like that just because of... actually, Sainz is blocking him. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, though. Yeah, he gets out of the way for turn number 13. Brilliant. Oh, actually, Hamilton's just slowed down. He's let Carlos Sainz go ahead of him. Fair enough. Couldn't watch Canada last year. How did Ferrari have a double DNF? How did Ferrari have a double DNF in Canada? I remember, I think one of them had mechanical issues, and another one, another driver just touched a little. It was raining in Canada, and they were on the dry line, and I think it was either Carlos Sainz or Charles Leclerc. I think it was Sainz just dipped a wheel onto the wet line, just ever so slightly, and the car just did a spin, and then he crashed out. Yeah, Sainz spun in Canada. I don't know about Leclerc though. Yeah. Charles had the wrong tyres. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, he had dry tyres when it was raining and wet tyres when it wasn't raining or something like that. And then was just so far behind and then had some engine issues as well and then just called it a day. Which tyre did... Lewis is purple in the first sector. Let's see what he can do there. What tyre did Lando set his fastest time with yesterday? I think Lando set his fastest time on the C3s, maybe the C4s, but the mediums. Yeah, the mediums that currently show up on the screen. So the same ones I think Lewis is using. Okay. Just joined. Is it hammer time? Well, it looks like not so much. The middle sector was pretty slow for Lewis Hamilton. We'll see. Yeah, in fact, he made a mistake in the middle sector, I think, and just backed out of it. And he might be restarting another lap, or he might be coming into the pits. I'm not sure. Yeah. Is there anything different functionally about the DRS in 2026 or just control? So with the active aero thing, I think the way it will work is they're allowed to deflect. There'll be a regulation saying that you can deflect the active aero by a certain amount, just normally. So you can say, oh, we're allowed to move your wing by 10 centimeters whenever you want. But then if you have DRS, you're allowed to move your wing by 20 centimeters however you want. So I think that's how it would work. I don't know if they're going to totally get rid of it or not, but I think it'll still stick around for a while until they figure out if it is actually necessary or not. Yeah, Max is driving tomorrow. We've just got we just have Liam Lawson driving all day today. Who are the two drivers not driving? It's Max and Albon, and they're just not driving because the mechanics ideally don't want to be changing seats and pedals halfway during their lunch break. So Lawson's just going to be driving for the whole day, and Sainz will be driving for the whole day today, and then tomorrow Verstappen and Albon will be driving for the whole day tomorrow. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't watch the full 2022 season, but I've heard a lot of Ferrari horror stories. Oh yeah, so I think someone made a meme, like in their notes app they made a list of every single time Ferrari messed something up in 2022, and honestly, I would you need a new hard drive to store everything, to store a list of everything that Ferrari messed up in 2022. You'd need like a new hard drive to fit everything on there. Yeah. Oh, we've got 2,700 people tuned in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully we can hit 1,000 likes. That'd be fantastic. The only driver currently out on the circuit is Lewis Hamilton, number 44. We've got 44 minutes left of the session, and Hamilton is making his way down the start-finish straight. 315 kilometers per hour down the straight he goes. He's on the C3 tyre as he heads up the hill with DRS wide open, and he might be on another quick run. Let's have a look. Through the first sector he goes, purple through the first sector, very nice, and he is pushing the car to the absolute limit. Has to lift off the throttle ever so slightly as he goes through turn number 7. Rotates the car nicely for turn number 8, though straight onto the power he goes again. And now flicks the car left, braking in a straight line again. The brake balance also gets moved backwards. A little bit of a stab at the steering wheel as he gets onto the power, onto the back straight. DRS once again wide open, and towards turn number 11 he goes, brakes at the 50-meter box so late, carries the power and carries the speed throughout the corner. And now, once again, straight line braking, 2/10 up on his previous time as he exits the middle sector, stays well within track limits of turn number 13. And now, just the final corner is left. Onto the brakes he goes at the 100-meter mark, rotates the car in and stays just on the curb as he exits the final corner. How much is he going to improve by? He improves by another 0.3 of a second. It's a 129.3 there for Lewis Hamilton. And we are already 6-7 tenths faster than we were last year. The fastest time from testing last year was a 1:30.1, and now we're down to a 1:29.4. So yeah, we're already 7 tenths faster. We could see a sub 1:29 depending on what the fuel loads some of the teams decide to bring, and if they bring out the full soft tyres. But track temperature's gone slightly up now, 18.2 degrees. Wind is 4 degrees now from the south direction, so the drivers actually have a tailwind going into turn 4 and a bit of boosting grip on the exit of turn number 4. Yeah. No radio, sad. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know why the radios aren't working, but unfortunately they aren't. Yeah. Who do you think will win the head-to-head at Ferrari this year? My money's on Charles. Yeah, I'm still going to say Charles will win the head-to-head because he'll have the upper hand, I think, just at the start because he's more used to the Ferrari car on the limit. Like, the 2024 and 2025 cars aren't that different for Ferrari. And they'll all have pretty similar characteristics. So I think the fact that Leclerc will just have more knowledge of how to drive the 2024 car on the limit will just help him out in the first couple of races while Hamilton gets up to speed, and then the head-to-head will basically be decided by that factor. What is tyre temperature and what's its significance? Well, the tires have a specific operating range. They're designed to operate, between when they're between like 85 to 105 degrees. The hotter the tire temperature, the more tire wear you get, but also it's slightly more grip that you also get. Well, no, I'd say you probably get peak grip at like 95 degrees. You go any hotter than that, and you're just excessively wearing out the tires. And you go any colder than that, then you don't get peak grip. So yeah, the tire temperature is just critical for maintaining maximum grip from the tires. And if you go a little bit too hot, then your tires wear out too fast. So that is that. No, you're not. Max is not running today. Max will be running tomorrow. Lawson is running for the whole day today, and so is Sainz. And Albon is running for the whole day tomorrow, and so is Verstappen. Leclerc's currently in the pits. Leclerc will be driving in the afternoon session, so we've got 39 minutes left, and then we're going to have a 1 hour break till the second half of testing gets underway. Yeah. F1 tires and brakes need to be warmed up. They're designed to work at racing speeds. Indeed, they are. Like if you're driving, there is like if you put me in a Formula One car, I would actually be driving too slowly for the car to work properly. Because I wouldn't be exerting enough G-force load onto the brakes, and I wouldn't be warming them, like not G-force loads, I just wouldn't be putting enough force into the brakes to slow the car down enough for the brakes to build up temperature. So normally, like every car has a maximum speed, but Formula One cars also have a minimum speed. Like you just can't go too slowly, otherwise the car doesn't work properly. Yeah. There's also no crashes this testing. Nobody has spun. Nobody has crashed into the barriers. I mean, no spins today. We had 2 spins yesterday, but yeah. All right. Which team would you drive for if you got the chance? I don't know. Whichever team's winning, surely. Yeah, if I had a chance to do a Formula One race, I'd just pick whichever team's winning, and then try to do my best. I mean, there's no way I'm going anywhere close to these guys. I'll probably get eliminated by the 107% rule, actually. If you guys don't know what the 107% rule is, if all of the conditions are the same for the entirety of qualifying, if you are more than 7% slower than the driver in first place, then you're not eligible to take part in the race. Like, you're not allowed because you're too slow for Formula One. And this rule was a lot more important, when there used to be so many random teams just competing, like in the early 60s, early 70s. Anyone could really start a Formula One team. It didn't take that much resources. Whereas right now you need millions and millions of pounds of investment just at the start. And then you need to persuade the FIA bribe them with money probably to also get into this sport. But yeah, so for example, let's say a lap time of 1 minute 40, so that's 100 seconds. If you are slower than a 1 minute 47, then you're not allowed to take part in the race because you're deemed too slow for Formula One. Yeah, and that's probably what would happen if you stuck me in a Formula One car. I'd be more than 7 seconds off the pace. Well, actually, if you think about the Formula One games, when I go on the time trial, I'm only 4 seconds off the pace compared to the top esports drivers. So maybe there's potential that I could be a Formula One driver, but. Yeah, I would need the fastest car because the other driver on pole position would be right at the top and I'd be right at the back, 4 seconds, 5 seconds back. Yeah, only 4 seconds slower. Who knows? We'll see you on the track then. Yeah, why not? I'll be there. I'll be there. You just need Ferrari or someone to give me a phone call. Yeah, Gasly is the same lap time as Lando's fastest yesterday. Yeah, so exactly. So the lap times are just gradually getting quicker. Sainz went quicker than Lando's lap yesterday, and Sainz has done it on hard. So, yeah. The main factor between virtual and real racing is fear. Oh yeah, for sure. And also, I think I play the F1 games with ABS on as well, so I'm not the best at not locking up, because I just yeah the like I can drive without locking up. It's just I am pretty prone to locking up, and when I want to have fun, I'll just turn ABS on, so I don't have to focus that much. I still have traction control off because that's still fairly accurate, but because I can drive with a traction control off, and it's more fun that way rather having to at least focus a little bit to make sure you don't spin, and so you can actually get good traction in the F1 games. But locking up, I just find a bit annoying, especially when you're going for an overtake. You got to brake as late as possible, but then you end up locking. It's slightly annoying, but I guess that's part of the fun as well. Yeah, G-force and other physical effects. Like, there's no way my neck could take the first. Oh my god, Piastri nearly crashed into Nico Hulkenberg there. Did he crash into Hulkenberg? Did he touch him ever so slightly? He got ridiculously close. Let's just watch the replay. Yeah, he did. Piastri collided with Hulkenberg. I mean, Piastri, I think he just got slightly distracted, missed his braking point. Hulkenberg got out of the way nicely. It's just that Piastri was probably a little bit too focused on what Hulkenberg was doing, missed his own braking point, and then went into the side of him. Yeah, it's fine though. Hulkenberg's car is fine as well. Also, remember how after Max's crash in Monaco, he said he knew how it felt and was relieved of being the constant unknown feeling of crashing an F1 car. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's always that sort of fear factor of like you don't know what the pain is going to be like, or so you're not so like you're really scared about it, and because that restricts you even if you're not consciously thinking about it. Like if for example, like crashing a Formula 1 car doesn't feel that bad, then you're not as scared to go push the car all the way to the ragged edge. Whereas if you do have even the slightest bit of unconscious fear in you, being like, oh, if I crash this car I could be in a whole lot of pain, then you're a lot less likely to go all the way to the limit. So yeah, there is always that aspect of fear that sometimes you just need to overcome. How long of testing is left? 32 minutes of this test session, then we've got an hour break, and then another 4-hour test session. Yeah, but we've had a fairly consistent amount of running today. Yeah. Why such few laps from Hamilton? Hamilton's done 35 laps. Russell's done 60. To be honest, I don't know. They've just been... Obviously, some drivers did go out when it was raining. Some drivers didn't. So that's most likely why. Yeah. And yeah, it's probably like Hamilton has probably did quite a bit of running yesterday. Actually, Hamilton, I think he did 68 laps or something along those lines yesterday. So Ferrari will have their run plan, and if they can't stick to it, then they'll just do more tomorrow. Like it's not the end of the world. They've still got another 12 hours of testing after this half an hour finishes. F1 going 1 million this year. 1 million I think is a little bit unlikely. I think definitely 150k. That's definitely possible. 100 and maybe 200 is also on the cards. It really depends how the season goes and how, like, are there like loads more Formula One fans? Because I reckon after the Formula One movie, there will definitely be more Formula One fans. But yeah, it depends how much Formula One grows as well. Because I think I could probably make it as the biggest F1 like commentator on YouTube, at least in English. I think there are some people that do it in Spanish that have more people watching, but at least in English, I could be the biggest. So yeah, 150 on the cards for certain, for sure. 200 might be a little far. We'll see. We'll see. Um, yeah, the movie should be good, and um, it'll definitely bring a lot more fans into the sport. You know, big popular name, Brad Pitt's in it, and should be fantastic. And then once the movie, because the movie will go into theaters, and then once it's finished, going in theaters, it will go on Apple TV. And once it's on Apple TV, there'll be loads of people that happen to have Apple TV and be like, "Oh, I watched Drive to Survive. I kind of like that, so let's watch the F1 movie as well." Um, so yeah, I think it should be brilliant. Alonso's out on fresh mediums, very nice. We got Ocon out on fresh mediums. He's improving, coming out the final corner now. 296 Ks through the straight, so he is not using DRS, I don't think. Yeah, Ocon is not using DRS, so this is exactly the thing. Everyone's saying, "Oh, Haas are really slow," but he isn't using DRS going down the main straight. He's not using DRS through turn 3 and 4. He's not using DRS on the exit of turn 10 before turn 11. So that's probably going to be a free, 1 second of lap time that he's just missing out on, because he's not opening the DRS lap. And Haas know that. We don't. Not, when you look at the lap times at the end of the leaderboard, you're just going to be like, "Oh, Haas are super slow." You don't actually know if they've used DRS, if they haven't, or what. So, yeah. The Gran Turismo movie was meh. Yeah, I think as a racing fan, there were some things about the Gran Turismo movie, like when they kept showing images of the Hungaro ring, and then they were acting like it's Le Mans, and I'm like, well, this is clearly not Le Mans. This is the Hungaro ring. But to the ordinary person who doesn't know what Le Mans looks like, who doesn't know what the Hungaro ring looks like, that it still seems absolutely fantastic, and it's pretty exciting and thrilling. Um, yeah. The United States market is growing at an absurd rate of becoming super popular here. Yeah, it is. I think obviously the Drive to Survive, the more races, and then of course this new F1 film with Brad Pitt, one of Hollywood's biggest stars, um, is definitely helping the whole promotion along. Yeah. Haas did this last year. They had a different program and it worked for them. Yeah. So you don't really need to worry. That's why I say. That's why people say testing doesn't matter, because people are on totally different run plans. Like, yes, on the majority of teams will have fairly similar run plans, but some teams won't use DRS, and then you will never pay. You'll never notice. Some of the long runs, like Hamilton could be 1 second slower than Piastri in all of the long runs, but Piastri was using DRS and Hamilton wasn't, and you would never know just by looking at even the lap times. Like, you'd have to actually watch the session lap by lap, um, and note down who used DRS, who didn't use DRS, and that's the only way you could figure it out. F1 movie trailer, 7.5 million views 7 months ago. 300 million budget won't make revenue back. It doesn't have to make revenue back. Um, it just has to bring more Formula One fans into the sport. Like, the point of the F1 movie isn't to make money. Well, of course, partially, obviously, it is to make money, but um, I'm sure they will be getting part of that money from FOM, which FOM is sort of just putting into the movie, because they know that if they put some money into the movie and the movie what goes well, then there'll be more Formula One fans who will go buy Formula One merch and F1 merch and whatever, and buy tickets, and then that FOM will get money back that way. Um, So it's not the end of the world. And I'm sure once it gets close to the release date, normally when you go to the cinemas, they play like 5 or 10 adverts, or not adverts, they play 5 trailers or so before that you actually get to the movie. Once it gets into those trailers as well, a lot more people will start talking about it. Yeah, should be good. And of course, the Brad Pitt and everyone is still yet to go on their press tour about what this movie is going to be about and what's going to happen. So I'm sure it'll do quite well. And even if it doesn't, like, it doesn't really matter. There are already so many good Formula One movies. Um, yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch it. I might even do a reaction video of what I thought about the movie. That'd be pretty cool. Add fuel levels, engine modes, practice don't mean much unless it's 2009 and brought up 1 or 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else. Yeah, unless it's that. Unless you're miles ahead of everyone or miles behind everyone, and even if you are miles behind everyone, you're just doing a different run plan with way more fuel. Yeah. All right. Also, guys, be sure to hit the like button. We're getting pretty close to 1,000 likes here. We've got 3,000 people tuned in. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We shall, yeah, see you guys around for tomorrow's testing session, and hopefully for the Australian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. I'm very, very excited. Yeah, we got Ocon, Sainz, Russell just lapping around. Alonso and Piastri as well. They're all just out on there, just doing some long runs here. Nobody's really pushing that hard. Some drivers using DRS. Yeah, Piastri's using DRS as he goes down the straight. 310Ks for Piastri. Very nice. Yeah, Rush, pretty good movie. Yeah, Nicky Lauda. What can you say? He's a man of his word and a very good driver, for sure. I think they'll beat last pole time today. Yeah, they probably will. The cars get around a second faster, a second and a half faster each year, so should be good. Oh yeah, the fastest point, the point for fastest lap has been removed this year, just because they don't really need it anymore, and it's a little bit pointless really, because it was intended to be whoever has the fastest lap also just gets an extra bonus point, but then that adds the incentive for drivers to slow down on purpose, come in for a pit stop, and then go out and do a fastest lap, which is not what they really intended. Yeah. All right. I mean, no, you can still have Grand Slams. You will get a fastest lap. It's just that you won't get a point for it. Yeah. It's getting pretty late where I am. Thanks for the commentary. Good night. Yeah, see you later, Plan. I'll be commentating tomorrow, so be sure to tune in then. Just handed in my assignment. Can fully focus on F1. That sounds good. That is sounds brilliant. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna have a quick sip of water here. My throat is throat's still doing all right actually. Not too bad. Yeah, hopefully it carries on this way. Okie dokie. Yeah, things are going well. Streams going pretty nicely. Alonso's on a bit of a push lap by the looks of it. He's pushing pretty hard. What's his first sector time? Let's have a look. 29.2. He's on a personal best. He's on a fresh set of mediums. They're not totally fresh, but let's see what he can do. Here he goes then towards turn number 9. I'm going to say brilliant exit. He's on those C3 tyres. The C3 tyres are the mediums for the actual races, for the Bahrain Grand Prix as well. Same tyres that Hamilton was using on his run. And Alonso really does seem to be pushing the car here. The car looks fairly light as well. So obviously don't know the fuel loads for certain, but Alonso's 1.1 seconds back actually. He comes across the the second sector line and are 1.1 seconds back from Hamilton. So it's technically still up on his time, but still quite the ways off Lewis Hamilton, not where Aston Martin ideally wants to be. He opens DRS as well just before the line, and 1.5 seconds back. Does not improve on his personal best. Yeah, Sonoda 316Ks. I mean, look at that. Aston 311Ks as they were going down the straight. So still got some top speed left, Aston, because, well, yes, they seem to be pretty draggy. They're just a little bit more drag than everyone else for the same downforce level. And it's not particularly ideal. Yeah. All right, where is Red Bull? Liam Lawson is sat in the garage. Only 28 laps for Liam Lawson. We've got 20 minutes left of the session. The drivers can do at a max, what's that, 10, 12 laps, 12, 13 laps. Yeah. Also, folks, if you are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, link is in the description. Go ahead and check it out. It just helps you... yeah, the link's in the description. It just helps you watch all the F1 coverage live while it's happening. You get all the onboards, all of the footage, all of the team radios. So I would recommend getting that if you are interested. And the full year membership is cheaper than the 1 year, than getting it each month. So yeah, you'll save a bit of money if you buy it now for the full year. All right. Here we go. Any big surprise for the session? No. No big surprises for the session. All right. What else is going on, really? Not too much. Just the final couple of laps now. 18 minutes. Just a Q1 session left till the end of the first half of testing. Yeah. Talladega Nights, Cars 2. Actually, yeah, we've got a. I mean, Cars is a personal favorite that's got just got to go up there because it made me interested in racing. But who knows? Who knows? Cars 3 as well, pretty good, but I would have liked to see Lightning McQueen win that last race, just for old time's sake. Who knows? What do you think of the F1 swearing ban? I don't know. Gasly 320 Ks. How's he done that? The Alpine doesn't have enough horsepower to go that quick. Well, I mean it does. You just have to take a bunch of downforce off. So we'll see how he copes in the middle sector, because with not enough downforce, with reduced downforce, the middle sector is probably going to be a little slower. But here he comes then, towards turn number 10, gets a nice exit, once again using DRS. I think it's using DRS even before the detection point here, because of course it's testing. You can use DRS whenever and wherever you want. So he's using DRS even before the detection point starts, I think. The bottom of the car bouncing off the ground, so the ride height has been lower, the downforce has been reduced, and he is now going all the way to the start-finish line. What's it going to be for Pierre Gasly? Out of the final corner he comes, and currently he is in 4th place. Across the line he goes, and is he going to improve? No, he's not. He goes 0.2 slower than his previous personal best. Okay. Who do you think would be the first victim of messed up sector two? I mean, yeah, sector two with a lack of downforce. If he's hitting 320 k's, he's not got enough downforce on the car, or at least the engine mode has been turned up, but he's not turning up the engine mode in practice. So, not enough downforce and a mistake. Hence, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, who's the first victim of the swearing ban? We've already talked about this, but it's just going to be either Max or Sonoda. Surely, there's no one else that swears as much as those two. Yeah. All right. What happened to Lawson? He's just sat in the garage. I don't know. They must have had some sort of problem, or they're just not bothering with the test plan. I'm not 100% sure why, but yeah. Also, folks, we're 16 likes away from 1,000 likes. If we could hit that before the end of the session, that would be fantastic. Oh, there we go. We're 14 likes away. Thank you, everyone, for hitting the like button. Yeah. Yeah, Piastri's out on a fresh set of hard tyres, and wasn't particularly quick on the previous lap. He was a tenth slower than his previous personal best. And I think his previous personal best was on medium, so yeah. George Russell, what is he doing? He's getting wheeled back into the garage. With 14 minutes left to go, maybe he'll come and do some more laps, or he might get out of the car so the mechanics can already start work early on taking the seat out and getting it ready for Kimi Antonelli in the afternoon session. Oh, we've got a replay here of George Russell. What's he doing? Going now towards... Oh, he's sticking his hand sort of out of the cockpit. Is he trying to grab something? Is there something stuck somewhere? I'm not sure exactly. Something might have been stuck somewhere, or he's trying to... Unless the mechanics have told him, stick your hand there and see what the air's doing. But that's the most unscientific way I've seen... Oh no, there was a piece of something stuck or next to his wing mirror, I think, and he was just taking that off. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. We've hit 1,000 likes. That is fantastic. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. I guess we'll set the target for 2,000 likes for the end of the test session. Brilliant. All right. So that's about it. Where do you get this data from? I get it from F1 TV Pro and Multiviewer. So you got to get F1 TV Pro, then you sign in with F1 TV Pro into Multiviewer, and then you get all the data. A link to F1 TV Pro is in the description or in the pinned chat comment. Go ahead and check it out. Alonso's having another go on fresh mediums. Ooh, here we go then. He's out on a fresh set. We'll see what he can do. Right. What do you think is going to happen, folks? Do you think Alonso is going to get closer to Carlos Sainz? I reckon, yeah. I think he will be slower than Sainz, but quicker than Gasly. That is what I am expecting. All right. Merck this year looks very consistent with their lap times. It'll be interesting to watch this year. Yeah, I mean, they're interesting. They're consistent with their lap times, at the same circuit. However, the main issue is they weren't consistent between circuits last year. Like one circuit they'll be quick, the other circuit they'll be slow, and you never know. And once again that rhymes slow and no. Oh no, it's kind of a rhyme. All right. Anyway, Sainz starts a flying lap on an old set of hard tyres. Is he using DRS? No, he's not. Oh, I guess he's just starting a run then. But Alonso is certainly using DRS. Here he comes down the straight. What's the speed going to be? Looks like 312. Still, the Aston a little bit slow down the straights. They've got the Mercedes power unit, but clearly not enough. Not enough drag reduction, or maybe just a little bit too much downforce, really. But Alonso did struggle in the middle sector, so they've bolted on a little bit more downforce, I presume, to help him out in the middle sector. The first sector for Alonso is slower than his personal best, as expected, though. With a little bit more downforce, you're not going to be quicker down the straights. Is Adrian Newey in Aston Martin now? No, Adrian Newey is starting work on Monday, folks. So today is Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday is when Adrian Newey begins work at Aston Martin. Which will be fantastic. Lawson could use the laps though, regardless. Yeah, Lawson could use the laps. I mean, Lawson is going to be driving for all of the afternoon session as well. So maybe they've just gone for an early lunch or something. And then he's going to be doing all of his laps in the afternoon session. It might be his neck's a bit too sore to continue. We don't really know. We'll just have to wait and see. But Alonso in the middle sector wasn't particularly quick either. In fact, he backed out of it. Must have made a mistake because he's 8 seconds slower than everyone else's middle sector times. All right. Lawson's got an engine problem. Loss of engine water pressure. Really? Let's have a look. I did not know that, so apologies for that. Apologies for not knowing. But let's just have a check. Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, no, they have got a loss of water pressure. All of their, they've covered everything up with big old screens, and yeah, they've covered up everything with big old screens, which means that they are disassembling the engine most likely. That's well, it just suggests that they're disassembling everything. It's not written anywhere that he's got a loss of water pressure, but I guess it's some sort of issue with the engine. It's been a while since there's been an issue with the Honda engine, really. But yeah. Let's see. Is there any news articles about it? No, nothing written just yet. But yeah, some sort of issue. A journalist confirmed it a few minutes ago. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess the journalist has probably just posted it on Twitter or something. But if it's a reliable journalist, then fair enough. Okie dokes. Brilliant. And Piastri is lapping away as well. Well, we don't know. I suspect they'll be able to fix their issues soon enough. But it's a bit unfortunate that Lawson's running is getting compromised because really, Lawson is the one that needs more time in the car, not Verstappen. So we'll see what they do about that. Maybe they'll give Lawson. Actually, I don't think they will. They'll just say suck it up. They might give him some more time tomorrow. Depends. Like they might give him the morning and give Verstappen the afternoon because Verstappen has done so much test in the Red Bull. He's basically driven the whole car. Well, he's driven the car for the whole of last year as well, and it won't be that different. Like, all of the aerodynamic surfaces have changed, very slightly, but I'm sure the characteristics of the car are pretty similar. So. Yeah, this is Red Bull, so just deal with it, kid. That's essentially what Lawson might be told. Yeah, we love Max, and we're gonna give him extra testing time compared to you. Like, who knows? Oh, it suddenly got very grey in Bahrain. The sky has got very cloudy again. Don't know why that is. It's definitely not gonna. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna say definitely, but it doesn't look like it shouldn't be raining. Yeah. Um, there's 5 minutes left on the clock, folks. I'm just gonna pop off to the toilet because I have been streaming for like 4.5 hours now. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute, and yeah, we'll have the final couple of minutes of the first test session. Oh, there's a safety car. I have no idea why there's a safety car. I've just missed it. It's a red flag. What? Has someone crashed? Okay. No, there actually is a red flag. It might just be once again testing the systems. I don't think there's a power cut again. And I also don't know why it would have said safety car, because there is the only safety car that they have is a Ford Mustang. It's not the Mercedes or the Aston Martin or anything. What is going on here? They're probably just testing the system, and they're just going to end the session a little early. But yeah, virtual safety car deployed, double yellow, safety car deployed, red flag. Unless it's like a piece of debris or something, it doesn't make much sense to. Surely it's not lights out again. There's no way. Why can't they do it in the break in between the sessions? I mean, if there's only 3 minutes left, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it says clear in track sector 16. I don't know which bit is sector 16 of the track, but it's clearly one of the marshals had reported some debris, and I think that's what caused it. Yeah. But either way, a red flag has been called. They're just gonna wait till the end of the session, and that's probably going to be the end of it. Or it might just be a test run and they'll go back out. But are they really going to go out for the last 2 minutes? Probably not. Yeah. 2 minutes 12 seconds left. Just only Ocon and Piastri left now to come across the line. I think Hamilton's getting out of the car maybe. Oh no, they're sticking on the main the screens in front of him. So don't know what's going on there. But yeah. The next session starts in 1 hour, folks. So we'll have a 1 hour lunch break. I'm still going to carry on commentating most likely. I'll just have my lunch after the stream finishes. Yeah. Yeah, it's green flag, but is the pit lane open? I don't know if the pit lane ever closed, actually. Piastri's coming down towards the end of the pit lane, so maybe the pit lane is still open. Or is Piastri just going to his pit box? Piastri might be going to his pit box. He might be leaving the pit lane. Oh no, we've got the queue at the end of the pit box. Yeah, we've got one Haas and one Piastri waiting. So we got Ocon and Piastri waiting at the end, waiting for the green light. So yeah, we are still going to get some more running. Very nice. Okay. I didn't know why there was a red flag. It might have just been some debris. It might have just been a test. Yeah, that's. Oh no, it's on purpose. It was a test. Yeah. The final 5 minutes of the session include a raft of tests from the FIA. First up, a virtual safety car protocol, so the drivers can adhere to those protocols. Then there'll be a double yellow, there'll be red flag tests, as well as formation laps and aborted formation laps and practice starts. So they're just doing a series of tests right at the end of the session. Yeah. That is it. Yeah, right. Let me just take a timer up on the screen for the next session. Okay, so there's going to be a standing start. Ocon, Russell, and Piastri will be taking part in it. And let me just take that timer up there. Right, testing starts in 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Only one car per team allowed. Yeah, you're only that's only one car per team allowed for testing. And Ocon, Piastri, and Russell are the three drivers that will be taking part in the standing start. And then they'll also have a formation lap test, I think, maybe. Yeah. All right, folks. So what have you guys thought of the first practice session, first test session? Nothing too exciting, really. I'm just looks hopeful for Williams. Really, they're doing a pretty good job up in third place, and yeah, you got Pierre Gasly in fourth, and it's looking pretty good. Did anyone else see an article about Susie Wolff maybe running for FIA president? I mean, maybe. But if Susie Wolff is running for FIA president and Toto Wolff is a team principal in Formula One, like that is just not really fair. Like, sure, you can say that, oh no, they'll be fair and they'll do whatever and adhere to the rules, but that is just not. It's not the way that you want to be going about doing things. All right, there you go. We have got the McLarens, Ocon, Piastri, and Russell all doing they've all done their practice starts, and they'll be making their way back to the grid. Oh no, they're doing an extra formation lap. That's the procedure. An aborted start, so no extra formation lap. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah. Oh, they're doing an extra formation lap and then now another standing start. Right. So they're just sort of going by the procedure, and everyone's just weaving around, warming those tires up, as if it's a race. The top three: Hamilton, Russell, and Sainz. Yeah, it's almost like Sainz never left Ferrari. Yeah. So then for the second half, we're gonna have Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Doohan, Antonelli, Leclerc, Stroll, and Behrman step in, and Lawson and Sainz will continue on for their teams. And yeah, and then we'll have 18 drivers taking part today, 18 drivers taking part tomorrow, and that will be that'll be the end of testing. Well, tomorrow, obviously, not today. Can someone help for the FIA curse word penalty wording plus 1 month suspension? Which part is suspended? What does which? Uh, which is suspended. What does the which is suspended mean? I'm not actually sure which is suspended. Interesting. Do you know the first cooling inlet system of the Aston Martin is the first team to ever do it? I don't think Aston have done that because the FIA have said that they have to do that. They've just added an inlet probably. They might just be testing it out, but yeah, I mean it's quite nice to keep your drivers comfortable, in a reasonable temperature rather than boiling them. All right. There we go. We've had our standing race start, and Russell is the last driver to make his way off the starting grid. Who seems like a promising little rookie apart from Lawson? Well, I think Behrman. I think Behrman has done a fantastic job. He's stepped in he's driven 3 Formula One races, done 1 race for Ferrari, 2 races for Haas, and every time he was asked to step up to the challenge, he's done a fantastic job. So I just think based off the fact that he's been able to step up to the challenge within 45 minutes of practice, 1 hour of practice, I think that bodes really well for him. Right, and they just called another red flag. I think that just means come into the pits. Yeah. Brilliant. So that is the end of preseason testing, the morning session, and then we will have the afternoon and the other sessions very, very soon. Well, in 54 minutes. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's about it really. We've got 2,000 people tuned into live stream. Thanks everyone for sticking around. We'll be underway pretty shortly for the second hour. But meanwhile, we can play some more games about Formula One related games in chat. If you have any questions, any random stats that you happen to remember, then be sure to drop them in to the chat. Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Who crashed? Nobody did. The FIA are testing out all their systems. They're testing out the formation lap, the extra formation lap. They're testing out standing start, virtual safety car, red flag, the whole thing. That is what they are testing out, and yeah. All right. Yeah. So thank you everyone for tuning in. And then we'll be underway for the afternoon session very, very shortly. Okie dokes. Track test has been completed by the FIA. The track is once again deemed to be clear. And now all the mechanics have just got to go and switch out the seats, switch out the pedals, and get ready for the other drivers. Yeah. We're probably going to see a 1:28 lap time today. That would be quite nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, guys, what do you think about the two-stop rule? The two-stop rule in Monaco. It will be a little bit more interesting. But I think it's a little bit like, oh, this race is boring, so let's add a two-stop. It's a bit of a bandage solution. Like if you're gonna do it at Monaco, then why not do it at all of the Grand Prix? Who knows? If it works well in Monaco, maybe they'll do it in all of the Grand Prix. Yeah. When were turbos introduced? Well, recently. I'm guessing the turbos. If you talk about recently, then you had the V6 turbos that we have right now. But before that, I don't know. I mean, turbos must have been introduced when they were invented. Surely, as soon as they were invented, they go straight into Formula One cars. Yeah. in the 1970s, turbo started making a difference in F2. I think that might be F1, but yeah. Special might mean F1. Why was there a red flag? The FIA were testing out their systems. You need the freedom to play the pit stops. How does strategy make a difference? Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, if everyone's doing a two-stop strategy, then it's the same for everyone. You really only get a good strategy mix, like a good strategic race, when you have some teams with one stops and some teams with two stops. Now, if it is a mandatory two stops, some teams might go for a soft medium strategy, or some teams might go for hard medium soft or something like that. But I don't really know if I don't really know if that is how they're gonna go about doing it. I think they're just gonna find the most optimum strategy, and then they're just gonna do that. Oh, maybe right, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. This is actually, no, I mean, this idea wouldn't really work. Actually, it would. Pit lap number 1 in Monaco, get clean air, and then pit lap number 1 in Monaco, get clean air, and then just do another pit stop as well. So you're 40 seconds behind the competition, except that you're just going to be on hard tyres till the end of the race. That could actually be a strategy, you know. Okay, so for example, you've got you for whatever reason you crash in quali, so you're starting the race in dead last, and then what you do, you come in immediately on lap. You start the race on soft tires. You come in on lap number 1. And you pit onto another set of soft tyres, and then you catch up those 20 seconds, because normally in Monaco what happens is everyone just sits right at the front, and they go way slower than they actually have to, because they're just doing tyre conservation. So when you're on your soft tyres, you can push really hard in clean air, and you can actually set quicker lap times than everyone in the lead of the race. So you're gaining time, like a net lead on them. And then so while you're gaining a net lead on them, then you pit onto hards, and then you've done your 2 pit stops. Like once your soft tires are worn out, you pit onto your hard tires, and then you just and then you just set the exact same lap times as everyone ahead of you, or like what all the leaders are doing. And because you gained some lap times earlier when you're on the softs, they'll come out behind you, and you've won the race. No need to thank me, Red Bull. No need to thank me, whoever uses that strategy. That's how you win the Monaco Grand Prix. I've just figured it out. Just figured it out here, live on the stream. Except if a lot of teams do that, then the clean air goes. But surely no one else is going to pit on lap number 1. Like, everyone else is just going to think you've got an issue. Oh, crash into the barriers on purpose to break your front wing, so make it look like an accident, and then pit. Like Ferrari is taking notes. No, I don't think Ferrari is taking notes. I think Red Bull is taking notes, because Ferrari, they have a habit of messing up strategies. Red Bull is surely taking notes on this, and that's how you win the Monaco Grand Prix. And then even if you're on like hard tires and everyone else is like way faster behind you, because it's Monaco, there's absolutely no chance they're going to be able to overtake. Just don't mess up your exit into the tunnel, and don't mess up your exit onto the main straight, and job done. Which will be here we go. I've solved it. Solved the problem. All right. Monaco, remove the chicane at the end of the tunnel. If you remove the chicane at the end of the tunnel, the whole circuit, like you become way too quick going down that straight, and then going into the next, the little kink to the left. It is, I think it's called Tabac. You'll be way too high speed, and they'll have to like triple reinforce the barriers and stuff like that. And they don't really have the space to do that. Yeah. Do you think the teams will be able to fight for more leniency with the 2026 regulations this year? Probably not. See, the thing is, okay, so if you look at the regulations, the reason why the 2021 season was so good and it was so close was because Red Bull and Mercedes had sort of converged on. They had totally different concepts. Like Red Bull was a short wheelbase, high rate car. The Mercedes was a long wheelbase, low rate car, and yeah, essentially, the Red Bull and Mercedes had totally different design philosophies, but within that certain set of regulations, you could take two totally different approaches and you would still approach the exact same perfect lap time. And you only sort of reach that towards the end of the regulation cycle. And that took them quite a while. So they started out with those regs in 2017. They got slightly tweaked year on year, and then in 2021, all the teams converged, or like two teams converged on a certain point. In 2022, the new regulations were a lot stricter. Like there were so many regulations about what can go where, what can't go where. We converged from 2022 to 2023, super dominant from Red Bull and everything. And then 2024, we had loads of cars competing for wins. So, and we're going to have the same thing in 2025. Like the rules are going to converge again, and everyone's going to be super close together. So the stricter you make your rules, and the smaller freedom that you give them, the closer and the quicker the teams are going to converge on the most perfect version of the car they can make, and then the better and closer racing we're going to get. So it's actually much better to have very strict rules than to have lenient rules. Like lenient rules, of course, it gives you so much potential, but then in terms of the racing is really bad because everyone's sort of just split apart, and then you'll just have the same thing that you saw so often back in the day in like 2018 and 2019, where you'd see Merc 1-2 and then Ferrari 3-4, Red Bull 5-6. Like you just see the teams being separated and the drivers having little to no impact on anything. Yeah. All right. If Lewis is doing good, does that mean Ferrari fixed their bouncing can Charles do better today? Yeah, Ferrari they've fixed their bouncing issues. They just have to increase ride height. You can always fix the bouncing. You just have to increase ride height and sacrifice a small amount of downforce. So yeah, Charles can do well as well. I think it'd be fun to do a no regulation season just to keep the budget cap. Ooh, no regulation season. That would be wild. Like just say this is the 1 year you can develop whatever you want, absolutely anything. You have to have you have to do some sort of restriction. You have to say, oh, you have to have a V6 turbo. You have to have the same engines. And then that's it. You have to have the same engine, you have to have 4 wheels, and you can design whatever aerodynamics you want. You can do anything with the suspensions, you can do anything with the active aero. That would be pretty awesome. And just say like, oh, this is the 1 year, and then the following year, you go back to structured regulations. Yeah, like a 1 year free for all. Just do whatever you want. That'll be very interesting. Do you think the season drivers will play a larger role in the car and will become less important? Sainz and Williams doing slightly worse than the Ferrari. Yeah. What was I going to say? I totally forgot. What was I going to say? Do you like understeer? Oh yeah, you need to keep the halo. That's fair enough. Do you like understeer or oversteer? I don't know. I prefer a fast car that isn't doing both. But oversteer is technically drifting, so why not oversteer? Um, what else are you? The V6 would be yeah. You need safety regulations. That's fair enough. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Right. Um, so yeah, I mean, I don't know what would happen. I mean, you'd get something like the Red Bull X 2010, like those designs that Adrian Newey came up with. Um, that would be pretty awesome to see manufactured. Um, all right. Um, yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in. By the way, we got 1,600 people tuned in. Fair enough. We've got a lunch break, so everyone's going to get lunch really. I wonder why Alpine is blue and not pink. Um, just because I guess their more main color is blue, but you could probably make it pink. It will make it stand out a little better. Um, yeah. What are your opinions on Gordon Ramsay before and after the F175 live event? I don't know. Interesting person. Like, I wouldn't follow any of his recipes really, but yeah, quite prefer to just make my own food. Will the 2026 cars sound good? Well, they'll only sound good if they have a custom exhaust. Um, and I don't think they will. They'll all have exhaust sort of focused around maximum performance. How's Aston Martin looking in your eyes? I mean, it looks all right. Alonso was trying quite hard. Well, he looked like he was trying quite hard on the medium tires, but if he had a load of fuel in the car, then he wasn't never going to be that quick. And his speed down the straight still hasn't really been fixed. Aston was slow down the straights last year, and they're still 312 down the straights this year. I mean, of course, I don't know the power mode, I don't know the fuel, but yeah, the rest of the drivers are going 318, 317. So. Um, who knows? I would quite like to see Aston Martin's top speed issues fixed, but don't know what's up. Do you think active aerodynamics will play a bigger role, or DRS in 2026? Well, active aerodynamics will be the same for everyone. Like there'll be a limited number of movement. Like you can only move a certain amount. And then DRS will be you're allowed to move maybe 10% more, 15% more. So DRS will still have an impact. Um, all right. Um, what else? Options of FIA possibly creating Eco V10s. I mean, you could make an Eco V10. The problem is that the Eco V10 is never going to be used by Ferrari or by Mercedes or McLaren or Audi or Aston Martin in their actual road cars. Like they all want to make hybrids because the regulations in the Europe and the EU say that we want electric cars for the future, etc., etc. So we're just shifting to 50% power from hybrid, 50% power from electric. Not from 50% power from electric, 50% power from internal combustion engine, because that's what the manufacturers want. After Mercedes said no more Bottas cars, I lost some respect for Toto. Yeah. Um, well, I would quite like to see Bottas drive that Mercedes, even if it is just a practice session. I want to see what he would say after he drives that Mercedes. It'll be like he comes out the car and is like, "Oh, I see why." I just noticed a huge difference between the kick Sauber and the Mercedes. Like, surely he'll notice. I mean, I'm guessing it's around about half a second, with 7/10, 8/10 of a second difference between the Merc and the kick Sauber. Um, That'd be quite interesting to see what he would say after a drive in the Merc. Maybe he'll get one, Kimi Antonelli or Russell get ill or whatever, and Bottas steps in to drive. What do you think about the number one rule at Ferrari? If Lewis will deliver and compete with Leclerc, which one will Ferrari support? Ooh, that is a tough one, isn't it? I don't know. I think they're just going to do the same thing that they did last year, where, well, I don't know what they did last year, but they had a few squabbles between Charles and Carlos, and sometimes one person would get the advantage, and the other times the other one would. Like, it was just whoever's in the lead at that point. Unless it's a huge difference in pace, it would just be the driver that's in the lead would get the thing, or it might just be whoever qualifies better. I don't know. There would be a good way to do it. It's just that I have no idea what Ferrari do. It's a very big headache, but it's a good headache to have as well. Like, oh, I've got two super fast drivers that are pushing each other to the limit. Rather than, what the problems Red Bull were having last year, where you have one super fast driver, one super slow one. Yeah. Why did Lewis only drive 6 laps? No, Lewis has driven 45 laps. His last set of tyres he drove 6 laps on. But if you look at the third column, that's the total number of laps completed. And yeah, he's done 45. What's your take and prediction on these lap times, considering Ferrari is going all in, even though there's a change of regulation? Ferrari isn't going all in. Like, I don't know why all these headlines are saying Ferrari are going all in. They've made a couple of changes to this year's car over the winter, and that's totally fine because they weren't really allowed to develop. They weren't allowed to develop the 2026 cars yet, so they've just made a couple of changes to this car that are a little like they're taking a gamble. It's not they're going all in on this year. When you can say that they're going all in on this year, you can say that when we're 2/3 of the way through the season and they're still bringing upgrades to the car. That's when you can say, oh, they're going all in. But you can't say that they're going all in at just because they've brought slightly different front suspension and a slightly different side pod to testing. Yeah. Right. Um. Yeah. We are halfway through the lunch break, and soon enough we'll be on our way to our second half of testing. Very nice. Can you explain the difference between push and pull rod? It's basically just where the suspension arm originates. Does it originate from the top of the suspension or the bottom? Yeah, I can't remember which way around it is, but the pull rod is slightly more aerodynamically efficient. So they've just switched from a push rod to a pull rod for a bit more aerodynamic efficiency. Past that, there isn't much to take into account. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts? What do you think is going to happen in the second hour of testing? Are we going to see some soft tire runs, or are we going to have to wait till tomorrow for those? It'll be good to see some soft tire runs, but no idea what's going to happen there. Liam Lawson is suffering from water pressure issues in his car, so that's why he is not taking part in Well, that's why he's only done 28 laps compared to everyone else doing a couple more. I mean, I didn't see what would have changed because we've got an engine freeze anyway, so it's reliability issues. But Honda has been pretty bulletproof last year, and they didn't have that many, if any, reliability issues. So, yeah, a little interesting. I mean, obviously the engines are sort of designed to do 300 kilometers max, and then they call it a day. But yesterday, of course, they did a lot more than 300 kilometers. You combined Lawson and Verstappen's laps, and you probably got up to 150 laps, which is more like 1,000 kilometers in a single day. Still, the engines are designed to do that many laps, and they probably were running them in a lower engine mode as well. So it should have been fine, but clearly not. From the second screen, except maybe Lewis. Unfortunately, no, I can't, because they'll all get merged onto the same leaderboard. Yeah. And yeah, I can't just the system doesn't allow me to remove drivers. I tried to look into the code a little bit more to see if I can figure some stuff out, but it seemed pretty unintelligible to me. So unfortunately, it's just gonna have to stay the way it is. Yeah. I know the difference between the push and pull is the center of gravity. Oh, that is true as well. Yeah, tire life not so much, but the pull rod has a slightly lower center of gravity, which helps, of course, with cornering. And I guess technically a lower center of gravity will also help with tire life, but like very minorly. Yeah, it's not due to the actual suspension layout that will help the tire wear. It's just the ever so slightly lower center of gravity. Yeah. Okie dokie. Not much else really going on, to be honest. You forgot to put Fernando Alonso in the rookie section. Yeah, I know I did. Okie dokes. Well, I guess I can take you guys through a lap of Bahrain since there's not much else to be really doing. We have, of course, got the main start-finish straight, the longest straight on the entire circuit. The drivers reach 312 kilometers an hour if you're an Aston Martin, 318 if you're a V-carb, and probably a little higher. You'll probably reach 322 if you're a Williams, and if you've got a bit of a slipstream as well. And then you head towards turn number one. Drivers brake around about the 110 meter mark, 120 meter mark, just depending on if you've had a slipstream or not going down the straight. Slam on the brakes and rotate the car as much as you can through turn number one. A shift down probably into second gear. You don't want to go too wide on the exit of turn number one because you have to come back to make the corner for turn number two. So yeah, you can go super deep into turn one, but then you compromise yourself, which is suboptimal. Then you straight line the power towards turn number two. Want to just touch the curb. You don't want to drive over it because that'll unsettle the car. You get a nice spin like Isaac Hadjar did yesterday. And then you're on the power up through the hill towards turn number three, where you activate DRS and continue rising towards turn number four. Place yourself on the left side of the road and probably place about half your car off the circuit because there's just enough grip there on the outside of the circuit that you can brake on it as well. So you place about half the car on the outside the entry curb, sorry. Slam on the brakes are around 70 meters. Hope that the tailwind. Hope that you have it in this situation with the wind coming from the north direction. You're going to have a tailwind on the exit at turn number four, so you do have to be careful getting on the power. You will suddenly lose quite a bit of downforce. And then once you go through 5 and 6, five's basically flat. You got to keep the car on the left for 5, so you can flick the car right for 6. 7, you've got to do a tiny lift depending on if you can get your line perfect or not. And then turn number 8 is a downhill braking zone. You want to shift the brake balance slightly rearward, so you can get enough rotation through there and not lock up the fronts, and then you have to shift it even further rearwards once you get to turn number 10, because you do not want to be locking the fronts going through there, because you're going to do a lot of steering and a lot of braking at the same time. Then you exit turn number 10. Once again, open DRS as you head towards turn number 11, and you shift your brake balance back to the normal setting for turn number 11 and the rest of the circuit. So you rotate through turn number 11, just hit that apex and immediately back onto the power. You don't have to hit the apex. The most important thing is carrying the speed through that corner. You're flat through 12, just hug the apex, minimize the distance, brake in a straight line for 13. And then once you brake in a straight line for 13, you just need to get a late apex, so you can get on the power as soon as possible and as much as a straight line as possible. And the same thing for turn number 14, and then you're back onto the main start-finish straight, coming across the line for, hopefully, pole position at Bahrain. Alonso's the only driver to get 2 championships during his rookie season, yeah. Who's better, Messi or Ronaldo? I'd say Messi, but I don't really watch that much football, so yeah. Do you think Carlos can fight for a podium this year? Unlikely. Given that there are 4 top teams, not 3, there's a lot smaller chance that there's going to be some DNFs here and there, and Sainz will be able to score a podium. The Williams looks quick today, but I don't think they've made such a huge leap from wherever they were last year all the way up into 3rd or 4th fastest to be competing for podiums. Yeah, turn 9 and 10 are the hardest on the circuit, especially if you on the F1 games, it's pretty difficult. I remember watching Nico Rosberg's video about how he, drove the Bahrain circuit and what he says about doing stuff there. And he's like, oh no, turn number 9 and 10 is easy. You just have to shift the brake balance backwards. And the thing is, I'm sure it's easy for Nico Rosberg. He's a he's a Formula One driver. Actually, no, he's a Monaco-based Formula One YouTuber that happens to have a world championship. But yeah, no, Nico Rosberg's like, oh yeah, that's easy corner, don't worry about it. Even though it's probably the hardest corner on the circuit. Do you think Ocon will terrorize Behrman? I don't think so. I think Ocon has a reputation for not being the best teammate, but I'm sure the relationship won't be that bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, folks, be sure to do so. And we are now 20 minutes away from the start of the second testing session. Behrman is not French, should be okay, yeah. Yeah, Monaco-based YouTuber who beat Lewis Hamilton, who's a 7-time world champion in equal machinery. Yeah. And he also beat Michael Schumacher, a 7-time world champion in equal machinery. Yeah, if Alonso had a fast teammate, then that would be incredible. I mean, if Alonso and Hamilton, what an incredible combination that was. There were so many sparks flying that year. You've just got to wait. Alonso versus put Alonso against any of the drivers in the top 4 teams. Maybe not Kimi Antonelli. He might destroy Kimi Antonelli's career, and maybe Liam Lawson as well. However, imagine Alonso and Verstappen as teammates. That would be mind blowing. The non-stop competition we'd have, it would be amazing. I mean, I want to see Fernando Alonso in a championship fight again. Obviously, I've seen loads of clips of when he was fighting against Michael Schumacher, but of course, I know what the outcome was. Then I know that Fernando Alonso ended up beating Schumacher in 2005 and 6. But imagine him racing against Verstappen and Leclerc for the championship in next year or this year. That would be a sight to behold for sure. Well, By the way, the power unit went out during testing. What is the best way to get light back, in your opinion? I have no idea how to get light back. I have no knowledge about electronics. But the power went out yesterday during testing. Today it'll be fine. I'm sure they will have they would have worked overnight to make sure it doesn't happen again. Yeah. Oh yeah, Nico Rosberg, the only driver to beat two goats in equal machinery. The goat tamer, the shepherd. The shepherd is actually that should catch on. Actually, that's a pretty good. I don't know. I haven't heard that before. I don't know if you've come up with that, but if you have, that's a great saying. I might use that a little bit more often. Your audio is very quiet. Yeah, apologies. Sometimes I'm just moving my face a little bit far away from my microphone. It's a little difficult to sit still for about 10 hours. But yeah, doing my best. Keeping up the speed, what have we learned from testing so far? Well, we've learned that basically everyone has a pretty drivable car. Everyone's been experimenting with setups here and there. It doesn't look like there's any mind-blowing leaps forward in performance. It seems like the top four teams are still going to be pretty equal playing field. Yeah, not much. Red Bull still may have some issues with their drivability because we saw Isaac Hadjar spin yesterday. Oh no, we saw, was it Isaac Hadjar spin or was it Lawson spin? Someone spun yesterday. Was it Lawson or was it Isaac Hadjar? I think Lawson spun as well. But the drivability might not be perfect for the Red Bull. But apart from that, they should be fine. Oh, it's Lawson. Okay. Yeah, Lawson that spun. Then yeah, that's why I was saying the Red Bull car probably not up to right as the most stable car on the grid. Probably much more on the unstable side. But Lawson, we'll get used to it. At turn 3, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. Also, folks, if you are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, then go ahead and check that out in the link in the description. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What was I going to say? Alpine's rear issue fixed. I don't know what you mean by Alpine's rear issue. They were a little down on horsepower, but I didn't know if that's a rear issue. Yeah. Okie dokes. Well, what else is there to talk about then? Oh yeah, folks. Do you think Franco Colapinto will make a return to Formula One next year? Will he find a seat somewhere? Because he did quite well in his stint at Williams. He did have a few crashes here or there, but he was a rookie, so fair enough. And yeah, do you think Colapinto will be making a return? Yeah, there were a few rumors that he was going to replace Jack Doohan. However, I don't think that is going to happen. I think Doohan will continue on for a bit. Um, at least for seasons. If he doesn't improve, doesn't get close to Pierre Gasly whatsoever, doesn't show any signs of improving, then sure, then you can replace him with Colapinto. But you got to give the guy a chance, man. And he's especially because he's been a junior driver for Alpine for quite a while now. Drogovic also, yeah, Drogovic does deserve a seat. I mean, Stroll needs to go, really. Um, I don't know. We'll see if he still stays in Formula One. Like, yes, being a Formula One driver is cool, but he's not. Does he? Does he enjoy it? I don't know. I mean, maybe he does enjoy it. He's probably going to wait around. He's going to stick around for Adrian Newey's car, and if there's potential to win championships and stuff, then I'm sure he'll stay there. But there's no potential to win championships if Fernando Alonso is your teammate, and you're Lance Stroll. Alpine is treating its drivers like Williams in the old times without the winning part. Yeah, you can when you like Red Bull can afford to be super cruel with how they treat their drivers because they were winning at like absolutely destroying everyone, and they need a number two driver that can compete. So yeah, I don't know. Kick Sauber team staff doesn't look bad. They got Mattia Bonotto and Jonathan Wheatley. Yeah, they have got fairly good staff, and I'm sure they'll get some pretty good engineers from Audi as well, which means that they should be pretty good, in pretty good shape for next year when Audi take over. If Aston Martin take Colapinto, having Alonso, they deliver a good 2026 car. They have a very good team. Yeah, they do actually. Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see, really, how it turns out between Alonso and Stroll, and what Stroll decides to do. Really, I don't really know what he will do, but we'll just have to wait and see. How do you feel about Monaco becoming a mandatory two-stop? The thing is, if it's a mandatory two-stop and everyone does the exact same race strategy, then it's just like a one-stop, except that they come into a pit one extra time. Like, it's not going to make it any more interesting just because they come into the pits one more time. The fun about a two-stop is people will choose different strategies. Some people will go for a one-stop. Some people will go for a two-stop where they start with the quicker tyres at the start. Some people will do it for a two-stop where the quicker tyres are at the end. So that variety is what actually makes a two-stop good. And if you just make it a mandatory two-stop and everyone does the exact same strategy, it's just going to be the same old boring race. And yeah, very unfortunate. But we'll just have to wait and see. Okie dokes. What else is going on? Not too much. Also, folks, have you got any adverts recently? Like adverts as in from YouTube. Of course, the F1 TV thing is playing every so often. But I've been doing my best to block adverts from YouTube. So, just let me know if you've got any. Hopefully you haven't. But I still need to check the what I've been doing actually works this season. I think I can't do much about the advert that you'll get right at the start of the stream, like when you first click on it. But during the stream, hopefully you shouldn't be able to get any. Yeah, we're already at 129.3, so we are definitely going to dip into the 128s once the soft tires come out. I think for certain we're going to be onto the 128s. I thought it would have been a little bit longer till we got the 128s, but no. No adverts, right? Very nice. Looks good. Yeah, we're only 11 minutes now. 11 minutes away. The risk of rain for the PM session, for the afternoon session, is apparently 60%. We'll just wait and see. We'll just wait and see if that happens. If Lewis wins in Melbourne, new character unlocked. Don reminds me of Gunther Steiner's comment. If he wins a championship in red, he may end up in the Vatican. Yeah. Well, who knows what will happen with Lewis and Ferrari, but we'll see. All right, we've got the new data is updated. Still 10 kilometer per hour wind from the northeast. So yeah, a headwind going into turn number 4 and a tailwind coming out. Opinion of two goats that drove the Williams car between 2020 and 2024. Well, who did drive the Williams car between 2020 and 2024? Did Kubica drive in 2020? Because I know for a fact he drove in 2019. Did he drive in 2020? Or was it someone else? I think you guys are going to have to find this out for me. It was Gotifi and Sargo. Yeah, Sargent. But so there's obviously Williams. There was Kubica who drove for Williams in 2019 as well. There was Russell who was definitely there in 2020. And in 2021. No, 2021 he moved to Mercedes. Oh no, he hadn't. He moved to Mercedes in 2022. Oh well. Sergei Sorokin was driving for Williams in 2018. Yeah, it was 2018. Actually, yeah, can I remember the 2018 driver lineup? So with Williams, so with Ferrari we had, of course, Vettel and Kimi. Then we had at Mercedes, Lewis and Bottas. Red Bull, you had Verstappen and Daniel Ricciardo. Then for Haas, you had Kevin Magnussen, Romain Grosjean. For Toro Rosso, you had Brendan Hartley and Pierre Gasly, I think. I think it was Pierre Gasly in 2018. And then who else? Which other teams were there? Alfa Romeo Sauber, you had Charles Leclerc, and I think it was Antonio Giovinazzi in 2018, or was that 2019? Who was driving alongside? Okay, what are the other teams? We had Williams. There was Sergei Sorokin, and was it Lance Stroll still driving for Williams at that point? Or was it? Or had he moved to Racing Point by then? No, Racing Point had Ocon and Perez. So I guess it was a Lance Stroll and Sergei Sorokin at Williams in 2018, was it? Renault had Hülkenberg and Sainz. Yeah, Renault had Hülkenberg at Sainz, I think. What other teams am I missing? I think I've got all the teams. Yeah, I've got all the teams, but interesting. I really can't remember the 2018 season that well, even though it was my first season. Oh, McLaren. McLaren had Alonso and Stoffel Van Dorn. Yeah. We have a quiz. I mean, you have the quiz right there. Who was alongside Sergei Sorokin in 2018 at Williams? According to you, there was an overtake this year. My vote goes to Albon's. Oh yeah. I said Albon's double overtake was my vote for the year. The overtake of the year. All right, folks, we are 6 minutes away from the start of the second session. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. And we've got another 4 hours of testing underway very, very shortly. We've got Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Doohan, Antonelli, Kimi, Leclerc, Stroll, Behrman, Sainz, and Lawson taking part. Yeah, Stoffel Van Dorn came in after his amazing GP2 season and, well, got absolutely destroyed by Fernando Alonso. And that was the end of his career, in Formula One at least. He's done well in Formula E. All right. Yeah, so here we are, 5 minutes away. Um, Hopefully we get some drivers coming out immediately. That'll be quite nice, rather than them sitting around for about an hour. It is 3:55 a.m. Got to continue with my sleep piece. See you later. See you later. I mean, commitment staying up to 4 a.m. That is wild. Who would replace Stroll next year? Are there any top picks for second seat at Aston Martin? Well, they could have Felipe Drogovic. They could call Valtteri Bottas up, and I'm sure he would take the spot. They could. I don't know. Yeah, I think that'll be. Yeah, they have Valtteri Bottas as an option. They have Colapinto as an option. They have Felipe Drogovic as an option. And I'm sure if they ask Carlos Sainz, he would take the gamble, maybe. It depends how things are going at Williams. And maybe Carlos Sainz would also go. Yeah, Yuki actually. Yeah, Yuki could go. If Honda are making engines for the team, then there could be a chance that Yuki Tsunoda could go as well. Yeah, very true. Lawson only did 28 laps because he had an engine issue. Yeah, engine issue for Liam Lawson, causing him to sit out of most of the morning test. Very unfortunate. Um, right. What else is there to do? Two Spaniards in one team. Yes, that'd be pretty good. When did the engine issue develop? Probably. Well, I'm guessing during the test. No. Um, at some point they must have detected something over some of the sensors and then just brought him in. Yeah. 4 minutes away now, folks. Till we get underway for testing. Brilliant. In fact, folks, I'm just going to go downstairs and fill up my water bottle. I will be back in just a second. Right, fantastic. So here I'm back, and yeah, we should be underway very, very shortly now. The drivers will be coming out onto the circuit. The weather conditions are 15-degree air temperature, 18-degree track temperature, high humidity of 56 degrees, 56%, sorry, not 56 degrees, and apparently a 60% chance of rain. Still, I'll wait for the rain to actually arrive before I believe it, but yeah. And soon enough, we're going to get a green light at the end of the pit lane, but it doesn't look like anyone is queuing up or anyone is in any real rush to get going. Just like yesterday, we might have to wait a little bit for drivers to make their way out onto the circuit. But yeah, we've got a green light for the end at the end of the pit lane. And yeah. Unfortunately, that's just Kimi Antonelli still not in the car. Why wait to send the drivers out? Well, they're still changing some of the stuff on the cars. Really, they're changing the mechanics would have had their time to get a lunch, and now they're changing the seat. They're taking out Russell's seat and they're putting in Kimi Antonelli's seat, and they're also then changing the pedals on the car because they'll have slightly different lengths. George Russell's quite tall. I don't think Kimi Antonelli is that tall. So they'll have slightly different lengths of pedals and stuff like that for each of the drivers. All right. Science will probably, yeah. I mean, Science is actually in the car already. It's most likely going to be Science or Lawson, except Lawson's got an engine issue, so it's probably going to be Science. That's going to be the first one out. And yeah, Charles Leclerc's ready. They're still working away on the car now, though, getting those, getting everything changed before he can get in the car and get going. I don't know why Science's car says he's at turn number one. I think that's just a glitch in the system. Oh no, it definitely is a glitch in the system. I've just seen a shot of him in the garage. So weather conditions, just cloudy. Nothing much else. Isaac Hadjar will be making his way out. Seems like they are sending him out very, very soon. They're just waiting for the thumbs up now, and then he'll be sent out to get on with his test plan. Maybe Silence discovered how to teleport. I think that's slightly less likely. Yeah. Does preseason testing have press conference? I think there are actually. I think there are a couple of preseason testing press conferences. Max might have been asked a question about the swearing thing, but he would have just had no comment or something like that. Yeah. We have some movement. Isaac Hadjar first car out onto the grid. Fantastic. Finally some running. What do you guys think of the notable new rules? What do you guys think of the lack of a fastest lap point? Um, like, of course, it was added in as a bit of like whoever gets the fastest lap, one extra point for them, um, and just a little bonus. And now they've got rid of it. So, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think they should have kept it? They should have not kept it. I didn't think it was too big of an issue, really. But yeah. Um, do the drivers have resumes? I don't think they do. I think the drivers will just have probably like a little notes app on their phone saying what position they finished in which championship, and that's about it. Uh, since they removed it, it should be given to pole. Yeah, maybe. 1 point given out for pole position. That wouldn't be so bad. But then you could also give out points for qualifying. Actually, like I don't see what is particularly wrong in that. Give out. I mean, of course, you are giving points out to qualifying. Like the whole purpose of Formula One is to do the racing, not qualifying. So maybe you don't want to give out points for quali. Yeah, who knows? But Sainz is out onto the circuit as well. Isaac Hadjar is just making his way back into the garage by the looks of things. Yeah, just doing an install lap, I'm guessing. They've managed to fix Liam Lawson's car. Lawson's sat in the car now, just analysing some data, and then he will, and then he'll be making his way back out onto the circuit very soon. Mm. Seb Vettel, no, Vettel isn't head of any of the FIA or anything. Like, it would be pretty cool if he was. I think Vettel's one of the most reasonable people in Formula One. Very, and he knows a lot about the sport. He cares about the sport. Knows the drivers, has good relationships and stuff, and is very reasonable. So I think that he would be a good head of the FIA, but the FIA are probably much more concerned about things like money and corruption and stuff like that. Well, not corruption, but like, you know what I mean. Faffing around with politics. And that's also FOM as well. But I think Seb has stepped down as the head of the Grand Prix Drivers Association or the union or whatever it's called. I think George and someone else is now part of it. George and Sainz, I think. Yeah, George and Sainz are now the leaders of the Grand Prix Drivers Association. All right, Sainz on a flying lap by the looks of it on a set of C3 medium tyres. He is actually is he on a flying lap? He is. He improves on his personal best, but doesn't get that much closer to Russell or Hamilton's time. He's done 47 laps so far today. He's got another 4 hours or 3 hours 50 minutes to do some more. Yeah, Carlos Sainz is the director of the GDPA. I think Carlos Sainz and George Russell, they both do it together. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I thought it was. Yeah, that is true. They did remove it because technically you could use another team to sort of interfere, and nobody would really know with the championship. Ricardo ended up scoring. Not that it mattered in the end, but Ricardo got fastest lap. And then there were some comments over the radio being like, "Oh yeah, I'll thank him for that" or whatever. because Max and Daniel were friends, and he got a point that could have gone to Lando Norris. But yeah, like, thing is, technically, all championships can be interfered by anyone. Like, I think if you remember, was it 2012 when Vettel had to make a comeback through the field at Brazil to win the championship or whatever. Michael Schumacher basically just let him overtake because it was like, oh, he's from my country, I like him. I'm not going to win the championship anyway, so I might as well just get out the way and let him overtake me. So if he wanted to, he could have blocked. He could have blocked Vettel and done whatever, but he didn't. So technically, you can. Anyone can really interfere in the championship by doing anything. So I don't think that Ricciardo scoring a point was really a valid reason to get rid of the fastest lap. Yeah. Yeah. How is your throat now? Yeah, my throat's fine. Not coping too badly. I've just realised that if I just talk slightly quieter and just hold my mic closer to my face, it's really not too bad of an issue. Yeah. Just side slapping away now on those mediums. Green in the first sector once again. And 314 through the speed traps, and we'll see what he can do as he heads towards turn number 10 now. Going all over the curbs here. Very, very aggressive driving style here from Carlos Sainz. So the fuel, it seems like he has got a little bit less fuel in the car than he did earlier today. And of course he is burning off a little bit of fuel at every lap he does. It could be argued that Bottas didn't misjudge his braking point, but did it on purpose to increase Lewis' lead. Exactly. So, every sort of thing could and does influence championship. So you can't really say that, oh, we got rid of the fastest lap point because we don't want other drivers to interfere with the championship fight. But here comes Carlos Sainz now. Across the line he goes and improves once again. Drops another 10th off his previous lap time. Very nicely done. And I thought are we getting one? Nico Hulkenberg exiting the pit lane. No, it doesn't look like it. No, just Carlos Sainz driving around. Albon and Max aren't on the screen today because they aren't driving today. They are going to be driving all day tomorrow, and Sainz and Lawson are driving all day today. All right, folks. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It definitely helps out the channel. And if you aren't subscribed, then be sure to do that as well. Alrighty. All right, Leclerc finally exits the pit lane. So yeah, we'll see what Leclerc can do. Where is Lawson? He must do at least 70 laps to gather the required data. What is Red Bull doing? They had engine issues. Liam Lawson had engine issues, water pressure issues, and that's why he couldn't come out of the pits. It wasn't any mistake of his own. Yeah. Oliver Behrman exits the pit lane as well on a set of medium tyres. Very nice. And Charles Leclerc looks like he's on the C3s, just driving away. Well, driving around, not driving away. Verstappen and Albon aren't taking part today just because the teams don't want to switch all of the stuff around in their what was I going to say? They don't want to switch all of the seats and all of the pedals in between lunch in their lunch break. So they're just saying, Sainz, you're going to drive all of the car today, and Verstappen, you can drive all of the car tomorrow. All right, well, here comes Charles Leclerc coming down the main straight. What's it going to be for him? You may want to put Max and Albon driving on the screen tomorrow. Uh, yeah. If we get a couple more questions about it, I'll do it. But I think it's mostly fine for now. Also, folks, if you are interested in getting F1 TV, go ahead and check out the link in the description. You get access to all of the footage, all of the team radios, all of the onboards, so anything related to Formula One. You might as well get access to it. You get the full the full yearly membership for a big discount compared to getting it for each month now. And of course, if you get it now, then you get to watch it for the whole season. So yeah, go ahead and check it out. I'm just gonna restart the team radios, see if that helps with anything, but I highly doubt it. Nope, still nothing. Leclerc across the line though, 130.993. Very nice, green in all three sectors, 1.6 seconds off his teammate, but they're on totally different run plans, so no need to worry about that. Oh, the car once again scraping away from the bottom of the floor, causing quite a few sparks here and there. Not ideal there for Charles Leclerc. The car seems to be bouncing at the most. It seems to be bouncing is on the exit of turn number 12 when you're heading towards turn number 13. The car's sort of loaded up on its side, and it's generating huge amounts of downforce, and all of the downforce is also getting used as well while you're in the corner, and it just it causes the car to have quite a few issues and quite a few bounces. What's last year's Q3 best time? I think it was a 129 something or a 128 something. I'm not 100% certain. I know for certain that in testing, the fastest time last year was a 131. And we're already 2 seconds faster than that. So, yeah. Oh, there we go. A 129.179 was the fastest. So we are 2/10 of a second exactly slower than that right now. Yeah, Lawson will have a full day. I will. I guess since there's no team radios working, I could add a piece of text. Okay. I don't know whether you're so soft spoken or your microphone is so low. I'm still struggling to hear. Yeah, apologies. I'm just talking a little bit quietly compared to normal because well, I'm talking for 10 hours in total today, or 9.5 hours in total today. So I want to preserve my voice, ideally. Um, yeah. All right. Yeah. So apologies for that, but I mean, I have a on my mic. I have a couple of options that I can move around. think that should, I think that should help with the noise. I've just modified a couple of settings. If I remember correctly, um, yeah, everything else should be fine. Yeah, not much else that can be done. The voice is fine. Yeah, I think a lot of people, the volume's fine. It just depends on your speakers, really. Um, Yeah, Jack doing out on a fresh set of hards. I don't think he's going to be. Well, is he pushing? He's pushing on this lap, indeed. A lap up into 11th position on those hard tyres. Very nicely done. Brilliant job. You should divide some time. You should make a team to manage the workload. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Making a team sounds like a lot of effort, which I'm sure I could do. But I also quite enjoy doing the commentary. I'm just, I just have to be careful of not destroying my voice. To you, how has Piastri looked so far? Well, Piastri hasn't done all that many laps. Well, I haven't seen him do all that many laps, but he looks pretty under the radar. We haven't seen any replays of him locking up, no replays of him getting any sort of. The only incident that he did have was a little bit of contact with Hulkenberg. And apart from that, everything else has been fine with the Piastri. So, no news for Piastri is basically good news. And yeah, no news for anyone really in testing is good news the majority of the time. If you're watching a replay of someone do something, it's most likely bad news. Yeah. All right, Sainz is still improving. He's on a fresh set of tyres by the looks of it. Apparently 0 laps done, but I don't believe that. It opens DRS as he goes down the back straight. Going nice and quickly there. 28.922 in the first sector. Green on it faster than his own personal best. We'll see what tyres he's on and if he's able to potentially get himself closer to George Russell. He's only 22 milliseconds off now. So he just needs a good exit, but I think he's backed off. Yeah, I think he's backed off. Hasn't he? Where is Sainz? Yeah, Sainz has backed off. Oh well. Yeah. All right. He backed off because of Lawson. Fair enough. Well, maybe he'll go for another hot lap. Actually, he's not going for a hot lap. He's going fairly slowly down the straight. Okay. This season's about to be mega competitive. I can tell you that for certain. It's definitely going to be mega competitive. Yeah, it is. Oh, Leclerc up into 5th place. Nice lap there from him. And on 11-lap-old medium tyres as well. So he's still got a lot of more pace in the bank. I mean, if Hamilton can go up into 129.4, then Leclerc definitely can. Yeah. Should be good, should be good. All right. Have we got a fast lap here from Sainz now? All right. Sainz is once again going slowly. Here we go then. Carlos Sainz down the main straight. He's using the DRS 314 kilometers an hour. Very nice rotation as he goes through turn number 1, and picks up the power all over the curbs on the exit of turn number 2. Very nicely done there. And now he's heading towards turn number 4. Deals with that nicely. Just touches the gravel on the exit like you're meant to. Flicks the car to the right, flicks the car to the left. And struggling a little bit through turns number 7. So yeah, the car's doing quite well in the low speed corners. In the medium speed, Carlos having to sort of stab at the wheel, but he rotates that very nicely. Onto the throttle he goes, and purple in the first sector. Very, very nice there from Carlos Sainz. Let's see now, can he hold it through the middle sector? Just touches that apex on the inside of 11, upshifts through the gears, hugs the apex hugs the inside for turn number 12, and now breaking a straight line for 13. Straight onto the power, super duper early for Carlos Sainz, and now he is heading towards the final corner of the circuit. Brakes very, very late, hits the apex onto the power, and now the question is he going to open DRS? Yes, he is, and across the line he goes. Carlos Sainz, top of the times, in 13 milliseconds ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Very, very nice. This is on a set of medium tyres, not a set of hards like he was doing earlier. But yeah, very, very good lap there from Carlos Sainz. All right. Can you please summarize the day a bit? Honestly, there hasn't been that much exciting stuff really. Everyone's just been doing their laps. I would love to summarize something for you, but nothing particularly stands out as anything. I mean, Liam Lawson's had some issues with his engine, but he's back out now. And past that, Carlos Sainz has been the standout driver, just lapping very, very well in that Williams. All right. Here we go. Sainz is now coming into the pits. Very nice. I think it's just track conditions getting ready. No, track conditions are still 18 degrees track temperature, pretty similar to what Lewis Hamilton had. The wind's about the same as well. So don't think that is having much of an impact. It's probably just lighter fuel loads, to be honest. Lighter fuel loads. The circuit is getting quicker just mainly because of the rubbering in. You have to take into account here, over the periods of testing, there has been multiple race distances driven beforehand by all of the drivers. And that's really rubbered in the track. Whereas, for a normal Q3 session, there's only 3 practice sessions before, where in total, in those 3 hours, the teams probably get 1.5 race distances done. So 1.5 race distances of rubbering in compared to so much multiple, like 3 or 3.5 distances of rubbering in. That really helps out as well for the grip levels today. And tomorrow's the grip levels are going to be insane. If they properly did quali, at the end of tomorrow's session, the lap times would be at least 3-4 tenths faster than if they had done them like yesterday evening. Yeah, Science is on the mediums. His tyre says question mark, but he is on the mediums. Yeah. Okie dokes. Hello, Exotech. Nice to see you here. Yeah, things are going well. No spins. Not any spins today, at least. Is it raining again? Oh, it's raining, folks. It is raining. No way. We're going to get another. Mm, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens. But there is definitely more rain on the circuit. The rain once again has started to fall. Wow, 60% chance of rain. And it's started to fall again. Yeah, very nice. All right. Yeah. Alex Albon has said that Carlos Sainz will have some soft tires probably, to do a flying lap. They're not going to do it obviously with all the full fuel and everything, but they will have they will do a run at least. Yeah. Um, yeah, the tires are slightly different this year compared to last year, so that will, the drivers have to get adapted to that, and also they have to learn what the tires are like on low fuel as well. And yeah. All right. Yeah, smooth operation on smooth operation. Do you know how long the rain will last? Unfortunately, no. I mean, the rain is still falling, but all the drivers are still out on slick, so it's not like it's particularly heavy rain. It is just very light drops here and there. The cameras are getting a bit of raindrops on them, though. Yeah. All right. F1 Gamer, did you get fed up by people asking you if Verstappen's driving today? No, not really. I mean, it's on the screen now, so it's fine. Is Leclerc on a flying lap? I don't know. Let's have a look. No, 182 through the speed traps. Probably not. He's out on a fresh set of tyres, so he's on an out lap right now. I think he might do a flying lap very soon, and that'll be good. Interesting to see what performance. Yep, Bortoletto's out the pits. He's using the DRS 316 through the speed trap. Very nice from him. Maybe we'll see some proper runs. Yesterday, he did a lot of going out of the pits, doing one like half, doing an out lap, then doing an in lap, and then sitting in the pits for a while, then an out lap, in lap, out lap, in lap. So we'll see. Leclerc, personal best there, 312 kilometers through the straight, through the speed trap. So he's probably not got engine mode turned up fully, or he's probably got quite a bit of fuel in the car. But still, let's see what his lap time's like. Yeah. Do both cars have the same? Yeah, both drivers have the same car. They don't have two separate cars. They have the exact same car. That is used. So that's the issue. Like if you crash the car, you can't just use the other one until you repair the first one. You have to repair the first one, and that's the only one you're allowed to use. All right. Let's see. Charles Leclerc improves in the middle sector as well. Here he comes out the final corner. What is it going to be for Charles Leclerc? Across the line he goes. Fourth place for him. And he's half a second back from his teammate. Makes a bit of a mistake in the final sector. Goes slower than his personal best, but not an issue there. Gabriel Bortoletto comes across the line. 14th place for him. His first lap on a today. 4 seconds off the pace on a set of hard tyres. Not too much to look into. It looks like he's on a long run already. So, yeah, looking good. Will Haas make any quali runs? No, given that Ocon and Behrman are both going to be driving tomorrow, it's quite likely that they'll just do their quali sims tomorrow rather than today. Yeah. We've got a bit of a replay here from Ollie Behrman. Just has a little snap twitch of the car once he's going through turn number 4, and yeah, we all know turn number 4. The wind direction changes on you, and you lose a whole bunch of downforce. A little twitch, managed to save it, and then just dipped a little wheel into the gravel. Pretty standard stuff. We've seen a load of drivers do that. I mean, that gravel patch was installed after Verstappen and Hamilton in 2021 went so wide and around, just went wide again and again and again on the exit of turn number 4. That gravel trap was added because of them. Yeah. All right, we got Science on fresh mediums. We got Shaw coming out onto the circuit. Yeah, looking good. George Russell. Oh no, George Russell was in the morning. We got Antonelli in the afternoon. He's currently sat in the pits. Yeah, Norris as well. He's sat in the pits. Such typical McLaren stuff. Just to be sat in the garage all testing. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. Oh, they're just working away. They're repairing something, or not repairing something. They're just changing the pedals or something along those lines. taken a while to do that. Yeah. All right. Charles Leclerc starts a flying lap. He might be on a quick run. Let's see what Carlos Sainz is doing. Carlos Sainz slower than his personal best at 28.8. Maybe he's going to go quicker through the second sector there. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. Really would help out the channel. And the highlights until now, nothing apart from the fact that Piastri nearly he just tapped the back of Hulkenberg going through turn number 8. And apart from that, Sainz has been doing really well, and nothing else stands out as all that surprising. Everyone's just been getting on with their run plans. No lockups, no spins, no. I mean, we've had a couple of lockups, a couple of drivers going straight on, but no spins or anything like that. So, pretty standard stuff. Sainz backed out of it by the looks of it, yeah. Charles Leclerc catching up to him. A bit slow in the first sector as well, but we'll see what he can do through the middle sector. And, yeah. All right. Yeah, nothing exciting going on for many of the drivers now. Leclerc did improve a little bit, not enough to get ahead of Russell, but he just improved in the final sector because he messed that up on his previous lap, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Jack Doohan's on a looks like Jack Doohan's on a quick run, and we'll see what they can do. But Lando Norris's car is up on stilts, and the mechanics are working away, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But he's done 7 laps, and they decided that something needs to change. Stroll as well, done 2 laps, comes into the pits, just an out lap and an in lap. Yeah. Not much else is really going on, folks. If I'm going to be totally honest with you, it's just your standard practice session. Drivers just driving around. Yeah. Oh, I was just talking for a while and my mic was muted. I'm just being stupid. Yeah, Jack Doohan up into 5th place. And yeah, solid job from him. Both Gasly and him, 5th and 6th position. And it looks like things are going well for Alpine, at least for their run plan. We don't know what it's like, what their fuel loads are like. But nonetheless, good job. All right. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, Jack Doohan already faster than Pierre Gasly. No, it's not really much to read into. We'll wait and see in quali once we get to Melbourne. And thank you everyone for tuning in. By the way, we got 2,500 people listening to me. I mean, wow, I wouldn't have expected 2,500 people still listen to me for 10 hours about. I mean, I'm talking about Formula One, but still, a bit of an odd thing to think about. Waterletter up into 13th position, nicely done from him. 319 K's down the straight. I mean, he might have got a little bit of a toe from Sainz maybe, but I don't think so. Very nice. I know he might have got a toe on the previous lap, not sure. All right. You might have said this already, but what are the times compared to qualifying last year? Times are 129. Qualifying last year was a 129.1, and right now, Sainz is on a 129.366. So we're 2/10 slower than Q3 pole last year. But of course we're in testing, so Q3 pole is going to be about a second faster than this. So yeah, you don't really need to. The circuits, the drivers have got a lot. Not the drivers, the cars have got a lot quicker. Are you sat in a comfortable chair? Yeah, very comfortable. Well, yeah, I'm sat cross-legged. I mean, I've been rotating through so many different seating positions today. It's pretty difficult to sit perfectly still for 10 hours. So yeah, I've just been swapping and swapping around and stuff. Do you know who has the fastest hard tyres times until now? Unfortunately not. I think Sainz still has the hardest for hard tyres though. I'm going to be honest, because Sainz was in 4th place on hards and then he put on mediums and he's now up in 1st. So, yeah. Kimi Antonelli on a flyer, yeah, right. Well, George Russell's up in 3rd place. We'll see what Kimi Antonelli can do. He's on a fresh set of mediums. Yeah, should be good. All right. Here we go then. Towards turn number 13. Rotates that car nicely. But he is down. He's down about 4/10 on Carlos Sainz. Russell, his teammate, is down 4/10 on Carlos Sainz. So as long as he gets the same final sector as George Russell, he'll match him. Here we go. Gets that apex nicely onto the power. Good job there from Antonelli, 5th place, and he is he's 6 milliseconds back from his teammate. Oh my god, look at this. It's testing, and the gap between 3rd, 4th, and 5th is 6 milliseconds. Like, this season cannot get any closer. Last season was already close enough towards the end, and this season is going to be an absolute banger. I think it's just going to be like 2012 with so many different teams, so many different drivers competing for the win. And yeah, Antonelli went a little wide in the penultimate corner. If he had kept that one under control, maybe he would have been slightly quicker as well. Yeah. All right. Lando hasn't been out yet. No, Lando is his car's up on stilts, and they're repairing something or just working on something, and that's why Lando has not come out yet. Oh, folks, we're 8 subscribers away from 123k. Not bad, not bad. If you haven't subscribed, then be sure to do so. Yeah. All right. Okie dokes. Show a photo of the size comparison to the cost of the years. Does the FIA increase the size limit and get bigger every few years? See, the thing is, the FIA does increase the size limit a little bit, but that quite a lot of that was done in the interest of safety, and now, there is a certain minimum size that the car has to be really for it to be safe, and then. Yeah, essentially, for it to be safe, there has to be a certain minimum size, and to hit that, they can't they can make the cars smaller, but it would require compressing the engine and everything, so it'll be difficult. they either have to reduce the speed so then they can make the minimum safety area a little bit smaller, or minimum safety length or width smaller. So yeah, you'd have to sort of go back to a 2016 style design where the cars are a lot like narrower. And yeah, you can very easily make the cars slower just by making the wheelbase narrower. The narrower the wheelbase, the less the less grip sort of you'd have, and the cars would slow down. So they could do that, and they probably should actually, just to help with. They've done a lot of things to make overtaking better, but then also having smaller, more maneuverable cars will also help. Smaller, lighter, maneuverable cars would be amazing. And yeah, sure, lengthwise, it's a little difficult to reduce the length of these cars because you have got basically you've got the front wing, and all of the nose stuff is the crash structure essentially, like to slow the drivers down when they do get into a crash. And then there's a survival cell around that, so you can't make the survival cell that much smaller. And then you've got the engines behind that. So either you have to compress the length of the engine and fit all the batteries and the electric motors and everything into that. So they could sort of revert back to 2016 style, and make the cars narrower. That would help a little bit, but and that'd also make them slower, so you could make the survival cells smaller. But it's a complicated one because it's all in the interest of safety as well. So yeah. Yeah, it's a crumple zone situation. You can't make the crumple zone too small. I'd put let's see. Could you please say my name? I've been Linus. Why not? Love from Germany. Thank you very much. McLaren are definitely sandbagging. McLaren are just doing their own run plan, and they're not even coming out of the pits really. They're too busy changing parts on Mount Norris's car. Yeah. Which team is faster in the straights? Which team is faster in the corners? I would say Williams are pretty quick in the straights. In the corners, I'm guessing it will be Red Bull or Ferrari or Mercedes or McLaren. Yeah, one of the top teams are quicker in the corners. I think Williams can be quicker in the straights, but the corners is where it matters. Right. Antonelli's on a bit of a push lap by the looks of it. He's on those C3 tyres. He's on they're 4 laps old, but he's still pushing fairly hard by the looks of it. Charles Leclerc has got DRS wide open, and it looks like he's also going to push lap. 311 k's down the straight though, so he's really turned down the engine mode. Oh, there we go. We've hit 123k. We might even go down. Oh, yellow flag, DRS disabled. Who's that go? Okay. Never mind then. I don't know what happened. Oh, Antonelli just went slightly wide at turn 12. Looks like he locked turn 10. Looked like he locked up there. Fair enough. Pretty difficult corner. And looks like Leclerc's backed off. So, all right. Yeah, Sainz comes out of the pits now. He's completed 60 laps. That's just over a race distance. He's got 3 hours left to probably do another 60 more. Yeah, Kimi Antonelli really pushing the limits here. Once again, kicking up a bit of gravel on the exit of turn number 4. All right. Yeah, fresh medium for Carlos Sainz as well. We'll see if we can pull off another quick lap. Your favourite livery this year? Oh, definitely the V-Carb, yeah. Yeah, Antonelli locking up the front left going into turn number 10. Think Aston Martin will be in the top 3? No. No, there's no way Aston Martin are going to be in the top 3. Unless they've got some magic magic button that will make their car suddenly faster. Don't think so. No, Albon and Verstappen both aren't testing today, folks. They will be testing tomorrow. Sainz and Lawson are testing all day today, and Verstappen and Albon testing all day tomorrow. Yeah. All right, 3 hours remain of this test session. All right. Yeah, not much else exciting going on. We've got Stroll out on a... Oh, no, Stroll's not. He's just improved. I don't think he's doing a fast lap or anything like that. So, yeah. Okie dokes. What do you think about the Ferrari suspension change? Yeah, I think it makes sense. You know, they want to be more aerodynamically efficient, so you change from a push rod to a pull rod. You know, you compromise a little bit of repairability, but realistically, you're not changing too much stuff around the front nose cone anyway, unless you're changing the pedals for a driver. But Leclerc realistically is not going to have his pedals changed very often, and neither is Lewis. So you don't need to worry about it. And it's got a lower center of gravity as well, so that should help them out. Okie dokes. Here we go. Leclerc on 3-lap old mediums. He's got DRS down the straights, 311 down the speed trap. Let's see what he can do going into turn number 3 and 4. What's the sector 1 time going to be? Bortoletto on mystery tyres. Yeah, I don't know why it's not updating really. I suspect Bortoletto's on mediums. He was on hards earlier, so I'm just guessing it's going to be mediums. Norris still yet to set a time, but now at least he's in the middle sector. We'll see what he's doing. Ooh, look, Sainz purple in the first sector. Wow. Quicker than Leclerc as well by a tenth of a second. Very, very nice. Well, Sainz is really picking up the pace here, and I think Albon said that he's going to go out on the softs as well by the end of the run plan, by the end of the day. So that's going to be nice and fun, nice and exciting. And it looks like they've turned on the floodlights as well. They've turned on the floodlights nice and early, and there's no power cut today. Purple in the middle sector for Carlos Sainz. Woohoo! It's fresh medium tyres for him as well. It is a total smooth operation. Here he is, coming out the final corner, right onto the power he goes. Across the line, he's currently a 129 point. Oh, come on, Carlos, you back out of the finals. Did you hit the brakes just before we came across the line? I think he did, you know. I can't lie. I think Sainz pressed the brakes before he came across the line, because his final sector was not that bad. And it would have been maybe a tenth better, a tenth or two better. Yeah, a tenth better. So Sainz, you could assume his lap time was a 129.2 rather than a 129.3 if you just use Leclerc's final sector instead of Sainz's. But yeah, a yellow final sector, that looks a little bit intentional there, Carlos, I can't lie. I don't know what his fastest final sector was, but if we just use Leclerc's fastest final sector, he would have been a tenth faster. The Australian Grand Prix will be in 2 weeks' time. Yeah. How's mechanical engineering going for you? It's going alright. Well, yeah, just chugging along, so we'll see. But more importantly, Carlos Sainz the Williams is looking really good. Now, you know, they Alex Albon said he's Williams is one of the teams that have put a big focus on 2026. Like, they're not focusing that much on 2025. So even if the car is really good at the start of the season, it would have to be like proper top four levels of good for them to even consider diverting resources away from 2026. Because yeah, they're all focused on 2026 and getting the best car for next year. All right. Sainz and Williams is on fire. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes for them. I suspect more consistent point finishes from Williams. That's what their aim was last year. They got it fairly consistently with like Alex Albon. Now with two very good drivers like Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz, I suspect they'll be scoring some more. Should be good for them. All right. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. I will be commentating all of tomorrow as well, and I will also be doing the Australian Grand Prix. I'll be doing all of the practice sessions, all of the qualifyings, well, the only one qualifying session, and the full race as well. I'm getting up. For me, the Australian Grand Prix is like 1:30 a.m. It is really, really late at night, but all the practice sessions are really late at night. 1:30 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Quali is 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., which is a little bit better. And the race is at 4 a.m. But I'm getting up for all of them because, well, you've got to. It's the Australian Grand Prix. It's the first Grand Prix of the season. You cannot miss it whatsoever. Hope to see all of you guys there as well. We've got Kimi Antonelli coming out on some fresh mediums. We've got Jack Doohan out on some fresh mediums as well. And then, yeah, should be good. Liam Lawson out on a fresh set of hards. Looks like he's going to do some long runs to make up for some lost time that he had earlier on in the day. And, yeah, looking good. 9 to 10 hour streams are crazy. Indeed, they are crazy. We've got 3 hours left of this stream. But going fairly well so far. Yeah. All right. Norris on a flying lap as well. Yeah, by the looks of it, green in the first sector. I mean, he's a little slow down the straights, 307. So either that's heavy fuel or a low engine mode, but he's still working away at it. And let's see what he can do. Leclerc backs out. Leclerc's in the pit, so yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But Jack Doohan opens DRS, and he's on a flying lap. And Antonelli comes out the final corner. Looks like he's on a flying lap. He's going to start a flying lap as well. Lando Norris currently in 14th place. His teammate Oscar Piastri in 10th. The World Constructors Championship winners last year, going about their run plan, not getting too many eyes put on them. Well, actually, the eyes are just coming to McLaren because they expect them to be up at the top, and they're not. And Lando Norris has a great lap, and then he pulls into the pit lane. I was a little annoyed there. What is he doing? They do all of these hot laps and then they pull into the pit lane. I mean, why are you sandbagging McLaren? Just tell us if you're quick. Like, it's not. We're not going to care. We're going to be actually happy. They should do. They should do minimum what? World Driver Championship for pre-season testing for fans. A mini. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, a mini World Driver Championship for what? It's not going to mean anything, is it? Well, let's see what Jack Doohan can do at least then. Jack Doohan, he came across the line, didn't improve much. 6th place for him. Kimi Antonelli also doesn't improve much. It seems like they're just focusing on long runs right now. And it looks like Antonelli's backed out of it as well. All right. That is what is going on right now. Yeah. If I'm giving you a preference between the W11 RB19 and F2004, it's definitely got to be the F2004. Yeah. Anthony doing a double warm up. A double warm up, interesting. I mean, I guess track temperature is only 18 degrees, so a double warm up is maybe valid. I guess we'll see. Is he doing a double warm up? No. At least he wasn't using DRS. He was coming down the main straight. He's just turned it on and then back off again. Yeah, 236 k's down the straight. Definitely not doing a double warm up. Is it true that if Doohan doesn't perform well, they're going to replace him with Colin Pinto? Well, it's not been confirmed by anyone. I don't think it ever will be confirmed unless it actually happens. But no, I think they will. I don't know. We'll see what Alpine do, but I think Jack Doohan will be given at least a full season to prove his worth in Formula One before there are any talks of removing him. Yeah. Science's best potential lap is a 129.226 by faster sectors. Oh well, that is brilliant. So yeah, 129.226. That is 1/10 slower than Q3 pole last year. But of course, here they are in testing, and they're not even on the softest tires available to them. Okie doke. Yeah, Lawson just lapping away on his hard tyres, not doing anything special really. Just got to keep everything under control and make up for the lost time that he had earlier in the day. Yeah. And that's about it really. Yeah. Albon will be all day tomorrow. Science is all day today. The same thing for Albon. The same thing for Verstappen and Lawson. Oh, folks, just give me a sec. I need to plug in my phone. Oh, we've had a spin. We've had a spin down at turn number 1. Carlos Sainz spins when trying to get onto the power. And, yeah, interesting. So that's the first spin of the day. But bulletproof reliability, no crashes, no spins, no nothing until, we're 5 hours into testing. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, Sainz must also be getting fairly tired as well. You got to take that into account. He's already done a full race distance in that car, and yeah, a lot of testing work. I mean, I think he was doing that. He was doing a proper. He was doing a proper run, and then okay. I think when he was downshifting, the rear sort of just spun around, like they lost a bit of traction, and then they just like sort of a momentum effect. They just pendulum effect. They just swung the whole way around, and there was nothing much that he could really do. He probably just downshift a little earlier, but obviously downshifting earlier puts more strain on your gearbox. So there's yeah, I don't know. Just a little bit of, it must have been rear locking that he had while he was turning in. These afternoons are mostly quali sims, or do they do high fuel loads as well? They do high fuel loads as well. What you'll see proper quali sims when you see soft tires, but otherwise it's all just high fuel. You assume high fuel runs for everything basically. Leclerc's out in a fresh set of soft, so we'll see what you can do with that. What do you think of Bortoletto? I mean, Bortoletto's won Formula 2 last year and done a fantastic job so far. Yeah, his aim is just to get as many laps as Nico Hulkenberg done, and we'll see if he can match him once they get to Melbourne. Okay, so in the Bahrain test, the fastest lap was a 129.9, and then the Bahrain pole was a 129.1. So right now we're on a 129.3. So the cars are going to get around about a second faster once they get to Q3 in Bahrain. So there's still a lot of pace left on the table in these cars. You know, you've got to take all the fuel out. You've got to turn the engine mode up. You've got to then put on the soft tyres. And then you've got to do the proper warm-up procedure. Wait for the temperatures to be in the correct window. And then you can accurately look at the lap time. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I meant mediums. Did I say Leclerc's on softs? Apologies. Long day, long day, and it has been a long day. What time is it now? It's 1. Oh, it's only 1, but I was up at 5:30, so apologies. I will let you know when someone's out on soft. I'll get very excited about it. I can guarantee that for sure. But yeah, Leclerc lets Hadjar get out of the way, and now he's going to start his own quali run. Here we go then. Norris green in the first sector. He's on a flying run as well. Very, very nice. Here we go. What's Norris doing through the middle sector? Has he backed out again? No, I think he's continuing on. All right, what about Leclerc? 3:13 through the speed trap, so a little bit less fuel in the car by the looks of it, and 28.8 through the first sector. Very nice, good improvement. And then Lando Norris, he also improves through the middle sector. Very nice. He's in 14th place as of now, with his teammate up in 10th. The gap between the two drivers is at 7/10 of a second. Here comes Lando Norris, and out the final corner, turn number 14, flat onto the throttle, and here he comes across the line, 11th place. He goes half a tenth behind from his teammate. Nicely done there from Lando Norris. All right, here comes Charles Leclerc. He's got Isaac Hadjar ahead of him for traffic. He's got Antonelli and he's got Bortoletto all for traffic ahead of him. Let's see. Do they get out of the way nicely? Leclerc is 2/10 down on Sainz's time as he approaches the final sector, and he's still got Hadjar ahead of him. Hadjar's giving him a bit of a tow here. Well, Hadjar's just been told to get a move on, maybe. I'm not sure, but Leclerc getting a bit of a tow off Hadjar and then slams onto the brakes. Leclerc, come on, give us a representative final sector, man. Yeah, purposely slowing down by 3 seconds in the final sector. Very annoying, isn't it? Very, very annoying. And you know, this is the thing: we're going to get the drivers out on the soft tires, and they're just going to do their soft tire run, and then hit the brakes right before they come across the start-finish line again. Yeah, like it is just pretty annoying. Like, what can I say? Oh, folks, I'm so sorry. I've been talking with my mic off for I don't know how long I've been talking with my mic off for. Um, but apologies. I'm just an idiot. I oh my god. Well, thanks for pointing out in the chat. Yeah, Hamilton's contract is a very long day for me. Then I've accidentally given my mic off and stuff. Yeah, Hamilton's contract multi-year. It's 25, 26, and then I think when in 2026, when everyone finds out who's the fastest car, then everyone's going to be over the phone being like, "Please let me drive for you. Please let me drive for you. I'll do it for free." Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Yeah. Do you think most teams are sandbagging? Well, I'd probably say Leclerc's probably sandbag. Well, I don't know. We've seen a lot of Leclerc push and then just come into the pits later. Like it's a little bit annoying, really. Yeah, Stroll crosses the line, 15th place for him after he finally sets a lap in this session. Wait, did you guys hear my bit about me saying that Alonso and Stroll haven't done enough laps? Did I say that, or was I still muted when I said that? Yeah, Oh, you didn't hear that? Okay, well, no, I was saying yesterday Alonso did 44 laps and Stroll didn't do enough laps in the second sector, in the second session either. So Alonso did 45 laps today and Stroll is only on 7 after an hour and 20 minutes of testing. So Aston Martin, I don't know what they're doing, but their run plans are just way too short and not enough. Well, yeah, they're just clearly not doing enough testing. Or somehow they can get away with doing less testing. I'm not sure how that exactly works, but yeah, not enough testing is being done at Aston Martin. Not enough laps are being completed. I don't even know how long I was muted for, but oh well. It is, it's my bad. Could Williams be the fourth best team? Unfortunately, no. I think the top four are pretty fairly decided. We've got Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes, and Ferrari, and then we will see. And then we'll see who can be the fifth fastest. Really, yeah. A little more than 2 minutes. Okay. Fair enough. Well, my bad. I'll pay attention to the. See, this is the thing. I'm not wearing my headphones normally because my headphones kind of just squeeze into my ears a little bit. So they get a little annoying if I'm wearing them for the entire day. And normally my headphones will play my audio back into my ears. Yeah, normally the headphones play my my speaking right back into my ears, so I can tell if I'm speaking or not because it sounds totally different. But I've taken those headphones off, and well, yeah, obviously I couldn't tell if I was speaking or not because I wasn't paying attention to the mic. Alright, I've just joined the stream. Where's Max? Well, Max is not driving today. Max is driving tomorrow. Lawson is driving today for the whole day. Yeah. Leclerc just pushed in one sector at the lap. Yeah, we've seen that. Leclerc he'll do the first 2 sectors on a hot lap and then back out on the final lap, on the final sector, and then he'll complete the final sector on another lap, and then they just add the 2 times together because Ferrari know exactly what he's doing. Except we just don't. Yeah. I think science will be on soft in an hour or so. Yeah, I mean, if Albon said that there are softs included in the run plan, I suspect they're gonna come out in an hour or 2. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, Lawson, Stroll, Doohan, Hadjar, and Behrman all lapping away. Hadjar on a fresh set of hards. Stroll is on some old mediums. Doohan is on some fresh mediums. Hadjar, wait, who am I double? Oh no, Lawson is on. Where is Lawson actually on this? Lawson is on some old hards. He's done 15 laps on them, and yeah, Behrman's on some kind of new hards as well. All right. Sandbagging basically just means slowing down and not revealing your pace to everyone else. Like the actual word sandbagging comes from, oh, you're going to add sandbags into your car to make it heavier and it look like you're just slower. But in modern Formula One, sandbagging basically just means you'll do your first and second sector as quickly as possible, and then you'll back off in the third sector, or you'll do the entire lap as quickly as possible, and just before you hit the start line, you'll slam on the brakes. To slow you down, and yeah, that is essentially what sandbagging is. Do you think we'll see any quali runs today? Yeah, we'll see quali runs probably in the last 45 minutes or so. Yeah. Just joined as Hamilton actually that fast. The others holding back. It's most likely the others holding back. I think McLaren are yet to show their true pace. Mercedes are probably still not showing their true pace either. And yeah. Does testing become more difficult when all the rubber gets laid down on the track and has more grip than there will ever be during the season? No. It's the level of rubber laid on the track doesn't really matter. Because when the teams are doing testing, they're not really comparing between the lap times from one place and lap times to another place. They're sort of comparing the first lap to the 15th lap, or the first lap to the third lap, or they're basically comparing within the run itself. And within a 15 lap run, the amount of rubber laid down on the circuit doesn't really change that much. And because it doesn't change that much, because the rubber, it doesn't change that much. The comparison is still valid. If they're comparing two runs where someone did a run on the first day of the test where there was no rubber laid down, and someone did a run in the last day of the test where there was all the rubber laid down, sure, you won't be able to compare those very accurately, but most of the time you're just comparing within the run that you're doing, and in that case it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Which teams do you think are sandbagging by now? Probably McLaren. Definitely Red Bull. Yeah, McLaren, definitely Red Bull. I don't know. I mean, any of them could be sandbagging. That's kind of the point. Like, you're not meant to know who's sandbagging. If you knew who was sandbagging, then it would defeat the point of doing it. Yeah. How hard are the drivers pushing? They're really not pushing that hard. Like, they've been instructed, don't damage the car, don't mess anything up. We still got a day of testing left to go. Yeah. He's still not doing a full quali sim. He is like Science is not doing a full quali sim. Like, he is, because Albon said over the thing that realistically they're not having the full bells and whistles that they would have over the course of a qualifying session. They would just have a part of them. So yeah, and they'll get down to low fuel, but still won't be quali fuel. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I'm not going to talk continuously. If I'm not talking for more than 2 minutes and I haven't said why I'm gone or something, then then I've probably muted my mic by accident. But apart from that, yeah, it'll be fine. How is the Aston? The car looks much more stable than last year. Your opinion? Yeah, the car was a little bit inconsistent last year. I think it looks fairly drivable. It's definitely in the hands of Fernando Alonso. I haven't seen too many onboards from Stroll because Stroll's only done 11 laps. So yeah, in the hands of Fernando Alonso, it looks fairly stable and should be fairly controllable. The question is, are they consistent? They weren't really consistent last year. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were bad. They were much better at the start of the season, but the occasional race towards the end, they would also be good, and you'd never really be able to predict what would cause it. How's Merck? I mean, both drivers doing pretty well. I mean, Antonelli is doing pretty well compared to Russell, and he has made a mistake here or there. He's been pushing a little bit hard as well, but it's all well within the limits, exploring what the car can and can't do, and yeah, good start from Antonelli. And George Russell, we know he's a pretty good driver, so no issues there really. Right. What else is going on? Now just a Hajar Lawson and Behrman on the circuit really. Um, yeah, I mean look at the tires. Lawson's on 19 lap old hard tires. The tires that Hajar is on is 5 lap old hard tires, and Behrman is on 10 lap old hard tires. So really, we're not going to see any blistering lap times. Maybe from Kimi Antonelli, maybe from Norris. They've both come out now. Fresh mediums for Antonelli, and what is it for Norris? Fresh mediums as well. Ooh, we could get some good lap times coming through here. Luca Conte, thanks for answering. I really enjoy your stream. No worries, no worries. Glad that you guys are all enjoying. It's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can hit 2,000 likes. That would be fantastic. Yeah. Right. What else is going on? Really, not all that much, to be honest. Really, not all that much. We've just got drivers driving along. Norris and Antonelli might be starting their hot laps now, so we'll have a look at what they're doing. Okie dokes. Do you think Max will fall behind this year? Will it be the year for McLaren or Hamilton to get their 8th? Well, that's the question that if I could answer, I would have placed a bet by now. But I can say one thing for certain: it's definitely going to be a lot harder for Max Verstappen to win the championship this year than it was for him last year. It's going to be very, very difficult to breeze to a win like he did last year. So we'll just have to wait and see. Also, folks, if you are interested in F1 TV Pro, then go ahead and click the link in the description. It lets you watch all of F1 TV, or everything live, everything for everything, all the onboards and all of the team radios, everything like that is available on F1 TV Pro. You'll even get access to all of the old footage of all of the old archive footage for Formula One. So I'd really recommend it. Yeah, go ahead and check that out. Okay, he didn't breeze to a win last year, but he still won by a fairly comfortable margin, and he mathematically won quite a few races early. So yeah. All right. Um. Yeah. All right. What else is going on? So let's have a look here. Kimi Antonelli back into the pits after just what seemed like one lap. Lando Norris is doing a hot lap here, but he's not using any DRS by the looks of it. Oh no, he's backed out in the middle sector as well, and he also goes into the pits. Yeah. Well, we're just going to have to wait a little longer before we get the proper quali sims. Oh, you're getting adverts. I have blocked all of the adverts, so I don't know what YouTube is doing because the adverts are blocked on my side. Apologies if you are getting adverts. I didn't get any. Fair enough. If you, yeah, it might just be a one-off thing or something. I'm not sure. But apologies for that. Right. What else are we seeing here? Jack doing into the pits finally after quite a bit of a. Oh no, he's just done one lap on those mediums. Yeah. And we got Leclerc out on some fresh mediums. Ooh, we might get a nice run from him. And then we've got Lawson still out on his old hards. Oh, we've got a replay here from Jack Doohan, just going slightly wide. I think that's a turn number 4. Yeah. Valtteri Bottas. They're just giving giving us a shot of Valtteri Bottas here. Yeah. Valtteri Bottas, the Mercedes reserve driver right now. He's too good of a driver to be a reserve driver, really. Yeah. Oh, also, folks, if you could attend any Formula One race on the calendar, which race would it be? I have not attended a race personally, but I would quite like to go to. Where would I like to go? No, I would like to sit at a spot where loads of overtakes happen. So let's have a scroll through the calendar. At the end of the Lacombe chicane at Spa, that would be a pretty good spot to sit at. Turn number 1 at Imola, that'd be pretty nice. Oh, the big hairpin at Austria. Like, Austria is a bit of an easy circuit, really. There aren't that many corners and stuff. But turn number 1 at Monza, that would be pretty cool. Turn number 2 or 3 at Austria. Kota, the hairpin at the end of Kota with the little that's actually a really good overtaking section to watch. Yeah. Dubai in 5 stars cheaper than the Silverstone with a 10. Yeah, maybe, but if you got to account the flight. Well, it depends where you are, of course, but I reckon the flight to Dubai is probably a little bit more expensive than driving to Silverstone. Ah. All right. We've got Lawson and we have got Hadjar on the circuit. Lawson, 23 laps on those hards, and is he still continuing on? No, finally into the pits. Yeah, good long run there from Liam Lawson, and now we've got Isaac Hadjar, the only driver left out on the track. Did Charles crash? No, Charles just had a little spin out of the final corner. Yeah, so that's on spin number 2. Carlos Sainz the first spin, and then we had Charles Leclerc the second spin. Just trying to carry too much speed, I think, into probably just trying to carry too much speed into turn number 14, and touch the curb. so that probably didn't help either. You can tell. He what you can watching the onboard. You can tell the car bounced a little bit when he touched that curb, and it did a nice spin there. So um, is Lawson just doing laps for endurance testing? Yeah, he's just wearing out his tyres as much as possible just to see what is the tyre wear like. The team's also, there will be Lawson might be better or worse at managing his tyres than Verstappen. Most likely he's going to be worse given that he's a rookie, but they need to figure out how quickly his tyres wear out, and if they know that, for example, he wears his tyres out fairly quickly, then it's much more likely to put him on a two-stop strategy just because it'll be easier for him. Any rain incoming? Not that I know of. It said 60% chance of rain. It did rain for a little bit and then it stopped again. So yeah, I don't think there'll be any more rain coming. Yeah, we'll easily see a 128 tomorrow, if not today. I mean, we still got a long time to go. Still 2 hours. We could see anyone really feasibly just go out there and put in a lap on a set of soft tyres. But of course, all the teams are too busy trying to hide their performance rather than let everyone know that they might be the fastest team on the grid. When did Carlos get first? Carlos got first quite a while ago. He's been sat in the pits for a while actually now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, just Hadjar on the track. A little bit boring. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah. Okay. So actually, folks, let me know, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win the qualifying head-to-head this year? Will it be Oscar Piastri or will it be Lando Norris? I think Piastri was a little bit behind Norris in qualifying head-to-head last year. Of course, his aim over the winter break will have been to work on his qualifying and to get better. But who do you think will come out on top on the qualifying head-to-head between Piastri and Lando Norris? All right. Lando, but if they're side by side, Piastri can be at the first corner first. Yeah. Who knows what Lando Norris's race starts are going to be like this year? Are they going to continue on with the same habits of last year? Lando's just a little bit better. Ooh. Yeah, I think it'll be closer. We'll see. What are you most surprised about during this testing? Any expectations for the last day of testing? I'm not really surprised about much. Well, actually, I am. I'm surprised that none of the rookies have made any big mistakes. Um, I would have expected at least one of the rookies to make a big mistake, or at least have a spin. I think Isaac Hadjar had one, Liam Lawson had one, and that was it. Like nothing else. I think Sainz has spun one today, Leclerc spun once today, and past that, so we've had four. what we're coming up on now, 14 hours of testing, and we've had 4 spins, and that's it. Yeah. Who is your favourite driver for this year? Well, as always, my favourite driver is Seb Vettel, but for this year specifically, maybe I'd go with I don't know, might be Piastri, might be Alonso. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't rate Hadjar whatsoever. He didn't look promising in the Abu Dhabi test, and he doesn't look promising now. Well, you'll just have to wait and see till he gets to Abu Dhabi. But Red Bull saw something in him clearly, that he was going to be quick. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. He did end up in second place in the F2, and he would have got first, I think, if he hadn't stalled or something off the start. So yeah. The gap between Lando and Piastri will be 70 points again. But does that mean will Piastri will be 70 points ahead, or will that be Lando 70 points ahead? Yeah. Also, if we were to go testing another circuit, so not Bahrain, not Spain, what circuit do you think would be good for testing? I think you could have a Silverstone. Silverstone would be pretty good for testing, given that it's close to a lot of the UK factories. You could do testing at Spa. You could do testing at most of the proper circuits, really. Kota would be pretty good because it's got so many different things. It's got the high speed. It's got the slow speed at the final sector. It's got quite a few long straights. Where else could you go? You could go to Japan. Japan would be quite good for testing. China also a pretty good circuit, really. It's got a whole lot of everything. You need something that has a wide variety of corners. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Abu Dhabi with the old layout would also work, yeah. There's only one test car, so yeah, they're most likely to start pushing tomorrow. That's fair enough, but we'll see. See what happens. All right. What do you think Max and Red Bull? What do you think Max and Red Bull should? I don't think you finished typing out that question. Sepang circuit, yeah, oh for sure. The Sepang circuit should definitely be on the calendar. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, right. We got Gabriel Bortoleto coming into the pits now. Hadjar still out on those hards. He's lapping away. Doing a similar run to Lawson, really. And then Antonelli is on a medium tyre run, 11 laps for him. Sainz is on a medium tyre run, 8 laps for him. And Norris on a medium tyre run, 4 laps for him. Fair enough. These rookies are going to get run over the way I see it. Lawson and Antonelli will be okay, but the rest are scrubs. Well, I guess we'll have to see, won't we? I mean, they have graduated from Formula 2. Antonelli came from Formula 2. So did Lawson. Lawson has a little bit more experience in Formula 1. Behrman did 3 races in Formula 1 last year. Did great for Haas and for Ferrari. I think he'll do fairly well. Gabriel Bortoleto and Isaac Hadjar are a little bit of an unknowns because they haven't done much stuff in Formula 1, if any. Jack Doohan had his one race with Alpine at the end of last year when Ocon got fired a race early. Yeah, So I don't know. Oh yeah, the Indian Grand Prix circuit could be used for testing as well. Right. Albon and Verstappen are driving all day tomorrow, not driving today. Their teammates are driving all day today. Mm. All right. What do you think Max and Red Bull should be doing for a good year, and the same for Ferrari? Well, it's already a little bit too late. At the start of the winter testing, the winter development really decides whether you have a good year or not. But if Red Bull want a good year, well, they'll firstly need to cooperate a little bit with Lawson, let him build up some performance, not put too much pressure on him. Because if they want to win the constructors, at least if they're not going to win the drivers, they're going to need two good, quick drivers, and you're not going to be able to do that by pressuring, by putting loads and loads of pressure on Liam Lawson. Um, yeah. And then as for Ferrari, they've got two great, fantastically quick drivers. They've just got to manage it, make sure they don't get to squabble with each other. And if they are fighting for a championship, define some clear rules about what you're going to do, about when you're going to prioritize who. Are you just going to let them fight it out on track? What's going to go on for them? And then the real thing is, do they continue developing the car all the way to the end of the season if they have a shot of winning the championship, or do they abandon the championship and focus on 2026? Who knows really? Who knows what would happen? What they should do? Yeah. Norris, the DRS issue? Not that I know of. It just says it's disabled for whatever reason, but it's just a glitch. Um, he can use it if he wants. I just don't think the data's transmitting everything correctly. Yeah, Lawson's out on fresh mediums. That looks good. Maybe we'll get some. Maybe we'll get a quick run from him. But yeah, he's down in 14th place. He's done 75 laps, which is fantastic. The same number that Carlos Sainz has done. Both drivers have been driving right from the start of the day today. So they'll probably rack up 100 laps by the end of the day. And yeah, maybe we'll see some quick runs. And in the final 2 hours, I hope we see some soft tires. Right. Who do you think are the best teammates? And what in terms of being friends? In terms of being friends, I mean, there's a lot. All of the so many teammates have changed. Out of the 10 teams, we have 6 new teammate combinations. Well, we have 6 new rookies apart, and then yeah, I'm not sure really. The best teammate lineup, the best driver lineup on the grid. I mean, Hamilton and Leclerc probably. Um, then after that, you'd say Sainz and Albon maybe, or no, Piastri and Norris. It's either Piastri and Norris second best, and then Sainz and Albon. I mean, maybe Sainz and Albon are better, but they're just not in a quick car, so you can't really compare them. And then you have Max Verstappen and Lawson. I mean, Max Verstappen obviously one of the best, but Lawson be a bit of an unknown. Yeah, Albon is improving. Yeah, no, not Albon. Lawson is improving. Here we go then. He's on green in the first sector, and we'll see what he can do through the middle sector, and how far back from Sainz he is. He's got a bit of flow vis on his car as well, so yeah, he will be coming into the pits fairly soon just to get that one checked out. And yeah, he's 1.1 seconds back from Carlos Sainz. We're not going to see any blisteringly quick lap times. He's probably going to improve, but nothing anywhere near the top, probably. Can you just check the question I sent above? It's a bit long. What surprises you about the most about Max or Lewis? Can you explain the TD that will be that'll affect Red Bull? Okay, the new technical directive. Basically, all that is currently they test the front wings under 50 kilograms worth of force. So they put something they what they essentially do is put something that's 50 kilograms on top of the front wing, and then they measure how much the front wing has moved, and they say, oh, it's only allowed to move a maximum of 2 or 3 millimeters or something like that. And now, instead of using a 50 kilogram weight, they're going to be using a 100 kilogram weight. And they're going to say, oh, it's only allowed to move 2 millimeters. So then any sort of flexi wing design that you have, that's not going to work anymore because it's going to have to be stiffer to be able to resist that force and pass the technical directive check. So the people that will lose out due to that, so anyone that is currently using a flexi wing and their car, design is based off that and their design works well with the flexi wing, then their car's going to get slower after the new rule change comes in. However, I don't think any of the teams, because the teams know that this rule change is going to come in, a lot of the teams will have focused, they would have paid a bit of attention, been like, right, we're not going to focus too much on a flexi design wing because we know in about 5-6 races time, it's not going to matter anyway. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we've got 6 drivers out on the track, and Stroll's had a bit of a mistake with his with an issue, well, a bit of a mistake at the final corner, and but apart from that, everything is going all right. Red Bull has an advantage. Red Bull is moaning about flexi wings for the teams. I don't think Red Bull has an advantage of it. I think that the fact that they were complaining to the FIA about other teams having it means that they probably didn't have it, and the other teams did, and they wanted to slow the other teams down effectively. Do you think Red McLaren have an aerodynamic issue? No. I mean, they were constructors champions last year. Their car was very quick, so I don't see any aerodynamic issues with the McLaren, to be honest. Yeah. Does the cross on Hamilton's DRS mean that he's 300s off? No, no. That just means he hasn't used DRS for a bit, and there's a bit of a glitch, I think. Yeah, we've got oh, let me just disable the adverts for you guys. Right, we've got 2 hours left on the clock. 4 drivers still driving around. We've got Liam Lawson on a unknown tyre. I suspect that's a fresh tyre. Then we've got Liam Lawson's back into the pits anyway. Antonelli is on a fresh set of mediums, but is backed out of his lap. Isaac Hadjar's on 23 laps on his hards. He'll probably be coming into the pits on this lap. 23 laps is more than enough to gather the data that they want. And Lando Norris is on a set of mediums doing 12 laps. All right. Yeah. All right. What data to show on both the Ferraris? Is it a good car or not? Well, the car looks a lot more stable than it was yesterday. And yeah, they're looking pretty good, to be honest, the Ferrari. So I don't think there's much to worry about. The question is, when everyone stops hiding how much pace they've got, how quick will they actually be? That is the real question. Are McLaren hiding their power? Well, I definitely don't think McLaren are 11th or 12th in terms of pace. So, yeah, I think they're definitely hiding whatever they've got, but that's probably just because they haven't gone on long runs yet. We have seen a couple of times where they go quickly and then they back out just before they come across the line. Yeah. What do you think about the LED lights on tyres for pit stops to be easier? I have not seen anything about that. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what this LED lights on tires is about? The Red Bull McLaren are slow. Charles. Okay, sure. All right. Just Norris and Doohan now. Yeah. Hadjar made his way in after 25 laps on his hards. Doohan is out on a set of mediums. Looks like he's going slowly for now. And Lando Norris is 14 laps on his mediums. He'll probably be coming in the next couple of laps as well. Hadjar out on a fresh set of hard, so I'm guessing they're going to change. They've changed the strategy. They've changed, a setup or the fuel load or something on Isaac Hadjar's car, and now he's going to go out and do the same sort of style of attacking and everything and driving, and they're going to work out what's the difference in tyre wear, what is the tyre wear like on this car, things like that. Yeah. All right. F1 gamer during pit stop, Kick Sauber had LED lights on the tyres for the pit stop. Well, I guess if that's, sure, if it makes it easier for a pit stop, then why not? I don't see why it's particularly a problem. It just helps the mechanics, the pit crew, just line up everything perfectly, because I think Sauber did have some issues with some pit stops earlier last year, and because they had some issues, I guess they've tried and found some innovative ways to prevent those issues from happening again. Yeah. All right, folks. Yeah. 2 hours remain of testing, and we've had Hadjar, Norris, and Doohan still out on the track. Hopefully, Carlos Sainz bolts on some soft tyres and we get some running today. That'd be nice. Is the wheel gun itself or the cover? I'm not sure really. I haven't heard about this before. So basically, there's an LED strip on the pit stop gun things that turn green when the tyre is bolted on correctly. Sauber are using it. Well, I don't see what's wrong with that, is it? It just gives them maybe it just turns green so the so the mechanics know when to pull it away. Like it turns green and they pull it away. So yeah. Or that might be that they just press a button, because what happens is on the wheel guns is there is a button being like good to go, like, because you know how so there used to be a lollipop man, and the lollipop man would rotate the stop to a go, and that's when they would go out of the pits. But that obviously has been changed, and they just have a light that goes from green to red, either in their steering wheel or in front of them. So all of the pit crew have to press a green button on their wheel gun bit, like the tire has been bolted on. So that might just be that the wheel gun also goes green while the other thing goes green. It might not necessarily be that it goes green when it's been put on properly. Like it might not be the wheel gun itself detecting it. It might just be the mechanic pressing a button on it. Yeah. What do you think about the RB21? Is it the same as last year? How is the car feeling? Well, the car is definitely different from last year. Quite a lot of aerodynamic surfaces have been changed, but it's overall the same concept. Like, it's a very much an evolution. Like, they haven't changed anything significant. Ferrari, however, they've copied a bit of Red Bull's side pod. They've modified their front suspension from a push rod to a pull rod. So for a bit more of a difference for Ferrari, but for Red Bull, it was very much of the same style, just the same thing again. I'm just going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a sec, folks. All right. Bortoletto's out onto the circuit as well. What tyres for him? It's an old set of hards. Oh, nothing too interesting. Sainz also comes out of the pits. He's on a 5-lap old set of mediums. Not bad. What's your name? Just call me F1 Gamer. Honestly, I'm not gonna prefer not to say my name. I could come up with a fake name or something for YouTube, but F1 Gamer for now. Otherwise, I'll let you guys know. Yeah. All right. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We're on our way now to 2,000 likes. we hit 1,000 likes halfway point of the day, and then we've hit 1,500 halfway point of the second half of the session. So now we are very much on our way to 2,000 likes by the end of the day. Alrighty. Yeah, hopefully we'll get some more cars coming out onto the track. Stroll as well is out onto the track. A fresh set of mediums for Stroll. Oh, nice. We could see some hot laps from him maybe, but still, all of the hot laps, if they are going to arrive today, they would arrive in the final hour most likely. Do you think the times in practice matter? No. Simple answer: no. Does the RB21 have a pace for Max to fight the title? Probably. I mean, it might have it pace. The pace to fight the title depends on what all of the other cars are doing. So if McLaren are quicker than the RB21, then no, he doesn't have the challenge. But I think they'll all be fairly on a level playing field. It might be like on certain circuits, one car is good. On other circuits, another car is good. Yeah, but there's no way to know that. Yeah. Would you use Bottas for one training if if you're the head of Merck? Well, no, you wouldn't, would you? Because you'd want Kimi Antonelli with as much time as possible, and then you'd compromise George Russell and Kimi Antonelli basically. I mean, look, the simulators are good enough now that you don't really need a proper comparison, like a point of comparison to see if the simulator's accurate or not. So like there is no real reason to give Valtteri Bottas a test. Like it would be nice, to give him a test. Don't get me wrong. Like there's 3 days of testing, one for Bottas, one for George, one for Kimi. But yeah, I think that it would be much better just to give just to split it up between George and Antonelli, because that's just the way they're the main drivers really. You can give Bottas a FP1 session or something if he wants one, but yeah. And also, I don't know if I were Bottas, would I want to know what I'm missing out on? Like he will know that he'll be driving the Merc, and he'll realize that it's about a second faster than the Sauber from last year. And then will he be a bit annoyed that, I should have probably looked for a contract a little bit earlier, and maybe I could have got in at Williams or something. Because I'm sure Bottas could have. I mean, I was personally expecting that Sauber keep Hülkenberg and Bottas, because that would be an amazing driver pairing, putting them up on par with Sainz and Albon, or if not better than Sainz and Albon, Bottas and Hülkenberg for sure. So yeah, and given that Sauber was going to become Audi, and Audi, their long-term goal is to be really good in Formula One, and they need good drivers and lots of experience. Hülkenberg and Bottas are the best driver pairing to do that with, especially considering Audi is a German company. So yeah, that's why I guess Bottas was probably a little bit complacent. He's like, oh yeah, I'll get a contract from Audi, no need to worry about that. But yeah, Bortoletto's got the contract instead, and Bottas is now a reserve driver. The stripes don't mean C2, C4, and C6. Firstly, because C6 doesn't exist. C2 and C4 are not the stripes. The stripes mean used or fresh tire, and yeah, we don't know whether it's we don't know whether it's C3 or C4 if it says medium, and we don't know whether it's C1 or C2 if it says hard. And then the C5 will definitely be the softs. Yeah. All right. No, it's not because like you can tell when someone comes out in a fresh set of tires, it will always not have a stripe through it. Um, all right. Yeah. Here we go then. It is we are what halfway through. I know, an hour 47 left. Track temperature is 16.7 degrees. The floodlights are on. The sun is not set just yet. Oh no, the sun has set. Sorry. The circuit's got much darker. Um, and we're gonna get some racing in the dark now, or some testing in the dark. They introduced C6 this year, so C6 does exist. No way they've introduced C6. There's not been a single article that I've seen about the C6 tire. I mean, I will stand corrected and I will apologise if that is, but C6 Pirelli. Um, they were working on a C6 apparently for street circuits, but I don't know if they're. I think they were allowed to test them, like they were doing tests. But let's have a look. They were testing out whether it should be used, but I don't know if right. I need an article that's fairly recent. There's not been a single article in 2025 that's actually talked about it. Um, so yeah, they were working on it, and they might have done a couple of tests. But I don't think they did. Also, if you can't post links in the chat, so yeah, it doesn't matter. What happens with Charles? He just went a little wide. I don't think it's anything serious. Oh, we had a spin a little earlier at turn at the final corner. Right, let's search 2025 new compound. 2025 F1 new compound. Mm, indeed. Oh, okay. Wait. Indeed, Pirelli's range of dry weather compounds now spans from 6 options, from the hardest C1 to the grippiest additional C6, the ultra grippy tire that has been designed for use at certain street tracks, but made an initial appearance at the Yas Marina circuit a couple of years ago. Okay, well, I stand corrected then, folks. Apologies for that. I swear, I mean, it should have made a little bit more of a prominent appearance somewhere else, I guess. But all right. Yeah. So apologies. We will have the C6 tire at specific street circuits. They tested it out, I think, at the end of. They tested it out at the end of the preseason. I think the postseason test, probably. I think that was held in Abu Dhabi. Right. Um. Yeah.
What else have we got going on then? C6 will most likely help with the mandatory pit stops. Yeah, that makes sense. Mandatory pit stops, C6, yeah. All right. Okie dokes then. Anyone out on a fresh set of tyres? We got Bortoletto out on a fresh set of mediums. And Stroll on 5-lap-old mediums. Leclerc on 3-lap-old mediums, actually. That could be interesting, but I don't think he's pushing that hard, if at all. And Sainz is on some old mediums. Looks like McLaren has done good tyre deg this year. Sure. I mean, I don't know what data you have for that, but okay. Why is McLaren having that weird thing on the car? I suspect what you're seeing is an aero rake. It's just a bunch of sensors to work out what the air is doing around the car, and then they double check that with what they predicted using CFD simulations. So CFD is simulating what the air does around a car, and then they have the sensors to see what it's actually doing, and then they check is their simulation working correctly. Yeah. It's pretty weird how they tell what compound. Why not just choose like in 2018 and let them choose compounds? It's a pretty good choice of strategies in my opinion. In 2018, it was still the same. You were only allowed to choose from 3 compounds. So, you had the ultra soft, the hyper soft, the super soft, the soft. So you had all of those variations, but for a certain weekend, you would only be allowed to pick 3 of those. You'd only be allowed to pick from 3. And Pirelli would decide which 3. It wasn't like you had a choice. So it's a very similar thing, except that it's a little bit less confusing for fans. Like just soft, medium, and hard, and then the soft could be a C1, or it could be a C2, it could be a the soft could be a C6, it could be a C5, it could be a C4. It just depends on what kind of circuit you're on, but it adds a bit of consistency for new fans, really. Like, it's a little bit confusing. You're at one circuit, you're at Singapore, and you've got ultra soft, you've got super soft, ultra soft, and hyper soft, and then you go to and you learn at Singapore, super soft is the most durable tire out of all of them, and hyper soft is the fastest. And then you watch the race at Silverstone, and you've got medium soft and super soft, and suddenly super soft's the most durable, the quickest tire, and medium is the most durable. Like, it's like, obviously for F1 fans, we're watching preseason testing, we know at least what's going on, but for new fans, it doesn't really make that much sense. So yeah, that's why they ended up making that change. And if you really do want to know, you just check Pirelli's website, and they'll say, the soft tires is the C4, and the medium tires is the C3, and the hard tires is the C2. Yeah. All right. Yeah. A lot more cars on the track now. Lawson on a fresh set of softs. Let's see what he can do. He's still in 13th place. I know Red Bull would be hiding their pace a little bit, but I would have hoped for something a little bit better than that. Yeah, are they returning to V10s? Probably not. Let's see what Lawson's doing then. 316. I think he used DRS. He must have used DRS to get to 316. But he's not purple he's not purple or improved in the greens in the first sector. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what you can do from that. Sainz on 87 laps, just lapping away lap after lap. 14 laps now on those medium tyres. He'll probably come in fairly soon. And Lawson is Lawson's done 80. Sainz has done 88. Very nice. Okie doke.
we've got some time to burn. Spit out a few hot takes. Well, how about not me? How about you guys put some hot takes into the chat and I'll react to them. Yeah, go ahead. We've got an hour 37, probably at least another hour until we get some soft tire running, which is what we're all waiting for. So go on, hot takes in the chat, folks. Yeah, Liam Lawson still doing some FlowViz testing. He's got quite a bit of FlowViz all over the side pod of his car, really. Yeah. But a big improvement there. Sixth place for him. Second back from the rest of them. And maybe if it was Max Verstappen, and he would have been 2 or 3 tenths faster than that as well. So there's not much to compare really. We have no idea what fuel loads they were on. Mike Foxtrot, I see your messages about the stream volume being low, but if it was low, then there'd also be loads of other people complaining. So yeah. Right, let's see some of these hot takes. Williams is going to be Aston Martin, the constructors. Ooh, that could be true actually. Aston Martin haven't looked that well. I mean, Williams have done well for one day of testing, folks. Like, let's hold our horses a little bit, Do you think Adrian Newey will have some positive influence on Aston Martin performance this year? Can we wait for some better results? See, Adrian Newey starts working on Aston Martin tomorrow. Like, he hasn't done his first day at Aston Martin yet. His first day, not tomorrow, sorry, on Monday. Monday is his first day at Aston Martin. And I'm sure the first thing he will do is start working on the 2026 car. Like, sure, he could have a look at the 2025 car, suggest some areas that he thinks that should be upgraded. But apart from that, I reckon it's just going to be the 2026 car. So I don't reckon we're going to see much improvement from Aston Martin this year. All right. Let's see some more. Not even Adrian Newey will make a car that can be Williams. Yeah, I mean, not in the first year. We'll see in 2026. Lawson's going to get replaced by Hadjar. Ooh, that's a bold one. I mean, Hadjar will have to outperform Tsunoda, because Lawson in his first 6 races got beaten by Tsunoda quite consistently in quali and in the race, I think. So Hadjar will have to beat Tsunoda in his first 6 races, and Lawson will have to perform terribly for them to perform a driver switch. Except that is exactly what they did in 2019 with Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon after Danny Rick left. Pierre Gasly got promoted to Toro Rosso, from Toro Rosso to Red Bull, and Alex Albon got promoted to Toro Rosso. It wasn't going well. They switched halfway through the season, and things got even worse. So they might just do a 2019 repeat if that's what you think is going to happen. Russell will be a title contender. I don't think that's a hot take. I think Mercedes have been improving for the last little while now, so why not? Yeah. Hello again. Thanks for the stream. It's 7:30 a.m. Where I'm in America. Well, thanks for tuning in, buddy. And where is Max? Max is not driving today. He's driving tomorrow. Yeah, Max is too busy sim racing, folks. Come on. He's part-time sim racer, part-time Formula 1 driver. All right. Yeah. Yuki will replace Liam. Interesting. Sainz will win at least one Grand Prix. I mean, guys, come on. Sainz is in a Williams, and there's 4 teams at the top of the pack. If there was only 2 teams at the top of the pack, then maybe. Okay. We'll just have to see. Another hot take. George is not champion material. Ooh. Well, his qualifying pace, I think, is. However, his racecraft and his driving his racecraft and maybe ability to deal with pressure, probably not championship material. We don't really know. We haven't seen him in a championship position for a very long time. Well, not ever, not a very long time, just ever really. Um, so we shall see. We shall see. Oh, there's a. Oh, that was strange actually. So they did the Floviz testing on the Red Bull, and there was this little spot where none of the Floviz had gone. I'm just gonna rewind that, double check I saw that properly, because that is very interesting. Yeah, so they put the Floviz at the front of the side pod, and then the Floviz flowed over everywhere except this little piece of carbon fiber where it didn't flow over. So I think that indicates there's some sort of area of room for improvement there on their side pod. For whatever reason, the air isn't touching that bit and it isn't going in that direction. Maybe that's what they want, to create that suction force, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay. Haas will unfortunately be part of the backfield until next year when they'll become upper midfield. Maybe. I mean, Haas last year they would get some Q3 appearances quite frequently. Maybe not score points that frequently, but they would at least get Q3 appearances. So, not sure. Because, of course, Haas took a lot of components from Ferrari, and Ferrari in 2022 and also in 2023 had a habit of doing well in quali and not so well in the race. So Haas very much took that on because they have a lot of Ferrari components and ended up, doing well and potentially getting to Q3 quite often, and then not doing so well in the race. So maybe that'll improve this year, maybe it won't. Ferrari did improve last year. Ferrari improved from being in pole position, like being really good in quali and not good in the race, to being pretty good in both. So maybe Haas will improve this year as well. The Haas VF25 is basically the VF21 with a fresh coat of paint. I don't know. The lap times will tell you something different. Yeah. Stroll's improving. Yeah, Stroll is improving. No, I could make some. I could make some comment about Stroll. It's always easy to improve when you're really slow. But no, I think he's not done too many laps today. 24 laps only. Yeah, hopefully he can get closer to 45. But still lacking numbers from Aston Martin in terms of lap count. Would you say that F1 TV is worth it? Yeah, I mean, you get all of the live footage, all the team radios, and anything F1 related. You basically get it all there. So I would recommend it. I use it. In fact, for this data, I use it. So yeah, and if you get it now at the preseason, you get the full year for cheaper than if you buy the monthly each time. So yeah, I'd recommend getting it. Stroll improves up into 6th position. Nice job from him. But of course, I am sponsored by F1 TV, so if you want to take that with a pinch of salt, then feel free to do so. Yeah, 1.5 hours left of testing, folks. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll see some quali runs towards the end of the session. Do you think? Yeah, we will probably, at least one or two. It'll be nice to see some quali runs, make stuff more exciting. Yeah. Sainz coming out of the pits again, and Antonelli is on mediums. Jack Doohan is on mediums. Norris is on hards. Bortoletto's on old mediums, and Behrman is on some mediums as well. Lawson was 7 seconds off Max yesterday. Today he's faster than Max. Sandbagging confirmed. I mean, Max hasn't driven today, firstly. And the several seconds was probably caused by the fact that Lawson was driving in the morning, I think. Yeah, was Lawson driving in the morning yesterday? I think so. Or was he not? I can't remember, but I think he was driving in the morning, Liam Lawson, and yeah, the circuit just wasn't in the same condition as it is now, really, is it? Albon and Verstappen are not driving today. They're all driving tomorrow, and Sainz and who's the other driver? Lawson are not driving tomorrow. They're just driving today. Temps going down again. Yeah, temps are 16.7 degrees track temperature. Or, I mean, the sun has set, so there's no more sun heating the track up. It's just getting darker and darker. Yeah, it's just getting darker and darker. Yeah, darker and darker, and so lower the temperature. And the wind as well, yeah, 5 kilometers per hour instead of the 10 or the 15 that we saw earlier. All right. Okie dokes. I think we can consider tomorrow's testing session as an FP1 session. Yeah, if you have a 8-hour long FP1 session, sure. Why not? Yeah, that's how you'd consider it then, wouldn't you? How real is Williams' pace? It looks too early to tell, but from the same time, what do you think? Williams' pace is not real. Like they're not going to be the fastest team, or they're not going to be near the top 4. It's just their run plan today happened to bring them to the top of the leaderboard. And we've still got an hour 25 left, and I'm sure someone else might get close, or if not above Sainz. Like it is testing, folks. After all, you can read into lap time so much, but when you get a Williams at the top of the pack, or a Haas or a Sauber, you know that the pace isn't really that real. Okay. Yeah, folks. If you have any questions about Formula One, or just in general about the channel, then go ahead. Feel free to ask. Now's probably the best time that you'll get a response, really, with not too many people in the chat. As soon as the season starts, we'll start getting more like 10 and 15,000 people watching streams, and yeah, any of your questions quite likely will be left unanswered. So, any questions you want to ask, then feel free to do so. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a Patreon and a Buy Me a Coffee link in the description if you guys are interested in that. We have our own Discord server and stuff. Yeah. If that appeals to you, then go ahead and check that out. Do you like tractors? Well, do I like tractors? I think tractors are pretty cool. I think a Lamborghini tractor would be awesome. Yeah. Where'd you come from? Well, you can probably tell by my accent, but from the UK. Yeah, from England, as you would put it. All right. Did any teams bring the soft tires? I don't know. I was checking that earlier. Let's have a look. Oh, Ferrari and Williams have one set of the C5s and one set of the C4s. Oh no, one set of the C5s, one set of the C6. Um, so I think Ferrari do. Um, and Williams do. I'm not sure about everyone else. There's not a particular table given. Oh no, there is a table. Never mind. I'm just blind. So Williams and Williams and Ferrari are the only two teams with C5s and C6s. Nobody else has softs. There's one set of C5s and one set of C6s. So either they're both being used tomorrow, or one of them's used today and one of them's used tomorrow. I suspect for the Ferraris, both of them will be used tomorrow. I think today, though, one of them will be used by the Williams. Yeah. Unfortunate, really. I would have expected. I mean, some of the teams do have some C4s, so we will see those coming out. I mean, McLaren only have a singular set of C4 tires, and they're doing all of their running on the C2 or the C1, C2, and C3. Aston Martin and Alpine have none. They're just doing long run testing. No, they don't even have a C4 or a C3. Oh my god. So yeah, we'll see some quick runs from Williams, Sauber, Haas, Alpine, but basically every team apart from Aston Martin and Alpine. And if you want to see soft tires come out, then it's either going to be The Ferraris bring them out tomorrow, or it's going to be one. We're going to get one lap or maybe 2 laps from Sainz today, at a max. Yeah, that is. Those are the tire situation for the teams. Drama between Max and Russell going to be exciting. Are you excited? Yeah, I mean it's going to be exciting for sure. We'll see how they deal with each other on the track. It'll be very fun to listen to all of the angry press conferences afterwards, and see what they say about each other. Yeah, I think it'll be hilarious. Yeah. Leclerc just dives into the pits there after doing 17 laps instead of medium tires. How's Red Bull doing? Well, we'll have a look. It's just Liam Lawson driving today, 82 laps. Carlos Sainz has done 94 laps. What an absolute machine! 94 laps. That's over. How many kilometers is that? It's more like 500-ish kilometers. A little bit more than that, probably. Wow. Apparently Seb is coming to F1. I don't know what that means. What do you mean Seb is coming to F1? Like he's not rejoining a team, so
Right. Okay. Um. Let's see what else. We have got what was I going to say? Leclerc's out a fresh set of hards. 1 hour 17 left on the clock. Charles Leclerc sparking away as he goes down the main straight. Are we going to see a mildly quick lap from him? Braking very, very late into turn number 1. Hits that apex nicely. And now accelerating up the hill towards turn number 4. Opens DRS by the looks of it. No, actually, no opening DRS. 282 kilometers per hour. Once again, it looks like a long run is being done. The drivers are allowed to do unlimited laps, folks. There's no limit on laps. The only limit is time. So yeah, time is the only limit. Sainz might be pushing that Williams though. Let's be real. Yeah, I mean it might be pushing. It might not be. But the engine's holding up nicely. It's done a lot more kilometers than it normally does. A race distance is around 50 around here, so 50 laps or so, and Sainz has done 96, so he's approaching 2 full race distances in a singular day. Right. Let's see what else is going on. Sainz will be very exhausted. Oh, you can guarantee that. But you know, it's sort of good training really for the start of the season. You exert yourself more than you normally would be, because, for example, think about it. If you want to be a really good 10k runner, then you should ideally be able to run a marathon fairly well and not be like super duper exhausted. If you want to run like a 10k really well, then you should be able to run a half marathon at least properly without getting exhausted. So then you can run a 10k like really quick. So it's sort of just doing that. You know, Carlos Sainz wants to be at optimal focus levels, not getting tired whatsoever during a normal race distance. So he's going to train himself to do double a race distance, so he doesn't get exhausted for just a normal race distance. Yeah. F1 Gamer did a 10-hour streaming yesterday and another one today and tomorrow. Concentrate on this only, or are you ADHD? I have no idea what that means, but sure. Do consumables, engines, gearboxes count in the test? No, they don't. Anything counts. No, none of this counts. Sorry, yeah. So you can use as many engines as you like, any gearboxes as you like. Where do you need other programs when there's F1 streaming? Exactly. Oh well, yeah. I'm prepping for the season. You know, normally over an entire weekend I do 10 hours of commentary max, but now I'm doing 10 hours in a day, and 10 hours in a day for 3 days in a row. So technically, my throat should be absolutely prepared, so I can start screaming once we get to Q3 in Australia, about how whoever's going to get a pole position. That will be playing the long game here, folks. I'm playing the long game. F1 Gamer, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, but there was a team that completely missed a preseason test. No, that's slightly incorrect. You are partially correct, though. Williams arrived 2 days late to a 5-day test. I think it was 2019. Yeah, 2019. Williams was struggling a lot financially, and they had been bought out by some company. And the point was that they used to do 5-day tests in Barcelona. That has now turned into 3-day tests. Here we have, like in Bahrain or wherever, but 5-day tests in Barcelona, and Williams arrived 2 days late because their car just wasn't manufactured in time, and they didn't have enough. Literally,
the first parts weren't manufactured. Like, if their spare parts weren't manufactured, fair enough. Like, oh, they had a crash on the first day and they couldn't go running for the second day because they didn't have enough spare parts. At least that's kind of understandable. But they didn't even have the original set of parts to go racing with, or to go testing with, until the third day of the test. So yeah, that did happen a couple of years ago. There's only 18 drivers because Verstappen and Albon are driving tomorrow, not today. Haas are seriously sandbagging. Haas did the exact same thing last year, apparently, where they were right at the back of the pack for testing, and then they came in and popped it on Q3 on quite a few occasions. So I wouldn't worry too much about Haas. I'm sure they'll be fine. They just go about their run plan in testing slightly differently to the rest of the teams. All right. Here we go then, we've got 2,500 people tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, folks, be sure to do so. It really does help out the channel. Hopefully we can hit 2,000 likes by the end of the stream. And yeah, that would be fantastic. Also, folks, if you haven't got F1 TV and you are thinking about getting it, I think it is a great idea to get F1 TV. You can get it now for the full season, and you get all of the onboards, all of the team radios, all of the footage, and I hope, and then you can watch Formula One live while it's happening, with some professional commentary as well. And if you really do like my commentary, then you can mute the professional commentary, listen to mine, and sync it all up. So yeah, up to you guys. Also, I do apologize for the people that have been watching for maybe multiple hours, 5-6 hours. You've probably heard me say that same F1 TV thing about probably 20 times, 30 times now. I don't know how many times I've said it. But yeah, the folks that have been listening for a very, very long time, apologies for you guys having to listen to that about 20 times. My favorite driver is Sebastian Vettel, and never will be anyone else. I've been here since 12 last night, and now it's 6 a.m. Yeah. Long day. Yeah, I've been up since 5:30. Now it's approaching half 5. It's now approaching 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I've been live for 8 hours and 19 minutes right now. All right. Leclerc's on hard. So's Stroll. Lawson's on fresh mediums. We'll see if he's setting a hot lap. He's using DRS actually. Maybe he is. We'll keep an eye out on Liam Lawson, and at least you don't have to deal with any power outages in an extended runtime. Yeah, that is true. There's no power outages today to add an extra hour onto the end of testing. Liam Lawson now makes his way green in the first sector. Very nice. All right, let's see what he can do compared to Carlos Sainz. He's now heading down the hill towards turn number 10, braking very, very late. Gets that car rotated nicely. Onto the power he goes. Opens that DRS flap nice and early. I think that's way earlier than the detection point. Actually, oh no, I don't think it is. I think he should be fine for that one. And now up the hill towards turn number 12. Brilliant driving here from Liam Lawson. I mean, he's done this so many times today already. He's done it 84 times. I'm sure he's learned how to do it properly. And now he's heading towards the final corner. What is it going to be for Liam Lawson? Here he comes out of the final corner, and he improves by 1/10 of a second. Not a huge margin. I don't know if he slammed on the brakes on the just before he came across the line, but we're not going to know unless we get the onboard. Oh, Bortoletto, 327 down the straight there. He must have got a toe, I suspect, off someone. But yeah, 327 down. Oh no, 322. Sorry, down the straight. Very nicely done. Yeah, he now exits turn number 10. Is he going to use DRS? Probably not. Yeah, no DRS, I don't think, for Bortoletto. And Lando Norris, in fact, is that Lando Norris? Oh no, I'm Norris is behind Leclerc there. Yeah. Um. Okie dokes. Yeah, across the line comes Bortoletto. And yeah, 135. Nothing too extraordinary. ST means speed trap speed. There's a speed camera at the end of the straight. That is where the drivers have their speed measured. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's it. Final hour of testing, folks. I am just going to pop off to the toilet. I will be back in just a minute or two. Yeah, we are got an hour and 5 minutes left of testing. Currently, Sainz top of the pack with Leclerc, with Hamilton in second, Leclerc in third, Russell in fourth, and Antonelli in fifth. Okie dokes. I'll be back in a bit. Right. Yeah, we have just got the final hour of testing now. It is, Hajar on a fresh set of mediums. He's gone green in the first sector, green in the second sector. Fairly quick through the speed traps as well. And we'll see what he can do. Here he comes then out the final corner. What's it going to be for Isaac Hajar? It is up into 15th. Not a huge improvement, but 1.8 seconds off the lead. Yeah. What happened to McLaren's today? They were doing great yesterday. McLaren's they weren't really doing all that great yesterday. Everyone was just super slow yesterday. So Norris set a reasonably quick lap time, or a reasonably medium lap time, and it's just that no one else was driving particularly quickly. So McLaren looked like they were on top. I mean, McLaren is still probably on top. They're just not revealing all of their pace. We've seen it a few times. Norris and Piastri, they do their quick laps and then they slam on the brakes and pull into the pit lane just before crossing the line. So, yeah. All right. We got Behrman out on a fresh set of mediums as well. We'll see maybe some real pace from Haas, but I think he's just going to end up matching Ocon. He's 5 seconds off Sainz as of now. He's just been in so much long run work with so much fuel in the tank. We haven't really seen much from him, and he misses the apex at turn number 1, unfortunately. I don't know if he just misjudged his brake. Well, he definitely did misjudge his braking zone, but he's just going to continue on with the lap anyway. And now he's heading up towards turn number 4. He's done a very nice job there as well. All right. Yeah, give me just a sec. I need to have some water as well. I don't know. Right. Nobody, they aren't hiding. They're having issues with their new setup. Well, I mean, sure. What information you have that to back up? How you can back that up? Let me know. Like, right. Let's see what Ollie Behrman's doing then. No, still slower than his personal best on all three, on the first and second sectors, and I suspect it's just going to be more of the same. Yeah. Sure, P60 cut a corner short in the circuit. No, I just don't think he had as much fuel in the car as everyone else did. So that's what's happened there. All right. Ooh, Lando Norris nearly crashing into the back of one of the cars. I don't know. Was that Antonelli or was that someone else? Antonelli with a big lockup as well. But yeah, Lando Norris nearly crashing into someone. I don't know if that was Behrman or Antonelli, but yeah, that was an interesting one. I think he expected them to get out of the way and they didn't. Antonelli locking up the front right tyre going into turn number 4. Fair enough. What can you do? It's a bit of a difficult corner anyway. Norris fastest speed down the straights, 322 k's. Nice and quick. They have a brand new anti-dive config on their front suspension. Also, every time Oscar and Norris go on a flying lap, they make a mistake and go wide before diving into the pits. Sounds good. Well, we'll see what they perform like in Australia, but I think their car's more than fine, and they're just hiding their pace as they have done in the past. Multiple purple sectors, and then they go into the pits. Like, pretty obvious what they're doing. But anyway, Hadjar improves there actually on a second run on the medium tyres. 130.9, still not enough to gain any places, but improves. Actually, I think he did improve one position. Did he? Maybe. Yeah, Hamilton's in second place, mate. Okay. So if no Lewis tomorrow, that means we'll probably get a flash of real place today at some point. Maybe you would have thought. But if we look at the tyre information and who has got if you look at the tyre information and who's got the tyres, then who's got the soft tyres? I don't think Red Bull have any. Let me just double check. Yeah, let me just double check. I need to find that website again. Uh, yeah, Red Bull only have two C4 tires and no C5s and no C6s. So maybe we'll see some. Maybe we'll see one run on a C4, but I can't guarantee it. Okay. Um, let's see. I'm wondering what will come for Lando. Any driver who wins Abu Dhabi will win the title next year. Any driver who finishes second behind Max in the World Drivers Championship doesn't win any races next year. Yeah, well, we'll wait and see. I have a feeling that, well, neither of them could happen really. I think Lando could win some races, but not necessarily the World Championship. And yeah, all right. Um, yeah, science is really grinding. 103 laps. At F1 Gamer, do you think it'll be a tight from Australia, or will we see something like last year where the team significantly faster? No, I think it'll be tight from the outset. I mean, if you compare how close they were this year, how close they were at the end of last year, I suspect it's going to be very, very tight, just like that. Yeah. Um, confirmed Science is winning the World Drivers' Championship for sure, for sure. Um, I just want to see a C4 tire run, C4 or C5. I'm sure, surely Carlos Sainz can go out on a set of C5s. They do have one set, um, so it'd be nice to see them go out on them. Yeah. McLaren are testing race pace, and yeah, it's. I mean, when Hamilton and Leclerc set their lap times, um, they came out of the pits on fresh tires. Then just to warm the tires up, they set a quick lap. Like it was not with the intent of, oh, I'm gonna set the leaderboards alight or anything like that. Um, yeah. All right. Um, yeah, that's about it really. Jack Doohan is Jack Doohan lapping away on those hard tires. Antonelli doing the same. Leclerc doing the same. Sainz just doing it on mediums. Bortoletto is doing it on hards. Norris is doing it on hards. Um, and Behrman on mediums. Still no C4 tire to be seen. Everyone's just driving around on race fuel loads on mediums and hards. I mean, it is testing after all. Like that is what the testing is for. Um, we'll see. What's the delta between quali and race times? Yeah, I mean the race times vary quite a bit depending on fuel load. But if you look at the first lap of the race or the first couple of laps of the race when they've got a 100% fuel on the car, probably 7 laps. Not 7 laps, 7 seconds is the difference between quali. 6, 7 seconds. Max and Alex are driving tomorrow. And Lawson and Science are driving all day today because the teams don't want to switch the drivers' seats and the drivers' pedals during their lunch break. And it's just more convenient that way, isn't it? So that's why they're doing it. Yeah, Hadjar's out on some fresh mediums. Maybe we'll see a quick lap. Um, but that's about it. So any crashes today? No, no crashes. Just two spins, I think. Um, what we saw: Science spin, Leclerc spin, um, a couple of lockups and stuff. But past that, nothing all that out of the ordinary. Yeah. Oh, apologies. Let me just block those adverts. Um, I don't know if how the YouTube system's working, but hopefully, some adverts have been getting through for whatever reason. But yeah, let's. I'll just block them. Well, I'll do my best to block them, and we'll see if YouTube cooperates. All right. Let's see how much longer left have we got. How much longer left? Yeah, with 51 minutes left, I'm surely Carlos Sainz can pit. Come on, Sainz, just pit and give us some soft tires. That's what I'm waiting for. And the ads are always louder. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of an advert is to get right in your face and to show off whatever brand it is. And what better way to do that by cranking up the volume and making you look at it? Like, if something's quiet, you're not going to look at it. If it's loud, then sure, you'll be like, what is this? If you're not paying attention, especially to the advert. Um, yeah, it's unfortunately just the way things are. Um, not science, sorry, Isaac Hadjar is having a little mistake, a couple of moments here and there. He is obviously trying to push the car to the limit, and we'll see. F1 Gamer, you mentioned the FlowViz issue Red Bull had earlier. Hypothetically speaking, how much could they actually change it if it was an error fault, considering the cost and the time? Well, they just have to sort of redesign a side pod cover. Just ever so slightly change the geometry by a couple of, a couple of millimeters, maybe a couple of centimeters, to just redirect the flow into that sort of area, and that's about it. So it's sort of like they would just create a new spare part kind of thing, and they'd create a new spare part, and that'd be it. Um, that's about yeah. They would sort of create a new version of the part, and that should be enough. They'll just have to modify the mold that they use to lay the carbon fiber, and once that's been modified, they should be good to go. I mean, it'll require a bit of wind tunnel testing, some CFD testing to make sure it's actually doing what they want it to do, but that should be very doable. And also the other thing is, like, they know exactly why the issue is. It's very localized in a small little area. It's not like the whole thing is going wrong. Just a tiny little bit of the side pod is going wrong, and they change some bits slightly earlier ahead. Like they they just modify the geometry slightly ahead of the issue, the area that has an issue, and problem solved. Oh, nothing. They have a very Red Bull did have an engine issue earlier in the day, but just looking at the FlowViz paint, they had a little patch that was that had no FlowViz going into. All of the FlowViz was flowing around that patch, and that indicates the flow isn't in the correct structure. It's not attached to the car properly at that area, and for that to not happen, they need to modify the geometry of the side pod, and yeah, once they've modified the geometry of the side pod, that should be they should be more than fine to just have that issue resolved. But earlier in the day, they did have water pressure issues with their engine, and yeah. All right. It's hard to handle the whole testing day. Almost a whole bottle of brandy finished. Yeah. um. Well, apologies for saying yeah or yeah too much, or okie dokie too much. Yeah, okie dokie. That's the right phrase. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can make our way towards 2,000 likes by the end of the stream. We've got 46 minutes left of the session, and we have got Charles Leclerc out on a set of hard tyres, C1 hard tyres, really. He's doing a proper race run with a bunch of fuel in the car. And then we have got Kimi Antonelli out on 9-lap-old hard tyres, Jack Doohan on 4-lap-old mediums, and then Norris on 18-lap-old hards, and Hadjar on 3-lap-old mediums, or 4-lap-old mediums now. Yeah. And Behrman out on 11-lap-old mediums. Okie dokes. Yeah, okie dokie. That is it's the iconic line. You know, if I was to become a full-time, like, proper commentator, okie dokie would be the line that all the memes get made about. For sure. I'm guessing times from yesterday and today are not comparable. I think it shows little information we can get from testing. Yep, exactly. The tyres wear out a lot. Not the tyres wear out. The track gets rubbered in a lot more, and the lap times drop by about a second. So yeah, there's not really that much to read into. What's my favourite map of the whole season? I mean, I think you mean whole favourite circuit, but probably Brazil or Suzuka. Those are the two. It's between those two circuits. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look at this lap count. What is Stroll's lap count up to? Stroll is up to 37. It's an improvement, but still, ideally, I'd like to be up in the 60s. That's where most of the drivers are. Of course, this morning's session was slightly disrupted by the fact that it was raining. And yeah. Why does everyone hate Barcelona? I mean, Barcelona is just a little bit of a difficult circuit to overtake on. Apart from that, there's nothing really that wrong about it. It just produces some slightly boring racing because every single corner is pretty long, and apart from the chicane at the end, and they've even got rid of the chicane now, so yeah, it's all just a very long, loads of long corners. Why is Charles slow in the long runs? I don't think he is particularly slow. I mean, he's slow compared to his personal best time, but he's 5 seconds off the pace, which is he's on much slower tyres and he's on a much higher fuel. He looked like having a little bit of a drift there as he was going through turn number 4, once again getting slightly caught out by the wind. Yeah. Have you been streaming for 8 whole hours? Yeah. Well, 8 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah. That's how long I've been streaming for. Are we going to get quality simulations in the last hour of testing? Well, I was hoping for quality simulations, but they're not going to be quality simulations on soft tyres, unfortunately. They're going to be quality sims on tyres that are on just normal medium tyres, but they're going to be low fuel runs. So we're not going to have the most accurate qualifying lap time representation because they're going to be on low fuel, but they're going to be on harder tyres than they normally would be in quali. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the grind never stops.
All right. Let me just block these adverts. All right. Strolls out on a fresh set of hard tyres. And then we've got Leclerc doing 67 laps for Leclerc. Wow. Big effort there from Leclerc. 59 laps from Gabriel Bortoletto. That's over a race distance for him. Very nice. And Jack Doohan with 64 laps as well. That's over a race distance for him as well. And then the only other driver we've got left is Kimi Antonelli, who's on 63. And that is also over a race distance. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Science is, over 100 laps, 108 laps. With 40 minutes left to go, you can still cover around about 25 laps-ish. Yeah, 25 laps he could get done. That's if he came out now and didn't stop until the very end. But I suspect that he'll be more than happy with a tally of 108 laps. That's 2 race distances completed. What would you think if they had a sprint weekend at Sakir with a short course for the sprint and a full course for the Sunday? That would be an interesting concept, but I don't know what the regulations sort of are around that, because it kind of it would be a very cool idea. However, like the FIA rules, I don't think they sort of cooperate with that. I think you have to have a set track layout for a certain Grand Prix. You can't change it mid Grand Prix. But I guess they modified the rules for the sprint race, so to add a sprint race in. So I guess they could modify the rules again. But yeah, I don't know. All right. Also, folks, if you haven't got F1 TV and are thinking about getting it, then go ahead and check it out. The link's in the description or in the pinned chat comment. There's a lot of, you get all the live footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios, and all of, what was I going to say? All of the team radios and all of the professional commentary as well. And access to historic archives as well. So, if you want to watch races from Schumacher versus Alonso, you have access to all of those as well. So go ahead and check that out. It also helps out the channel. I'm sponsored by F1 TV, so thank you very much. Is Aston having issues, or they're just not getting their car out on the track? They're not having issues. They're just not getting the car out on the track. Alonso only did 45 laps. Stroll has done 41 so far. We'll probably get to 50 or so, 50, 55 by the end of the session. I don't know why they're not doing as many laps as everyone else, but it is what it is. Yeah, not every single country has F1 TV Pro. You might want to check that out. Check if your country has it, and then if it has it, then it's definitely worth getting. Yeah. But yeah, a VPN might actually work to just get around whichever. If your country doesn't have F1 TV Pro, you just have to make sure to use a VPN every single time that you're using F1 TV. All right. Mercedes doing a nice pit stop check, pit stop test, and Kimi Antonelli's out onto the circuit again. Very nice. And we've got 2 more cars coming out onto the track. Very nice. Following Antonelli out, we've got Behrman and we have got Sainz. Fantastic. Still hard tyres though for Sainz. No soft tyres in sight. If we are going to get soft tyres, it's going to be the lap right at the very end. Yeah. Lawson on fresh mediums using DRS. Oh yeah, he is. Let's see what he can do.
He's got Behrman ahead for traffic. He should get out of the way nicely though. And he's pushing reasonably hard there, is Liam Lawson. Very nice. He is half the second down on Carlos Sainz in the first sector. And we'll see what he is doing in the middle sector. Will F1 be available by any of the British broadcasters like Channel 4? No, unfortunately. I mean, it's available on Sky Sports, but I don't think that's what you're referring to, because Sky Sports, of course, is paid. No, I think in 2018 was the last year you could watch races on Channel 4. The only race you can watch on Channel 4 is the Silverstone Grand Prix, like the British one. But apart from that, the rest of them aren't available because Sky Sports have got the exclusivity rights. Yeah, no, Lawson doesn't improve in the second sector either, and yeah. Oh, if you're doing a lap comparison between George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, former teammates, so Lewis Hamilton's quicker down the first main straight and through turn number 1 and 2. However, then George Russell is quicker for between turn 3 and turn 4. Hamilton's quicker through the middle sector. George Russell's quicker down the back straight. Hamilton has a slight edge going through turn number 11 and 12, and then Russell is once again quicker down the straight between 13 and 14. So it's interesting. On some of the straights, Russell's quicker. On some of the straights, Hamilton's quicker. Yeah, I think it's partially because Russell's getting better exits out of 3, out of 10, and out of 13, and that's probably helping him be quicker down the straights, whereas Hamilton has just managed to maybe get a slipstream or something as he's coming down the main straight, and that's what's given him a bit of an edge coming down there. Very interesting. Is Ferrari sandbagging on long runs? I have no way of telling, because if their Ferrari is sandbagging properly, then then nobody would be able to tell. But they probably are. Yeah, and it's a long run. It doesn't really matter that much. So currently 133 from Charles Leclerc on the long runs. Seems about reasonable, to be fair. HAD is Isaac Hadjar. He was second place in Formula 2 last year, and he's currently driving for Toro Rosso or VCARB or Visa Cash App Racing Bulls, or what do you want to call them? Minardi. Yeah. Great to hear your voice in 2025. Bring on the races. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. Look forward to the races. We're getting 2 weeks time. We'll have the Australian Grand Prix. Oh, nice lap from Hadjar up into 10th place. Very nice, very nice. Gets ahead of Tsunoda. 84 laps for Hadjar, only 46 for Tsunoda. Of course, it was raining a little bit when Tsunoda was driving in the morning, but nonetheless, solid job from Isaac Hadjar. And that's 10th place for him. You can do a season prediction before the first race. Yeah, why not? I mean, when I start the stream for the Australian Grand Prix, I'll do a season prediction. If I remember, you can remind me, and then I'll do it. All right. But yeah, 30 minutes left of the session. Okay. Who do you think is going to win the first race? Honestly, I've got. Even after qualifying, I will not be able to tell you who's going to win the first race. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't let you know. Why has Carlos Sainz completed so many laps compared to all the other drivers? It's because Carlos Sainz has been driving all day long. Lawson has also been driving all day. However, he had some engine issues earlier in the day, meaning he couldn't have completed as many laps. So yeah, that's why Sainz has completed the most laps out of any driver, because he's been driving all day today. He will not be driving all day tomorrow, and it will be Max Verstappen. Oh no, it'll be Albon driving in Sainz's place, and it will be Max Verstappen driving in Lawson's place tomorrow. How's Antonelli doing so far? He's doing all right. He's done 70 laps. George Russell did 71, so he'll do a couple more laps than George Russell, and I think he's done a solid job so far. He's not too far off the pace as well. All right. As I set up the red flags just at the end of 2 minutes. Yeah, they might do. They might do a red flag test at the end. We'll have to wait and see. But they did that earlier in the morning, so I don't see what the point is doing it again. Yeah. F1 gamer, just get a drinks break. Yeah, I will actually have a little bit of water. Yeah. All right. Give me a sec. My favorite driver is Seb Vettel. Yeah. How's the RB21 looking? Looking pretty good. Liam Lawson's been driving it quite well, and I'm sure once Max Verstappen gets in it tomorrow, we're going to get even more pace, which will be good to see. Good to see. All right. Let's see what else is going on today. Not all that much, really. Not all that much. I'm just waiting for Carlos Sainz to come to the end of his hard tyre run right now, and then he's going to come into the pits and he's going to put on a set of C5 tyres, and then he's going to leave and he's going to set the timing sheet alight. That's what I'm waiting for to happen. Yeah. Did you know there are over 14 former F1 drivers over in WEC? I didn't know that, but I am also not surprised that is the case. I know Brendan Hartley's in WEC. I know. Who else? I think Stoffel Van Dorn is in WEC. Mick Schumacher. Who else? Isn't Kevin Magnussen? Oh no, Kevin Magnussen I think is not going to WEC, but he might in the future. Who else? I think a lot of them might be Pascal Verline, maybe. Yeah, I think the rest of them are a little bit too old for the fact that I started watching F1 in 2018. Okay, Mag is at WEC with BMW. Very nice. All right. Norris is out. He is still out on yellow tyres, unfortunately. And no C4s, no quick runs from him. Well, actually, McLaren don't even have C4s, so yeah. Yeah, he's on the C3s. He's not even on the C4s, so that's a little bit unfortunate. F1 Gamer comment on Carlos taking over Seb's place as GDPA director. I mean, I think it's fair enough. No, Carlos is a current Formula One driver. Seb was a Formula One driver. I think he's just, and now he's sort of moving on to the next stage of his life. So why not Carlos Sainz? Seems fairly responsible. Seems up to the task. Why not? I don't know really what there is to comment on that, to be honest. Like, yeah, I think it's good. Norris is going to dunk on the field by half a tenth, calling it. Ooh, bold choice, bold choice. But maybe it could happen. Who knows? 26 minutes remain. What's Seb driving now? A wheelchair? No. Seb's been doing quite a bit. I think he entered a cycling competition somewhere in Switzerland under a fake name. And he's just been doing side quests, really. Just been enjoying his life apart from Formula One. Yeah. It's a smooth operation from the smooth operator. You think Hamilton will continue racing after his current contract expires? He'll be 41, 42 by then. Well, it depends if Ferrari's winning championships or not. If Ferrari's winning championships, I'm sure, or in the position to win a championship, then I'm sure he'll try and continue. If Ferrari are like fourth fastest and there's a long way to go, then I think he might just call it quits. Unless he can get a seat at a top team. That's the thing. I think all of these drivers would, when they think about retiring, would cancel their retirement if they were guaranteed a seat at the team that won the constructors the next year. Okay, so for example, let's say Seb Vettel. Yeah, Seb Vettel retired at the end of 2021. Was it right? 2021 or 2022? No, it's 2022. Yeah, retired at the end of 2022. If he was promised, and for example, if he knew that, for example, Aston Martin would win the Constructors' Championship in 2023, he would have delayed his retirement for a year for sure. I think the only person who maybe wouldn't have done that was Nico Rosberg. Nico Rosberg knew that the following year he would have still been a championship-winning car, yet he still decided to quit. But any other driver, I think would cancel their retirement to get into a championship-winning car. Yeah. All right. 23 minutes and 44 seconds remain. Where are you from? From the UK. From the UK, yeah. All right. We've got Lando Norris out. He's on a once again a set of question mark tires, but in reality they're just C3 tires. Not even C4s. At least from what I can tell, they're C3s. Yeah, they're C3s by the looks of it. Podcast when? Podcast. I mean, this is the testing streams have basically been podcasts. Like there is not that much action on the circuit. So every 10 minutes or so, I'll talk about something that's going on the track. And apart from that, we're just I'm just yapping about Formula One, really. Just talking about whatever's going on. Max is driving tomorrow, folks. Max is driving tomorrow, and Liam Lawson is driving today for the whole day. Every other team, apart from Red Bull and Williams, are having their drivers drive full days. Every other team is having their drivers drive half days. Yeah, Rosberg knew he couldn't push himself like that anymore, so that's fair enough. But I'm sure a lot of other drivers were not at that point, and they would still know that, oh, if they wanted to do another season, they could do it. Yeah. Oh, Lando's pushing a little bit apparently. He's 3 tenths down on Sainz in the first sector, but he is improving. And he's currently a tenth and a half, second and a half down. So I'm sure maybe he's doing a low fuel run, but on like C3 tires. That would be an interesting one. Gets close to the apex as well at turn number 10 now. Now goes all the way up into turn number 13. Green in the middle sector as well, looking good there for Lando Norris. Now just towards the final corner. What's it going to be for him? And he is half a second down going into the final corner on Carlos Sainz's lap time. So what is he going to do? Do not pit Lando Norris. Do not come into the pit lane. Oh my god, he's just done it, hasn't he? Yep. Okay, well, let's see. This is what I'm saying. McLaren are clearly hiding their pace. Like, everything is absolutely fine. And then they're just going to be like, okay, time to come into the pits. Exactly. See? Like, and everyone thinks that McLaren, like, if you think McLaren are having issues, well, clearly they're not. So if we just assume that Lando Norris would have had the same final sector as Carlos Sainz would have, then he would put himself up in 6th position. So yeah, I don't think that's too out of the question. Yeah, 20 minutes remain of this session. Yeah, Lando Norris on a tyre question mark. It's just the C3s again. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. What do you think of Massa trying to take the 2008 Singapore Crashgate to court? Well, I think it's just a bit pointless. Like, it has happened. He hasn't won that championship. It was a bit unfair, but what are you going to do? Is Hamilton clearly isn't trying to take 2020 Abu Dhabi 2021 to court, is he? Yeah. Ooh, Isaac Hadjar, folks, is on the C4 tyre. Is he using DRS? Let's have a look. But in the first sector, he has improved, and this could be good. He could carry on setting quick laps here and potentially get himself a little bit higher up on the order. Okie dokes. Yeah. Every time Norris looks fast, he comes into the pits. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. McLaren do have pace. They're just not showing anyone, and they're just going to dive into the pit lane every single time. So it's a little pointless, really. Hadjar, though, currently in 10th place, comes across the line, stays in 10th, and he's 2 tenths lower than his previous personal best. And given that he did set his previous personal best on a fresh set of tyres, and currently he's on a 7 lap old tyres, I think that is fair enough. All right. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got 80 minutes left of the session, and Carlos Sainz has done 11 laps on his hard tyres. It'd be a great time now, Carlos, to come into the pit lane. Put those. Never mind, you're not coming into the pits. But it'll be a great time to come into the pits. Swap those hards for some C5 or C6 tyres, and then go and call it a day, and go set some blisteringly quick lap time. When will the drivers do laps on softs? I'm gonna be honest with you. Only Williams and Ferrari have soft tires. No one else even has them. They didn't ask Pirelli for any because they were too focused on doing the whole testing thing. They don't even want the soft tires to try and set some quick laps. Bit disappointing in my opinion, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, if Ferrari will probably use their soft tyres tomorrow, given that both of their drivers will be driving tomorrow. However, since Sainz is not going to be driving tomorrow, he's only driving today. I would expect Williams to give him a shot at least on some of the C5s or the C6s. Yeah, that would be good. All right. Isaac Hadjar comes into the pits, going out on a. They just changed his tyres. They're doing some pit stop practice, and then he's going back into the garage. All right, one of the Alpines is being sent out. It is, of course, going to be Jack Doohan driving that car. And we'll see what tyres he comes out on. But Carlos Sainz, he's done 13 laps now on. Is Leclerc going to switch over to the mediums now? Is he going to continue on with the hards? I don't know. I don't like how am I supposed to really know that? But after 21 laps on the hards, I suspect he'll be coming in the next lap or two. I don't know if he'll come back out or if he's just going to sit in the garage at the end of the day. Yeah, I'll definitely be at COTA for WEC this year. Oh, that sounds like a good race to go to then, yeah. What is it? Is it the 8 hours of COTA? Or is it the 12 hours of COTA? Yeah, do let me know. All right. All right, Lando Norris is out on a set of medium tyres. I don't know if that's C4 or C3, but we shall see. Okie dokes. Yeah, 15 minutes now, not long till we get underway for the last little bit of testing. Ooh, bit of a snap there from Carlos Sainz. We got a bit of a replay. Oh no, not a replay. He's just done that right now as he was going through the middle sector. They've changed steering wheel on Charles Leclerc's car. I guess they're just doing a restart procedure. But like a procedure where, for example, there's some issue with the steering wheel, so he has to take it off and then put it on the next one. Yeah. Lewis doesn't need time to adjust. Like most people, he was competitive from his first race in Formula One. And if anyone has forgotten the prime Fernando, he made prime Fernando look bang average. Well, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Lewis fares against Charles Leclerc. Maybe he will from race number 1 be able to compete. Maybe he won't. Lando Norris, I still think he's on the C3s. Yeah, Lando Norris is still on the C3s, but he's doing another quick lap on the C3s using DRS. So we'll go on board with him. And we'll see. Is he going to come into the pits again? Because I will not be surprised if he does so. It's a fresh set of C3s here. Yeah, green in the first sector, he improves. Carlos Sainz finally into the pits. Ooh, this could be good. If Carlos Sainz is into the pits now, they'll put some fuel in the car, change the tyres, and hopefully he comes out on some C5s. So Norris, a quarter of a second down on Sainz in the first sector, and now he's going to be making his way through the middle sector. Activates DRS as he goes through turn number 10. Currently in 14th place is Lando Norris. He's 1.5 seconds back from Carlos Sainz. And we'll see what he can do. But now he heads towards turn number 11 and 12. Doing quite nicely there. Getting very, very close to the apex. Purple in the middle sector. Oh, come on, Lando. Come and cross the line. Do it for us. Make this a little bit more exciting. Don't just come into the pit lane. Please, Lando. He's 2/10 up on 2/10 down, on Sainz's time, and I'm just ready for him to slam onto the brakes and not come across the line. Oh, there we go, Lando Norris into the pits. Not surprised. I am absolutely not surprised. But let's just assume once again that he has the same final sector as Carlos Sainz. That would have put him in fourth position. Sorry. So clearly McLaren do have some solid pace in their car, and yeah, it's looking good. Oh, 3-day pass at Coaster and Weck is only $80. That is fantastic. Oh, Sainz is out on 15 lap old medium tires. So yeah, not exactly not exactly the C5 tires that I was hoping for, really. Kimi Antonelli having a bit of a moment at turn number 9 and turn number 10. I mean, he's done that a few times. It is a tricky corner, so fair enough. It takes a bit of a while to get to the grips with it. Here we go then. 10 minutes remain. With 10 minutes left to go, come on, Carlos, come on, give us a run on the C5s. Oh, he's into the pits. Is Carlos Sainz? That is exciting. Okay. Yeah, not much else going on really in the session. If we want to summarise what's happened today, some engine issues for Liam Lawson. We had a couple a spin from Carlos Sainz, a spin from Charles Leclerc, and Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri clearly sandbagging. It's very, very clear that's happening, and yeah, that doesn't really Carlos Sainz, unfortunately, not coming out on the soft tyres. He's put on another set of mediums, and then he'll be making his way around the circuit again, probably for another pit stop practice. And yeah. Do you think Williams can beat last year quali 2024? Max Verstappen quali did a 129.2. Well, clearly, so Carlos Sainz is a 129.348, and he did that on medium tires. So once he gets onto soft, that would be an easy to beat Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen's previous time from last year, just to clarify. A 3-day pass at Kota is $389. Yeah, quite expensive actually. What happens to Verstappen? Verstappen's not driving today. He's driving tomorrow. And the same thing for Albon. All right. 8 minutes and 44 seconds. We have not got long till the end of the session. Let's see what's going to happen here. Brilliant. Is Sainz diving into the pit lane? Yes, he is. Is Sainz going to fit a set of soft tyres? I certainly hope so. All right. So Carlos Sainz into the pits now, and they change his tyres, and he goes out on another set of C3s by the looks of it. They're just doing pit stop practice really for Carlos Sainz. Doesn't look like much is really going on. When does Lando come out? I have no idea. It looks like he's currently sat in the pits, so it took them a while to get off the front wheel for Jack Doohan's car. That's a little strange there. It seemed like almost the car wasn't lifted up properly, but it was, so yeah. Okay, Yeah. Is there going to be another session today? No, that is the end of today's testing. We'll have testing tomorrow. Um, all right. Yeah. Do you have any merch? No, unfortunately, not any merch. Kimi Antonelli, another lockup for him, going into turn one this time. Quite a few lockups for Kimi Antonelli. It is quite a big step up, really, from Formula 2 brakes to Formula 1 brakes. The G-force is probably double, or around about that. Very, very big brake step up. So, yeah. All right. Dhruv, I'm not jobless. I don't know what your don't know exactly what you're talking about. Final read now. I think you mean final runs now. Yeah, we're getting our final runs coming through. Isaac Hadjar, 19 laps on the medium tyres, and then we've got Liam Lawson on a fresh set of mediums. Maybe we'll get a quick lap from him. What's Carlos Sainz coming out on? I think that's another set of medium tyres, just old set of mediums, unfortunately. Ooh, Lando Norris using some DRS. I mean, I'm not even going to look at Norris's lap. He's just going to come into the pits again. There's no point. Yeah. Let's see what Lawson's up to, though. Yeah, he's just weaving around, getting those tyres up into temperature. And then soon enough... Oh, DRS has been disabled. What is that for? I guess they might be doing some tests. But DRS has been disabled, so any lap that's going to happen today, that was going to happen right at the end here, is not going to be that quick because, well, we've not... Oh, its DRS has been re-enabled as well. Never mind. Norris not using DRS as he comes down the main straight because I think he's still... Oh, and there we go. VSC deployed. So that is... that's the end of the session, folks. Pretty much they're just going to do the normal procedure now. Virtual safety car, double yellow flags, and then I'm going to call a red flag, and then do standing starts, and that's it. All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. I'll be commentating to tomorrow's stream as well, tomorrow's testing. Tomorrow, hopefully, we are going to get some soft tyre runs, definitely from Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, and definitely from the Ferrari duo as well. So I look forward to commentating that with you guys. And then in 2 weeks' time, we'll have the Australian Grand Prix. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so... what was I going to say, actually? Oh yeah, thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful morning, day, afternoon, evening or night, depending on where you are in the world. And I think what you guys should do is I'm going to end the stream now. It'll take you over to the Australian Grand Prix stream. If you can go ahead and just press the like button on that stream, that will really help out the channel. For the entire season long, it just boosts the channel if you hit the like button before the stream starts. And doing it for the first stream for the Australian Grand Prix would be huge for the channel. So I'm going to end the stream. It'll take you over to the Australian Grand Prix one. If you could just press the like button, it would mean the world to me. And then I'll put the live stream for tomorrow on public, and then you can press the reminder button for that as well. So that is all from me, and thank you everyone for tuning in, and I will see you in probably 12 hours time or so, 14 hours time for the next and final day of testing. Do you have a permission to print an F1 gamer showing where to Kota? Yeah, sure, why not? All right, see you in about half a day, fellas.